He looked down at the blood-stained blade that pierced his chest in disbelief. He said in disbelief, "Why, Master Aizen? Kill Yuha and solve the Soul King, and your mission is over. You are no longer needed for the next thing." At the last moment of his life, he couldn't help but sigh that he was careless after all. He was only thinking about dealing with Yuabak, and he relaxed his vigilance against Aizen, and finally lost his life. Forget it, it's better this way. He feels a little tired after 1,000 years of fighting. It's not bad to sleep forever. He can accept death due to lack of strength, but he can't swallow this breath of death from a sneak attack. But as consciousness gradually dissipates, all regrets will return to nothingness. Speaking of which, don't look at Irika like that, in fact, he hates you too much. The voice of a strange man appeared in his ears, awakening his consciousness that was about to fall into silence. It's so noisy, how can people die and not be quiet? But the man did not stop talking, but continued to speak, and his voice became louder and louder in his ears. You are about to die, but you still close your eyes. Don't you want to face reality? A monster like you is not needed by the villagers at all. He kept chattering, saying things that people couldn't understand. As he thought about it, he subconsciously touched his waist, where the zanpakuto should be worn. But he touched nothing, and the texture of the clothes was different from what he remembered. Just when he was still confused, the voice of the strange man sounded again. The scroll that I asked you to steal is actually the tool that the village is going to use to seal you. So die. Damn, you have been saying some incomprehensible words since just now. Is hell full of idiots like you? He cursed and opened his eyes. With a puff, he was very familiar with this sound. This was the sound of a sharp blade piercing through the muscle. The man who appeared in front of him was a man with a scar on his nose and a metal forehead protector with a strange pattern on his forehead. The strange clothes he was wearing were obviously not the Shinigami's death suit, nor were they the white clothes of the Arankars. Warm blood dripped from the man's face onto his cheek. What's going on? Where is this? Who are you? What's wrong with my voice? He was now full of questions and couldn't figure out the current situation. Wasn't he dead? It stands to reason that if you die in the spirit state, in the Shinigami world, besides complete extinction, you will only go to hell. But he clearly remembered the clothes of people in hell, and they would definitely not wear clothes like this. And why is my voice so strange? Why does it sound like a child? Naruto, I think you are actually very sad and in pain, right? I saw the man speaking to him affectionately with tears in his eyes. This is all my fault. I'm sorry for you, Naruto. It's all because I didn't do a good enough job that I gave you so many painful memories. The man's voice gradually choked up. Naruto was furious and looked at the strange man in front of him with a ghostly expression. He called me Naruto? Which Naruto? Could it be the one Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist in the Hokage ninja known as the three major migrant comics together with Shinigami? Is this the hallucination of a dying revolving door, or am I traveling through time again? Although the 1,000 years of Shinigami life has made him almost forget the memories of the Blue Star, he can still vaguely remember the memory of the Hokage, but it is limited to the information that the protagonist is Uzumaki Naruto and the second male lead is Uchiha Sasuke. The details of the plot have long been forgotten. Naruto slowly stood up from Irika's protection, while the man not far away looked at him, watching Naruto's every move with interest, as if everything was under his control. He said jokingly, "What's wrong? Have you figured it out and are ready to give up? Don't you want to continue running away? Your dearest teacher Irika, does it not matter if you die because of this monster like you?" Irika looked at Naruto in front of him and hurriedly urged, "Run quickly, Naruto. Mizuki's real purpose is the scroll you stole, don't let him succeed." Naruto frowned, scratched his head a little irritably, moved his body under the gaze of the two people, and said, "Okay, don't argue anymore. The two of them are like talking about crosstalk. I can't think anymore because of the noise. Shut up and be quiet for a while." Listening to Naruto's words, Irika froze and his mind was a little stuck. Mizuki on the side was completely irritated by Naruto, with veins appearing on his forehead, and sneered, "What's wrong? Your brain has finally been affected by the demon fox and you are unconscious? But if you are looking for death like this, then let me satisfy you. Damn you, you little brat." Mizuki quickly rushed to the two of them and pulled out the giant shuriken that was originally inserted into Irika's back. Irika grinned and wailed in pain. Without any hesitation, Mizuki swung his shuriken, aimed at Naruto's neck, and slashed at it. Naruto just raised his right hand indifferently, and a tiny shield made of Ryatsu appeared at his wrist, which easily blocked Mizuki's slash, and the strong reverberation even made Mizuki's hand Li Jian almost let go. Mizuki's eyes widened, feeling the strong feedback. He must have hit something extremely hard, but there was nothing in front of him. Mizuki couldn't understand what Naruto had done to block his fatal blow just by raising his hand. Irika, who was on the side, also witnessed what just happened. His angle was just right and he could see that Mizuki's shuriken was suddenly bounced away without touching Naruto. Because he was so shocked, Irika even forgot to let Naruto escape and muttered to himself, "What on earth is this? Mizuki yelled angrily, what kind of ninjutsu did you use, you guy? You didn't even move the seal, and you were able to block my attack. It's so noisy. What kind of ninjutsu? I don't know that kind of thing. I just used Kido. Naruto explained impatiently. Kido? Mizuki's eyes suddenly lit up, greed appearing in his eyes. I know, this must be the ninjutsu recorded on the scroll. Kido? Irika has never heard of the ninjutsu called Kido. As Uzumaki Naruto's class teacher, he is very familiar with Naruto. Even he doesn't know that Naruto can do such a thing. It's actually not accurate to say that. To be precise, what I just released is a branch of Kido, a type of Bakudo. He looked at the confused expressions of the two people and continued to explain to them. Bakudo? Just like this, Bakudo's 30 mouth sudden 3 flashes. Naruto simply snapped his fingers, and 3 huge beams like beaks were arranged in a triangle. They shot out instantly and knocked Mizuki away. His hands and waist were firmly fixed on the big tree behind him. Damn it, what kind of ninjutsu are you using? Mizuki's body was nailed to the big tree, and his body was completely unable to move. At this time, an inexplicable fear arose in his heart. Irika stood up despite the serious injury on his back. He was extremely shocked by the sight in front of him. He opened his mouth and stared blankly at Mizuki not far away. Although he didn't feel chakra, he could tell with his eyes that this move was not simple, but the most important thing was that he could no longer understand the current situation. Irika barely recovered from the shock and asked, Naruto, what is the situation now? At this time, the memories that originally belonged to Uzumaki Naruto were gradually integrated into his mind, and together with a little of his original memories, he had a better understanding of the world. Although his understanding of the world is limited, he can still clearly distinguish between good and bad. Naruto walked to Irika's side and comforted him. Irika-sensei is so badly injured, don't force it. Since Mizuki-sensei wants to kill me, it's up to me, the student, to teach him a lesson. Listening to Naruto's tone, Irika felt a little strange, which was obviously different from the Naruto he was familiar with. Irika said with some uncertainty, Naruto, you. But Naruto did not continue to pay attention to Irika, feeling the remaining ryotsu flowing in this body. He slowly walked to Mizuki. Naruto looked at Mizuki indifferently and said calmly, Teacher Mizuki, if you just covet the powerful power, in fact, you don't have to spend so much time at all. Let me steal the scroll for you, and I can teach you something more powerful. At this point, no matter how slow Mizuki was, he realized that there was something wrong with Naruto in front of him. He struggled in horror, trying to break free from the restraints of his mouth. Damn it, you're not Naruto. Who are you? Naruto can't have such a powerful power. Are you the fox demon? Naruto just raised his right hand and began to chant, there is a faint turbid coat of arms, an unruly and arrogant talent, a surge of negation and paralysis for a moment, hindering eternal sleep. Black ryotsu began to gather in his hands. The crawling iron princess, the clay doll that keeps mutilating itself, combines, rebounds, and extends to the ground. Know your own powerlessness. Hato's 90 Black Coffin. As Naruto Black Coffin's chant completely ended, a huge black cube formed by the gathering of ryotsu rose from the ground. The extremely powerful flow of gravity caused slight distortion in the surrounding space. Although Irika couldn't directly feel ryotsu, the pressure generated by Black Coffin's terrifying power still made him tremble and fall to his knees. Irika was lying on the ground, staring blankly at the collapsed ground in front of Naruto. The cracks on the ground were still spreading, and the surrounding trees fell in pieces. The frightened birds and beasts also rushed to escape from the area. There was no longer Mizuki in front of Naruto, and the big tree behind him, and the land connected to the big tree, completely disappeared into this world, as if it had never existed in this world. Naruto stretched and murmured to himself, this body's ryotsu aptitude is really weak. After more than 10 years of accumulation, it only erased tens of meters of space. Irika limped to Naruto's side, looked at the huge pit in front of him, and said tremblingly, Mizuki, Naruto, what on earth did you use? What's the matter with that technique? Naruto handed the sealed book behind him into Irika's hands and said, Mizuki-sensei should go to another world. So Mizuki is dead? Irika muttered. I didn't mean to kill Mizuki-sensei, but when I taught him Kido, his own body was too fragile and couldn't bear it and turned into powder. Naruto said, spreading his hands innocently. Naruto then added and asked, does Mr. Irika care so much about Mr. Mizuki's death, or would it be better for Mr. Irika to think that it would be better if I was the one who died compared to the current result? Hearing this, Irika tried his best to defend himself. No, I didn't mean that, Naruto. What the Nine-Tails Demon Fox did has nothing to do with you, and the sins it committed should not be attributed to you. Yes, as you said, since it has nothing to do with me, there is no need for me to swallow my anger and be criticized by others, right? I don't want to endure it anymore. It's better that from now on, I become what they fear, Irika teacher. A cold smile appeared on Naruto's face. Anyway, he didn't belong to this world, so he just made a fuss. The terrible declaration from Naruto's mouth had a different understanding in Irika's heart, as if it was the bullying treatment of the world, which finally overwhelmed Naruto and forced him to make such a choice. Even that cold smile was interpreted by Irika as a sign that the boy felt powerless against such a world and finally collapsed from it. 2 lines of hot tears burst out of his eyes, and Irika took Naruto in front of him into his arms. None of this is your fault. If I had worked harder, maybe what happened today wouldn't have happened. Listening to Irika's hoarse speech, Naruto was a little confused. He didn't expect the other party's reaction. No, I just wiped out Mr. Mizuki completely, not even a trace was left. Naruto tried to make Irika understand the reality. It's okay. I witnessed the whole process. Everything is Mizuki's problem. Even if Master Hokage asks, I will answer truthfully and explain the question clearly. It's okay, I saw it all. It was that guy Mizuki who messed up first. Even if Master Hokage asks, I will answer truthfully. This is not your problem, Irika retorted. Now that he said it, Naruto had nothing more to say. By the way Naruto, I have something for you. Irika wiped the tears from his face, took off the Konoha forehead protector he wore on his forehead, and replaced the goggles originally worn on Naruto's head. Irika touched Naruto's head and said, You have officially graduated from today. Congratulations on becoming a real ninja. Ninja? Now he has fully accepted the fact that he has traveled through time again. With the complete integration with the original memory of this body, he temporarily recalled some more information about the Hokage story, but only a little bit. After all, he is not a die-hard Hokage fan. Thousands of years of Shinigami life have almost erased his memory. He still needs some time to adapt to his new identity. After all, it is soul traveling, but Naruto is alone, which saves him some trouble. And Ryotsu, who has just finished squandering his body, still needs time to recover, and the speed of the knot in body sleep is not as fast as in the world of Shinigami. The knot and the soul are the organs that produce Ryotsu. Perhaps it is because people in this world do not use Ryotsu, so the knot and the soul are naturally weaker. If the problem of Ryotsu's recovery cannot be solved, then someone as strong as him will have to learn the chakra system of this world and have one more option. As the sun rose, the ray of sunlight completely illuminated their faces. Irika said, To celebrate your successful graduation, I invite you to eat ramen. Speaking of which, teacher, does your injury not matter? It's okay, it's just a minor problem. Compared to the dangers encountered during the mission, this is nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils trembled as he looked at the picture in the crystal ball. Even at this age, with all his years of experience, he could not tell what kind of ninjutsu Naruto was releasing. Why is there such a powerful ninjutsu? If such a technique was recorded in the Book of Sealings, I should not be unimpressed. Such a powerful technique should not be unknown. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette casually and murmured to himself, except for this, it seems that the seal of the power of 9 tails has not been loosened, but after all, such a thing happened, it is better to observe it for a while to avoid irritation. It was just the opposite for him. After making a decision in his mind, he ordered Umbu to go immediately to recover the sealed book. He temporarily suppressed the fact that Naruto could release the strange technique, and at the same time gave the order to Irika, who was currently the second insider, to keep silent. Naruto followed his memory and walked on the way home. Thinking back to the Iraka ramen I just tasted, I have to admit that it tastes really good and the price is not expensive. As he approached the door of his house, Naruto noticed from a distance that a girl with short hair was pacing in front of the door. She seemed to want to knock on the door, but her hand stopped mid-air when she got close to the door. Naruto learned from his memory that it was a girl named Hyuga Hinata, and judging from her usual behavior, she obviously had a good impression of him. He looked at Hinata's slightly undulating lines wrapped in long clothes, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When he was in Hueco Mundo, both Nelly and Haribel were all large sizes. After looking at them for a long time, they were replaced by small ones. Seems pretty good too. Naruto walked up behind her silently and whispered in her ear, Hinata. Ah, is it Naruto-kun? Hinata was like a frightened rabbit, a slight blush rose on her cheeks. Naruto looked at Hinata with a smile and said, What do you want from me? You're wandering in front of my house early in the morning. You can't be lost, right? Hinata lowered her head, not daring to look at Naruto, and said softly, It's because Naruto has always wanted to become a ninja, but he failed to pass the graduation exam. I'm a little worried. While Hinata was speaking, Naruto had already come to her side, admiring the fair and flawless face unique to her age from close range. Naruto asked with a smile, What do I have to worry about? Hinata raised her head and found Naruto's face right in front of her eyes. She could even feel his warm breath. Her face suddenly turned red to her ears and she couldn't help but turn her head. He was so nervous that he stuttered and explained, I am worried that Naruto-kun will be depressed by this, and I want to cheer Naruto-kun up. Why don't you say you are worried about me? Why are you avoiding me instead? Or do you actually hate me too? Naruto said with a slightly depressed tone on purpose. Hinata hurriedly waved her hands in denial. No Naruto-kun, I didn't. But when she noticed Naruto's blue eyes looking at her affectionately, his handsome little face suddenly turned redder, and a faint steam even came out of his head. "Naruto-kun, why are you staring at me like that?" Hinata asked timidly. "So beautiful." "Hey." Hinata's brain almost shut down after hearing Naruto's words. Hey, Naruto-kun actually complimented me on my beauty." Naruto lifted Hinata's chin with his right hand, stared into Hinata's eyes and said, "Speaking of which, I never noticed it before. Looking at it up close today, the Byakugan is really beautiful and mesmerizing." In the village, everyone's feelings towards the Byakugan were more of awe, and quite a few people even thought it was an ominous symbol. Hinata has been bullied for this since she was a child, and it was even more impossible to hear such praise. Her heart beat faster for a while. Hinata could clearly feel that Naruto today was completely different from before, but she didn't hate Naruto like this. As her heartbeat accelerated, she felt that she would become weird if she stayed any longer, so she quickly pushed Naruto away and apologized loudly. "I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I'll leave if there's nothing else." After saying that, he ran away from here. Looking at Hinata leaving in embarrassment, Naruto smiled and gave his evaluation. "Quite cute." Naruto did not rush in, but turned his head to look in one direction and waited quietly, because he could clearly detect that a Ryotsu was approaching him quickly. Although people in this world do not understand the application of Ryotsu and cultivation methods, they still have Ryotsu in them to a greater or lesser extent. So they didn't hide Ryotsu's consciousness, so it would be easy for Naruto to sense them. About half a minute later, an Umbu member wearing a special mask appeared in front of Naruto. He said bluntly, "Master Hokage wants to see you." "Understood." Naruto didn't show too much surprise and just answered calmly. After receiving the answer, the Umbu member was about to turn around and leave. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Did you sense that I was coming?" "Well, I've sensed it a long time ago. It's too obvious." Naruto waved his hand and pushed the door open and entered the home. The Umbu member was left standing there in deep thought. He can actually sense my existence? Is it because the Nine-Tails demon fox is sealed inside her body? But after all, he is just a child who has failed some people's tests. Or am I reaching such an age that I am no longer suitable for Umbu's job? Old single apartment, small room. There is a faint smell of spoiled food in the air, and the wallpaper has already turned yellow. Unwashed clothes can be seen everywhere in the room, as well as various entertainment books scattered on the floor. Naruto looked at this scene, scratched his head helplessly, and murmured to himself, "This living habit is really bad." Recalling that when he was at Hueco Mundo, Loli and Minori were responsible for cleaning up the room like this, he had already begun to think in his mind that he had to find someone to take over the job quickly. But now, he just wants to lie on the bed and have a good sleep. On the one hand, it is the mental fatigue caused by the integration of memory and thought. On the other hand, there is physical fatigue. Before he traveled through time, this body was already exhausted from avoiding Mizuki. After he arrived, he squandered all the Ryotsu in his body, reaching its limit. But speaking of Ryotsu, when he was in contact with Hinata just now, he faintly felt that the knot and the sleep were abnormally active, and Ryotsu's recovery speed was also significantly increased several times. But this kind of thing will have to be studied later, and the most urgent thing now is to get some sleep. I casually took off my clothes and shoes and lay down on the bed comfortably. I had to admit that no matter where I was, the bed was the one that gave people the most sense of security and happiness. As the body fell into sleep, Naruto also appeared in the inner world. When Naruto opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him had completely changed. There were dim lights flashing above his head, and there was a long and dark corridor in front of him. Old and rusty water pipes were scattered all over the wall like tree roots, and there was a shallow layer of dirty water on the ground. Interesting, such an inner world is really new. Naruto stroked his chin, strolling in this space with interest, looking at the scene in this space. Without walking too far, an extremely huge iron door came into Naruto's field of vision. In the middle of the iron door, there was a large seal. Boom! Nine-Tails' huge body was sealed in that small space. The sharp claws hit the cage hard, a huge sound echoed throughout the space, and the strong impact caused violent ripples on the water surface. "Come any closer, kid, and I'll tear you apart." Naruto looked at Nine-Tails' huge body and angry appearance, and couldn't help but think of Yami far away in Hueco Mundo. At the same time, he raised his hand and made a simple comparison. Naruto smiled and said, "Compared with Yami after the return of the blade, your body looks relatively small." Although Nine-Tails didn't understand what Naruto was referring to as Yami, comparing it with other things and actually coming to the conclusion that he was relatively small was undoubtedly a kind of blasphemy to himself, and his anger instantly reached its peak. "Damn boy, how dare you humiliate me! I will break free of this cage sooner or later. Then you will wait for death." Nine-Tails roared, slapping its claws on the iron cage, making a deafening sound. This arrogant look really looks like Yami. Naruto secretly came to a conclusion in his heart, but since things like Yami are easy to handle, he used absolute power to conquer Yami to make him surrender, so now he just needs to do the same thing. Naruto stepped closer to the iron cage. This arrogant move surprised Nine-Tails. Instead of taking action rashly, it looked at the human and thought about getting closer and moving forward. Naruto stood between the gaps in the iron door, raised his head and looked at Nine Tails, and said calmly, "Do you know what state I am in right now?" Before Naruto could finish speaking, Nine Tails raised its claws and aimed at Naruto at the gap, growling ferociously, "I don't care about you, go to hell, kid." Nine Tails attacked with all its strength, not caring that the narrow gap would hurt its claws. Naruto did not dodge and allowed the claw to hit him. As if he was not affected by the attack, he just continued arrogantly, "The me you see now is in a mental state. In other words, I am stronger than you now." Naruto finished speaking word by word, and stretched out his hand to lift Nine Tails' paw. Except for the ripples on the water, he didn't even move a step, and there was no trace of any injuries on his body. On the contrary, Nine Tails' claws were like attacking on steel, and several cracks appeared. "How the hell is this possible? Who are you?" Nine Tails had a horrified look on his face. Naruto said in a cold tone, "After all, I still don't like the feeling of being looked down upon." Nine Tails felt a little shaken in his heart. Even if he was still in a sealed state, the attack just now was his real power. How could it have no effect on him at all? Could it be that what this kid said is true? If you don't believe me, damn it. Naruto clasped his hands together, extending his index finger and wrapping it around his two middle fingers. Bokuto 99 forbidden. Huge leather straps appeared out of thin air in the cage, wrapping Nine Tails' two front legs behind him, and nails were driven into his body at fixed distances to secure him. "Damn, what are you doing?" But it was far from over. Naruto squatted down and thrust his index finger and middle finger together into the water. Bokuto 99, 2nd edition, Swastika Ban. The first song stops the tension. Choo-choo, Bailey and Boluan. Naruto's power suddenly turned into a huge white cloth, completely wrapping Nine Tails' entire body. Hundreds of iron bars generated countless iron thorns, which penetrated Nine Tails' body and firmly fixed it to the ground. In the end, Naruto was left with only one right eye, and the right corner of his mouth was not bound. He saw shock, horror and anger in Nine Tails' eyes, and the original look that wanted to kill was no longer there. "I hope you don't make a mistake about who the owner of this place is. I hate it when others look down on me." Naruto snapped his fingers. "I don't like the environment here either." Under the astonished gaze of Nine Tails, the entire space shook violently, and the original underground pipe-like scene gradually collapsed and disintegrated, even revealing the blue sky. The ground beneath his feet was gradually replaced by the exterior walls of the building made of glass windows. Naruto watched the changes here with satisfaction. "I hope you will have changed the next time I see you." Naruto gave Nine Tails one last meaningful look and exited this mental space. In the end, only Nine Tails, whose pupils were shocked, was firmly fixed to the ground and unable to move. It has experienced so many Jinchuriki, and this is the first time someone has been able to shock it beyond measure. By the time Naruto woke up due to hunger, it was already evening. He touched his protesting belly, thinking that after finally changing the world, he should seize the opportunity and taste more of the food here. But he took out his wallet based on his memory and looked at the few steel coins left inside, feeling a little overwhelmed. Unsurprisingly, as the protagonist, Naruto's start was much worse than that of Ichigo. "In the end, I had to find a piece of bread from the room, which had already been put on the hard bread, and a bottle of milk whose expiration date was blurred. It seems that making money needs to be put on the agenda, and the quality of life urgently needs to be improved." Then he remembered what the Umbu member had conveyed in the morning. After a brief wash, he relied on his memory and headed to the Hokage building. "Dong dong, come in," Sarutobi Hiruzen said while handling the documents in his hand. "I'm coming in." After hearing that the person coming in was Naruto, he put down his work, carefully examined Naruto who came in, and carefully felt the flow of chakra on his body. But what surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen was that compared to the loosening of the seal of Nine Tails that he was worried about, the breath of Nine Tails was even weaker than before. At such a close distance, it was so thin that it was almost undetectable. What's going on? Could it be that the emotional catharsis stabilized the seal? And Naruto was also examining Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, feeling the existence of this person called Hokage, and secretly evaluating the strength of the world's top combat power. Although people in this world do not practice Ryutsu, excellent people are not bad in all aspects, so Naruto can still detect the good Ryutsu. "Hello, Hokage." Naruto took the initiative to greet him, and also referred to the original reaction that Naruto would make. This is something he had considered a long time ago. The Ryutsu of this body is not enough to support his full strength, and Zanpakuto has not yet been built, so he considered lying dormant for a while to accumulate strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "Why do you start calling me Hokage-sama? You used to call me Hokage Grandpa. Suddenly it has become unfamiliar?" Naruto waved his hand and said, "Nothing. You little brat, really, I clearly sent someone to notify you in the morning. What time is it now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and shook his head. Naruto just scratched his head embarrassedly. Sorry, because of what happened last night, I was too tired and overslept." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not pursue it, because he also knew what happened last night. He got straight to the point. I have heard Irika's report about what happened last night, and I have a general understanding of it. I called you here mainly to ask you about why you can release Kido. Naruto was not surprised by this question. If he didn't ask about this matter, it would be better to say that if he didn't ask this question, he would feel more strange. Then Naruto gathered his emotions and slowly said, I learned all those things from that scroll. After I opened the scroll, the knowledge about Kido entered my mind directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not doubt Naruto's words. After all, Naruto has always lived under certain surveillance. Not to mention that no strange people approached him, there was no abnormality in his daily activities. Regarding Naruto's sudden ability to use the technique called Kido, Sarutobi Hiruzen was more inclined to believe that Naruto had just mastered it. Perhaps the sealed book did hide some secrets, and a special method was needed to interpret the hidden content. He planned to find Naruto to study this matter together after a while, and did not want to stimulate Naruto for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject and said, I haven't congratulated you on becoming a real ninja yet. What do you want to do after becoming a ninja? Naruto answered without hesitation, I want to make money. Hearing this answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised and asked back, why do I remember that you said your dream was to become a Hokage before, Naruto? Naruto took a deep breath and began to brew his emotions. Although he couldn't let go of being killed by Aizen-sama's sneak attack, he couldn't deny that Aizen-sama still taught him a lot of things, one of which was that life is like a play and it all depends on acting. Considering Naruto's current age, he currently adhered to the central idea that the crying child gets candy and started his performance. Naruto smiled self-deprecatingly and said, forget about the Hokage thing. How can a guy like me get everyone's recognition? Compared to such an unrealistic Kyoka Suijutsu, I, who have no parents to take care of me, just hope to improve my life with my own hands. Naruto rolled his red eyes and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said bitterly, I don't understand why so many people are always hostile to me when it's not my fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't say a word for a long time, and finally turned into a long sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent and began to seriously think about whether he was wrong in his treatment of Naruto. What kind of blow would make Naruto give up his original dream? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, such a change was definitely not due to one or two things that caused Naruto to suddenly become like this, freezing 3 feet in a day. In the final analysis, it was due to long-term accumulation that Naruto became like this. He remembered again what Irika said in the morning report, hoping not to blame Naruto too much. This was not Naruto's fault. As a teacher, he should bear this responsibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to seriously reflect on whether he was too harsh on Naruto. Should Naruto, who lost his parents, really deserve this? If Irika, as a teacher, has responsibilities, and it has evolved into this situation, how can I have less responsibilities than Irika? In the final analysis, it was indeed my negligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, looking at the ceiling with emotion. What's wrong, Hokage-sama? Naruto looked at him with tearful eyes and asked. Naruto, take the money first. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, taking out a bulging small money bag and placing it on the table. Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes and quickly stepped forward to put the money bag into his arms while pretending to refuse. This is not good, Hokage-sama. How can I accept your money? Sarutobi Hiruzen was amused by Naruto's actions and laughed and scolded, you brat, this is my gift to congratulate you on officially becoming a ninja. Thank you, Hokage-sama. After weighing the heavy money bag, I was able to confirm that my performance should be a success. This amount of money is much more than the monthly relief fund. At least for a while, I don't have to worry about the quality of life. Tomorrow is your day to assign the ninja team. Go back and rest early and remember not to be late. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Will you resent them treating you like this? Naruto pondered for a moment before answering, no. After getting the answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing more. Naruto said goodbye and left. But what Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know was that the answer just now was from Naruto's heart, but Naruto actually omitted a lot. Now he doesn't care what those guys did in the past, because it has nothing to do with him. According to his character, if a guy like that appears now, he will not live long, so there is no such thing as resentment. Naruto, who was walking home, could feel that some Ryotsu hidden in the dark had left. It should be Sarutobi Hiruzen's instruction, which also shows that his wariness about himself has dropped. This is a good sign. After the other party is completely at ease with himself, he can start his plan. After all, his strength has not been fully restored, and he has not officially fought against the strong men in this world, so it is always wise to be cautious. Today's dinner was at Ichiraku Ramen, mainly because it was convenient on the way, and secondly, the taste was pretty good. After all, Naruto was used to being poor and didn't have much information about delicious food in his memory, and he was too lazy to look for it at the moment. At night, Naruto also studied the multiple shadow clone technique. Before his consciousness took over, Naruto had already learned this technique from the scroll. He only created a clone, and could feel the chakra and ryotsu on his body being dispersed. After a brief chat with his other self, his evaluation of this ninjutsu became even higher. For Naruto, the most important point is that the clone has its own memory and can think independently from the original consciousness, and after the clone comes into contact, the memory can return to the original body. As long as you make good use of this feature, you can help him accomplish many things. Naruto couldn't help but murmur to himself, it's really interesting technology. I'm becoming more and more curious about this world. Early the next morning, Naruto had already washed up and set off for the ninja school. When he arrived in the classroom, many people had already arrived earlier than him. They were excitedly discussing who would soon become their teammates. They were also curious about which Jonin the teacher of the three-person team would be. Shikamaru, who was in a daze out of boredom, noticed Naruto's appearance and asked in surprise, "Hey Naruto, why are you here? Aren't you the only ones who have passed the graduation exam?" Naruto pointed at the forehead protector on his head and said, "Please look at this. Isn't this a symbol of qualification?" Upon hearing the news, the surrounding students briefly turned their attention to Naruto, but soon returned to their own affairs. After all, there is nothing worth caring about at the end of a crane, but I pray silently that I won't be so unlucky as to be in the same group as Naruto. Soon the remaining students and Irika, who was in charge of dividing the classes, arrived in the classroom one after another. Irika briefly explained the grouping and allocation of Jonin, and immediately began to recite the grouping results. Class 7, Harano Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. After learning the result, little Sakura was the most excited and stood up to celebrate. The other girls in the class all raised jealous questions. After all, for them, the cold and handsome Sasuke, coupled with his outstanding performance, are irresistible and extremely lethal weapons. But there was also one person who was equally disappointed, not because he couldn't team up with Sasuke, but because he felt a pity that he couldn't team up with Naruto. That was Hinata sitting in the back row, still thinking about what happened when she met Naruto yesterday. Naruto felt Hinata's gaze and turned to look at her, giving her a smile as their eyes met. Hinata's face suddenly turned red and she quickly looked away. The grouping ended soon, and Irika would introduce Jonin to the students in the afternoon, before letting the students disperse to rest. Naruto still understands the early plot, especially after the memory fusion and consolidation. The early plot becomes clearer. There was something Naruto wanted to test, so he followed Sasuke silently as he left alone. It wasn't until he reached a corner that Sasuke turned his head and spoke coldly. "Hey, how long do you plan to follow me?" After Naruto glanced around to make sure there was no one else, he nodded with satisfaction and said to himself, "Well, there happens to be no one else, so even if you lose to me, your self-esteem won't be too hurt." Sasuke frowned and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Naruto said calmly, "I'm mainly here to tell you that we are all in the same team and don't hold me back in the future." Sasuke said with a cold face, "What stupid things are you talking about? This is what I should be saying to you. Bakudo number 4 this rope." As Naruto chanted, a yellow light cord composed of Ryotsu instantly entangled Sasuke. Just as he was about to collapse, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's face with his right hand. Sasuke looked at being sealed by the rope, with a look of shock in his eyes, and said coldly, "If you don't have the strength, don't make a bad face in front of me." Naruto used the transformation technique, transformed into Sasuke's appearance, and found little Sakura who was eating lunch alone on the seat. Naruto wanted to verify whether the reason for the abnormal activity of the not in body sleep was contact with women. After all, as Naruto, it is still difficult for him to have close contact with other women reasonably. He happened to still remember the plot of Naruto disguising himself as Sasuke, so he took the opportunity to verify it. Little Sakura also happened to notice Naruto's fiery gaze, and she was still imagining the scenario where Sasuke fell in love with her. But little Sakura quickly lowered her head inside. This kind of thing was just her own fantasy after all, and Sasuke would not do such a thing. Sasuke, disguised as Naruto, had already arrived in front of little Sakura, gently lifted the hair from little Sakura's face, held her face with one hand, looked down at little Sakura affectionately and said, "Every time I look at you, I am always attracted to your beautiful forehead, as if there is a kind of magic that makes people want to have it." Listening to these loving words, a trace of astonishment flashed across Sakura's face. She had never thought that the words in her fantasy could actually be heard spoken by Sasuke in reality. After confirming that this was not her fantasy, little Sakura felt her heart pounding. She blushed and asked softly with her heart beating, "Sasuke, are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious. Do you think I'm Naruto's kind of guy who likes to joke around?" Naruto asked with a smile. Little Sakura said coquettishly, "Don't mention that spoiler now." Then little Sakura closed her eyes silently and continued, "In order to get Sasuke's approval, I am willing to do anything. Who made me like Sasuke from a long time ago?" Feeling the ambiguous atmosphere, Naruto let little Sakura hold his head, and her lips, as delicate as rose petals, slowly moved closer to Naruto. The next second, Naruto felt the warmth between those lips. At the same time, he felt the abnormal activity of lock knot and soul sleep, and Ryotsu's recovery speed increased instantly. Sure enough, as he suspected, as long as this body has a relatively intimate behavior with a girl, it can activate the lock knot and soul sleep, and quickly restore Ryotsu in a short period of time. Although strictly speaking Naruto hadn't tested whether the same thing would happen with men, he had no personal interest in it. Just at this moment, Suzuki arrived in a panic and shouted with gritted teeth, "Damn you, Naruto!" Suzuki's shout quickly attracted little Sakura's attention. She opened her eyes and looked at Suzuki in the distance, then looked at Suzuki in front of her, and asked with some confusion, "What the hell is going on?" Suzuki clicked his tongue and said in disgust, "Naruto, you guy, don't do boring things in my face." The sound of the quarrel quickly attracted the attention of the people around, and everyone focused their attention here. Little Sakura listened to the words of Suzuki in the distance, and then she was slightly stunned. A bad premonition arose in her heart, and she frowned and asked, "Naruto?" Turning his head to look at Suzuki in front of him, he also cancelled the transformation and returned to Naruto's appearance. Sakura's face turned red with anger when she thought about what had just happened, and that the person she had just been with was not Suzuki but Naruto. He raised his hand to make close contact with Naruto's cheek, but Naruto easily held the white wrist. Naruto put little Sakura's hand on her leg and said calmly, "Don't worry, I will show you right away how fragile the Suzuki you like is." Naruto turned around and smiled at Suzuki and said, "Why does my defeated general have the right to point fingers at me?" Suzuki thought about what had just happened and argued angrily, "Are you kidding me? If it wasn't for your sneak attack, I might have lost to you." Naruto continued with a calm expression and said, "How about that, do you want to try it again? I don't need the trick I just did, and I can also let you stand there with one hand and wait for you to make a move." The veins on Suzuki's forehead twitched slightly, and his whole face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. He said, "There must be a limit to being arrogant. Come here and I will let you know the price of arrogance." Everyone obviously noticed something from this conversation. It seemed that a conflict broke out between the two people who had just been assigned to a team. "It's so new. Why do you think the two of them are quarreling over little Sakura?" a boy joked, but was immediately retorted by the girl next to him. "Are you stupid? How could Suzuki be angry with someone like Sakura-chan? It's a bit strange. Why is Naruto so calm, but Suzuki is so angry? Could it be that Suzuki really lost to Naruto?" People who are relatively indifferent to scandals between men and women quickly discovered some details. "What idiot are you talking about? Naruto, that guy can beat Suzuki? Don't make people laugh, you have a greater chance of beating Suzuki than him." "Forget it, you're kidding me. How can I beat Suzuki? That's not right." Hinata heard Naruto's name from the crowd's comments and squeezed through the crowd to find out. Naruto didn't care at all about people's comments and onlookers, or in other words, this was what he wanted, he needed everyone's testimony. Witness that starting from today, Uzumaki Naruto will no longer be the bully tale in their memories. Naruto walked towards Suzuki, put his left hand behind his back, and hooked him with his right hand. "You can start at any time. I have no problem with sneak attacks. As long as you can hit me, I will lose. And Naruto said, raising his right hand, "I will be merciful. After all, you are a teammate of the same team, so I won't embarrass you too much. I can just give you a gentle slap with this hand." Listening to Naruto's arrogant declaration, everyone onlookers immediately burst into an uproar. "No, Naruto is crazy, he actually provoked Suzuki. He's so arrogant that he loses as long as Suzuki hits him." Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Suzuki was on the verge of losing his mind. There was only one thought left in his mind, which was to give Naruto in front of him a good beating. He exerted force under his feet, waved his fists, and rushed towards Naruto like a bow and arrow. But it was just a fake move. He quickly came behind Naruto and punched him. Naruto just chanted calmly, one of Bakudo-sai. Suddenly, Suzuki's fist stopped, and his hands were held behind his back by a strong force. This sudden change made him lose his center of gravity, and he was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, Naruto turned around and drew a perfect curve with the back of his right hand in the air, landing accurately on the side of Suzuki's face. There was a snap, and the entire playground was silent. Suzuki sat there on his knees with his eyes wandering. It seemed that something in his heart was greatly shaken compared to winning or losing. Little Sakura also walked forward quickly and tried to help Suzuki up, but was pushed away. The look in her eyes when she looked at Naruto became more complicated. The Naruto in front of her seemed to be obviously different from the Naruto in her memory. "I don't know who said holy shit," breaking the calm, and everyone instantly became excited. "Really or not, what did I see? Naruto actually defeated Suzuki, and he did it so easily." Ino looked at Naruto and murmured to himself, "Is Naruto really that powerful?" Shikamaru scratched his head and said, "It's really exaggerated. After the lesson learned last time, do you still want to defeat me with only physical skills? You really look down on me," Naruto said while looking down at Suzuki, and at the same time stretched out his hand to him. Sasuke slapped his hand away, his eyes regained their sharpness, and said, "Stop pretending, I will definitely defeat you next time. This kind of thing is impossible. What you said is 1,000 years too early." Naruto spread his hands indifferently. "But don't mention it, bullying Sasuke is quite interesting. I don't know how long it will take for such an unruly guy to be trained to be obedient. After all, he is the second male lead, and it is best to be obedient." The Jonin showed up and took away their respective team members, ending the farce. On the roof, Heite Kakashi looked helplessly at the three people in front of him: Sasuke, whose self-esteem seemed to have been severely hit, little Sakura, who was trying to comfort Sasuke, and Naruto, who was the culprit of everything. Their results were all confirmed by Kakashi in advance. Although he had heard from the third Hokage about Naruto's situation and was told to pay more attention to Naruto's situation, he did not expect it to unfold like this. Kakashi coughed twice, breaking the awkward silence between the four of them. "Okay, let us each introduce ourselves." Kakashi glanced at the three of them again. "Then let me give you a demonstration now. My name is Heite Kakashi. I am the Jonin in charge of you. What do you like and dislike? There's nothing to talk about if you have dreams, and you have quite a lot of interests." Little Sakura complained dissatisfied. "I said I was introducing myself, but I didn't say anything except my name." "Don't worry about the details, it's your turn." Naruto saw that little Sakura didn't take the initiative to speak, and Sasuke on the side was staring at him with a murderous look, and then raised his hand and said, "How about I come first? I am Uzumaki Naruto. I like girls and the feeling of being alive. I hate guys who are stronger than me. My dream is to live leisurely." Kakashi tilted his head and asked, "So you hate me? How could that be? You are a teacher." Naruto waved his hand quickly. Seeing this, little Sakura followed Naruto and said, "I am Harano Sakura, the person I like." As she spoke, little Sakura looked at Sasuke, only to see him looking at Naruto with murderous intent, and then followed his gaze to look at Naruto, recalling what just happened, and fell into silence without continuing. So even the only girl looked troubled. Kakashi complained helplessly in his heart. Kakashi waited for a long time and didn't hear anything else, so he had to say to Sasuke, "I've introduced both of them, but you are the only one left." Sasuke spoke slowly upon hearing this, but did not move his eyes away from Naruto's face. "Uchiha Sasuke, there is no point in discussing what I like and dislike. I want to revive the Uchiha clan and kill that man, but before doing these two things, Naruto, I will definitely defeat you and make you my transformation. A strong stepping stone." Naruto sighed and looked at the sky boredly and said, "I've already said it, it's 1,000 years too early for you to defeat me. You might as well do the first two things earlier. If you take me as your target, you will never be able to defeat me in this life. Don't even think about doing those two things." Kakashi scratched his head. The problem of this team seemed to be more serious than he expected. He originally thought that Uchiha's boy would be the strongest among the three, but it didn't look like this. "Forget it, just introduce yourself here. Next, I will talk about tomorrow's mission," Kakashi said, and distributed the introduction with the mission requirements to the hands of the three people. "Didn't we just take the graduation exam and have another practice soon?" little Sakura asked suspiciously. "This is not the kind you usually conduct. In this wild survival exercise, your opponent is me. Isn't that nothing special?" little Sakura murmured, looking at the precautions listed on the list. "I didn't want to say it originally, because if I say it, you will definitely be scared and choose to give up." Kakashi pretended to be mysterious and continued, "Of the 27 graduating students, only 9 can be recognized as officially becoming genin. People, that is to say, this is a test with an elimination rate of over 60%. After hearing this, the expressions of both Sakura and Sasuke obviously changed. Only Naruto still had a relaxed expression. The Ryotsu restored by kissing Sakura before, excluding the 2 Kido used to tease Sasuke, was still quite abundant. It was enough to use a high-level Kido like Black Coffin again, so he was just dealing with a test in the early stages of the plot, and he was not worried at all. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke and said, "Then you must not hold me back tomorrow." Sasuke just stared at Naruto and seemed to have given up arguing with Naruto. The little Sakura on the side said angrily, "Have you two enough? Please, this is a test with a 60% elimination rate. Please don't get into trouble, okay? You are still in the mood to argue at this time." Naruto looked at little Sakura affectionately and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely let you pass. Of course, we are a team and I will also be responsible for making Sasuke pass." Although little Sakura wanted to refute immediately, but thinking about what happened just now, Naruto easily defeated Sasuke, she was a little unsure. When she heard Naruto mention the word responsibility later, she couldn't help but think of what she had just lost, and subtle ripples arose in her heart. Finally, he just said, "You'd better not be a bad mouther. Who needs your help? Don't be too self-righteous. I don't need companions." Sasuke also retorted, "You are too weak. How can you take care of your companions when you can't even protect yourself?" Naruto teased. Seeing that he was ignored, Kakashi began to have a headache about how to carry out the teaching work in the future. Before leaving, he explained, "Okay, we are dismissed. We will gather at the training ground on time tomorrow morning. Don't forget to bring the necessary tools." Time soon came to the next day. Naruto deliberately set out after breakfast in the morning, because he remembered that the test would last until noon, and lunch was also designed as a part of the test. But Kakashi came later than expected. After the three of them met in the training ground early, they waited for an hour before Kakashi slowly appeared. "Are you here so early?" "Sorry, I forgot the time when I was doing something righteous." Kakashi scratched his head and tried to get away with it with a lame excuse. "Please, Mr. Kakashi, we graduated from the ninja school, not the kindergarten, so don't use such a perfunctory excuse," little Sakura said dissatisfiedly. Seeing that his excuse was unsuccessful, Kakashi immediately changed his strategy and changed the subject, taking out a cheap alarm clock from his pocket. He set the alarm clock to afternoon and placed it on a wooden stake. He took out two small bells from his pocket and shook them in front of the three people to introduce them. "The rules are very simple. Those who fail to grab the bell within the time limit will be tied up by me and not given lunch, and will also be eliminated." "Wait, Mr. Kakashi, what does elimination mean?" little Sakura asked with some concern. "It's very simple. If you fail the test and are eliminated, it means that the person needs to go back to shinobi school for retraining." Kakashi grabbed the bell in his hand, "But don't think it's easy to snatch the bell from me. With your level, if you don't have the determination to kill me, there is no chance of success." Kakashi hung the two bells on his waist and added, "You have understood the rules, right? If you don't work hard, you may all be eliminated." The three did not speak, except Naruto, who still had a relaxed expression, and the expressions of little Sakura and Sasuke were quite ugly. They still had an idea of Jonin's strength in their hearts, and naturally knew how difficult it was to take things from Jonin, even if the other party did not use his full strength. Kakashi looked at the expressions of the three people and was quite satisfied. He achieved the effect he wanted. Kakashi clapped his hands and said, "Okay, since you don't say anything, I'll assume you're ready, so let's start now." As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Sasuke and little Sakura had instantly moved from their original positions to find their own hiding places, but only Naruto stood there without moving. Kakashi looked at Naruto in front of him, and asked with a headache, "Naruto, aren't you going to move? I can give you another minute to hide yourself." Kakashi roughly felt little Sakura and Sasuke again, and they had basically completed their own hiding. "Damn, what is Naruto doing standing there? Doesn't he think he has a chance of winning against Jonin?" Little Sakura hid in the bushes, his face full of horror. "Naruto, that bastard, is he going to confront Jonin head-on? There should be a limit to arrogance." Sasuke, who was hiding in the tree, frowned and looked at Naruto in the distance. Naruto stood there, twisting his neck to stretch, while Kaido Kakashi nonchalantly said, "Isn't the mission to seize the bell? If so, why go to such great lengths? Isn't it the best choice to just start snatching it?" "You seem very confident," Kakashi said, and his figure disappeared from the place in an instant, and appeared behind Naruto the next moment, holding his hands in a gesture of 1,000 years of death. As a ninja, concealment and hiding are the most basic. In order to prevent your weaknesses from being exposed to the enemy, it is a taboo to bear to leave your back to the enemy, so let me give you a good one. Let's take a lesson. He was about to attack Naruto, but Naruto didn't panic and just said calmly, "One of Bakudosai." Kakashi's hands were instantly behind his back, and he was shocked and retreated to distance himself. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It can make the opponent put his hands behind his back. Is this the move he used on Sasuke? Could this be the technique called Kido that Master Hokage had told Naruto to use? As someone who had experienced it, Sasuke naturally recognized that move at a glance. Naruto calmly turned to look at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi is right, you shouldn't expose your backside to the enemy, but have you ever thought that maybe I am treating this situation like this because I am confident?" Seeing Kakashi trying to confidently remove the blockage, Naruto said calmly, "Kakashi-sensei should still remember that you arrived here an hour late. Do you think I was just waiting for this hour?" Kakashi frowned when he heard this, and asked with some uncertainty, "If you say that, have you made full use of this hour?" Naruto did not answer his question, but just raised his palm and pointed it in the direction of Kakashi, and began to chant, "O king, masks of flesh and blood, all things that fly high and bear the name of human beings, burning heat and struggle, roll back across the sea and move forward. Hado S31 Red Cannon." Ryotsu quickly gathered and compressed in Naruto's palm, turning into a blazing ball of fire and shooting out. The high density of Ryotsu and its terrifying high temperature made the three people with extremely poor perception of Ryotsu aware of the red fire cannon. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It doesn't require seals, but requires chanting such a long sentence. Little Sakura was shocked when she saw this. What is this? Naruto, does he actually know fire style? Sasuke was also very confused. Kakashi looked at the rapid approach of the red fire cannon. Although he didn't know exactly what technique it was and what its principle was, he still sensed the danger. he immediately used a substitute to escape. The moment the red cannon touched the stand and wooden block, a huge roar occurred. Naruto was obviously not too surprised by this situation. If the Jonin in this world was hit by the red fire cannon like this, he would be more disappointed. Actually, I didn't just want to attack you, Mr. Kakashi, I just wanted to show you what I carefully prepared, Naruto said with a confident smile on his lips. Kakashi was a little confused about Naruto's situation for a while, and suddenly he found that his body seemed to be stained with something like a spider web, and the spider web was still turning red rapidly from a distance, and the energy was still spreading towards him. What? That spider web-like thing is the 12 fires of Hado that Naruto arranged in advance. It generates Ryutsu into a huge Kido web to capture the movements of surrounding enemies. It is also used as a conductor for Kido, making other Kido more accurate. To hit the enemy. With Naruto as the center, this large net covered a radius of 20 meters. The red fire cannon that Naruto had just released was detonated. The sound of explosions came one after another, and Naruto's surroundings were instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. If Kakashi was able to survive the initial red fire cannon, then there was no way that he would be unscathed by the subsequent explosions pulled by the ambush fire precisely. But in fact, Naruto does not use all his strength, because the fire cover covers a large area, so the damage is diluted to a certain extent. Low-level Kido will definitely not be able to utilize Ryutsu as high as Black Coffin. After all, he didn't really want to kill Kakashi. Naruto's purpose was just to show his strength to a certain extent and show his potential to better obtain resources. If not, he could have used the unconscious Ryutsu method to release Kido without chanting. Although the power will be greatly reduced, it is not difficult to cause fatal injuries when the opponent does not know Kido and is caught off guard. Even if there is no one-hit kill in the follow-up, there are countless ways to deal with dragging the body of Kenzu in the wind. Again, it is meaningless for Naruto to kill Kakashi at the moment. Gaining favor and appreciation in exchange for more resources is the best way. On the other hand, Naruto is also deliberately creating weaknesses. A person can be strong but cannot be too perfect. He still knows the reason why anything good like Lin Feng will be destroyed. Suddenly a fully intact Kakashi appeared in front of him, but Naruto saw it through at a glance as an illusion. Even though Kakashi had put a lot of thought into his genjutsu, there was no way he could have considered faking Ryutsu's reaction. The real Kakashi was under Naruto, and a pair of hands dragged Naruto into the earth, leaving only one head exposed. Kakashi stood in front of Naruto, his clothes were scorched black, and there were several holes burned in his stomach, looking very embarrassed. Kakashi patted the dust on his body and said, "The technique you used is very interesting. It is worthy of praise for being able to successfully hurt me, but it is not a good habit to stay in one place during the battle." Naruto looked at Kakashi with a smile on his face and said, "Is it possible that I have been attracting you closer, Kakashi-sensei?" After saying that, Naruto's body turned into smoke and disappeared. Kakashi was suddenly surprised. Was the person fighting him actually a clone? In the flames beside Kakashi, the real Naruto used the Bakudo 26 bent light to hide himself and hide there. When Kakashi was stunned, he snatched the bell from his waist. Naruto backed away from the range of the flames, shook the bell and said, "You lost, Kakashi-sensei. It seems this test was easier than I thought." Kakashi looked at Naruto, there was no contempt in his eyes, but there was a hint of appreciation hidden in his eyes. After all, Naruto's performance far exceeded his expectations. Putting aside the unfamiliar techniques Naruto used, whether it was luring the enemy deep or making arrangements in advance, the degree of completion was already quite impressive. It's hard to imagine that Naruto, who just learned about the test yesterday, could reach this point in such a short period of time. Your performance really surprised me. I didn't see that you were such a cautious character at first, Kakashi said, touching his chin. Kakashi-sensei is a jonin, so there's no reason why I shouldn't do my best, right? In fact, there is another reason why Naruto planned this way, that is, although his consciousness is advanced, his physical quality is too poor, and he has no chance of winning in hand-to-hand combat. Naruto felt the Ryutsu of little Sakura and Sasuke and shouted loudly, "The one hiding in the grass over there and the one standing in the tree can come out. It's over." When the two appeared next to Naruto, little Sakura asked in disbelief, "Am I really not under a genjutsu? Naruto, you can actually suppress Kakashi-sensei." Tisk. Sasuke was still thinking about the battle between Naruto and Kakashi just now. He brought himself into Naruto's perspective and asked himself whether he had the ability to do this. Then he brought himself into Kakashi's perspective and felt deeply powerless because it was almost impossible for him to defeat Naruto like this. For a moment, negative emotions such as self-blame and shame surged into Sasuke's heart. His fists were clenched tightly and his nails dug deeply into his flesh. Okay, now that both bells are in Naruto's hands, it's time for me to announce the results of the test. Seeing Kakashi walking slowly, Naruto threw the bell in his hand into the hands of the two of them, and the three of them were stunned. "What are you doing?" Kakashi asked sharply. "I should have said that only the person who gets the bell will pass the test. Do you know what this action means?" "Of course I know," so I gave the bell to them. Naruto answered calmly. Take it, I don't need your stuff. Naruto looked at him like he was an idiot and said, are you stupid? All teams are composed of 3 people. The rule of eliminating one person is unreasonable no matter how you look at it. If you are eliminated, you will never catch up with me, although the probability of you defeating me is not high. Rules are rules, are you sure you want to do this? Kakashi just asked coldly. Don't be so rigid, Kakashi-sensei, isn't it normal to take care of girls? I can't leave this unsatisfied little brother alone, right? Naruto said, spreading his hands. Who is your little brother? I'm such an outstanding guy, Kakashi-sensei wouldn't have the heart to eliminate me, right? Just be a little more accommodating, Naruto advised. Kakashi didn't speak, he just had a sullen face. An invisible pressure hit the 3 of them, scaring Sakura and Sasuke into a defensive posture. Naruto just glanced at him and said calmly, don't be stupid, it would be wiser to just run away than resist you. Then he looked at Kakashi and said, although I don't have much energy left, if Mr. Kakashi still wants to continue, I can accompany him. Anyway, Kakashi couldn't sense his Ryatsu. No matter what he said, the consumption just now was not small, but it was definitely not to the point of running out of energy. What are you talking about? Teacher Kakashi has obviously become serious. How can you do it alone? Although little Sakura said this, her slightly trembling body revealed her true reaction at the moment, and Sasuke gritted his teeth and refused to leave. He felt that he had already escaped once at the beginning, and continuing to escape would not change anything. He was not willing to fall behind Naruto. As long as Naruto can do it, he must try his best to do it no matter what, he must do it. Kakashi looked at the 3 people in front of him and did not give in to the momentum he unleashed. Although it doesn't look like a team with a harmonious and normal relationship, it seems to be something like that, but it is already foreseeable that this person in charge will not be easy to take on. Kakashi put away his momentum, sighed and said, okay, you are considered qualified. In the Hokage building, on both sides of the dining table are Iruka and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the rice into his mouth and asked calmly, you took the initiative to have lunch with me. Do you have information you want to know? What kind of person is Jonin from Naruto's 7th team? Iruka asked worriedly as he looked at the food in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Iruka and said while chewing, that's not honest. Are you worried that Kakashi will treat Naruto harshly after knowing what happened that night? Although what happened that night is kept secret from most people, Kakashi, as Jonin, who was personally arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen to lead Team 7, has the right to know. Although Iruka didn't answer, he already acquiesced. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to eat and comforted, don't worry, I will handle this kind of thing. If you are worried, you can ask him yourself. Iruka was stunned and said, should I ask him myself? Yes, isn't he here? Kakashi walked to the table and sat down, sighing, the food is so rich, it makes me hungry. Why are you here so soon? I remember you told me that you would pass a test to feel their condition on the first day. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the bowls and chopsticks and took out a pipe from his pocket and asked. It ended a little sooner than expected, but I have a rough idea of what I'm most interested in, Kakashi said and glanced at Iruka. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood what Kakashi meant, took a puff of smoke and said, let's talk about it. Kakashi took out the mission record from his arms, handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said, originally, I planned to conduct a thorough investigation of all 3 of them, but Naruto's performance disrupted my original plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly scanned the mission record with his eyes, and after reading it, handed the record to Iruka. Then what do you think? Leave aside the special techniques he uses, Guan's tactical arrangements are basically impeccable. Facing an opponent who is stronger than himself, he can achieve almost perfect scores if he can do this, Kakashi praised. The evaluation is so high, what about the things I asked you to pay attention to? A trace of surprise flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. You have also read the report. Naruto did not use the technique that looks like a black coffin. The several techniques he used were much worse than the ones you described, but they are considered average for Genin level. Listening to Kakashi's story, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and asked, what about Nine Tails? Kakashi shook his head. I don't feel the chakra of Nine Tails. It's better to say that he is completely like an ordinary person. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment while holding his pipe in his mouth, and then said, in this case, lower the alert on Naruto, and then I will leave it to you to take charge. Kakashi asked for instructions. In view of Naruto's outstanding performance, should we consider conducting high-standard training for Class 7 to speed up the training process? Iruka was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Kakashi to value Naruto so much. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly blew out the smoke ring and said, don't be too hasty, Kakashi, there are other more important things than strength. The so-called teacher is not just about imparting strength. Hearing this, Kakashi naturally understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant, and nodded silently without mentioning it again. Naruto could clearly sense that after the team was established and Kakashi was responsible for leading the team, almost no one else was responsible for keeping an eye on him. It seems that he not only passed Kakashi's assessment, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer pays special attention to him for the time being. This was a good sign, indicating that the strength he showed under control did not touch the level that they needed to be wary of. After mastering this measure, Naruto also knew more about the importance of his subsequent attacks. These days, what their team handles are simple small tasks, such as D-level tasks such as helping people find cats. The rest of the time is interspersed with some basic training. Naruto also actively tried to regain the power he had in the Shinigami world during this time. The first thing to bear the brunt is Shinigami's power. Apart from Kido, which he is already using, the most important attack method is Zanpakuto. Naruto had already tried, but there was absolutely no way to summon Zanpakuto at the moment. He can't even feel the existence of Zanpakuto, which means that he probably needs to forge a new Zanpakuto in the world of Hokage. The material of Zanpakuto is made from the fusion of countless Shinigami souls, but Shinigami does not exist in this world, so he plans to try to see if it can be replaced with ordinary souls. This world itself has its own system of life and death, so if you want to obtain the soul, you can only take action first when it dies. Naruto had already observed this when he killed Mizuki. This means that he needs to directly or indirectly participate in a large number of killings, so this matter needs to be considered in the long term. The second is the power of the Quincy. Unlike Shinigami, who mainly uses his own Ryutsu, the Quincy can absorb and use Ryutsu from the outside world. However, the recovery of the Quincy's power is simple. When the dual limits of the mind and body are reached, the arrow of the spiritual bow is pierced 19 mm to the right of the bridal tubercle in the heart. Using Ryutsu, it is not difficult to create an arrow and insert it into the designated location, but the trouble is that the spirit also needs to reach its limit. This body itself is not strong, and it is quite easy to reach the physical limit. But Naruto's spirit is a special existence that has been tempered by thousands of years of fighting. It is not easy to push the spirit to the limit. He needs to find a way in this world. The next third one is Hollow's power. In Shinigami, he has already mastered Hollow's abilities. In other words, Hollow's power was integrated into his soul. He could feel that the fusion of his soul and Naruto's soul in his body was still going on. He speculated that as the fusion progressed, Hollow's power would gradually recover. The last and fourth one is also the ability of the perfection technique. His original release medium is a fire machine. He can use a special lighter to light cigarettes to display his abilities. The name of his full expression technique is power lending. As the name suggests, he can advance his future strength by absorbing lit cigarettes, at the cost of being weak for twice as long after use. This power can also be used on other people, and he can also use other people's overdraft power to collect interest and enhance his own Ryutsu. He already had a clue about the recovery of the perfection technique. He needed to find a lighter again, let it accompany him through the battle, and reburn the power into the soul of the object. So he spent a large portion of his reward from his latest mission and purchased a lighter with a skull carved on it. Although the boss was not very happy to carry out this transaction because of his age and status, there was no way Naruto gave too much. Finally, I simply explained that you should not learn to smoke at a young age. Smoking is harmful to your health. Naruto is now also able to use Ryutsu to strengthen his body for a short period of time, or use the technique of the full bringing technique to assist himself by strengthening things around him. For example, operations such as strengthening the jumping ability of shoes and strengthening the air in the air to jump higher. But in the final analysis, the body itself is still too weak. Even if it is strengthened with Ryutsu, it will be difficult to take advantage of it. The utilization rate of Ryutsu is too low. Physical training has also been put on Naruto's agenda. After all, this world is too different from the world of Shinigami. Unlike Shinigami, where strong men have lifespans of thousands of years, the lifespan in this world is still very short, so time is precious. But it's strange to say that Sasuke was unusually quiet during these days. He stopped shouting about defeating Naruto and put all his energy into training, which made Naruto feel a little bored. This peaceful life lasted for about a week. On this day, the four of them came to deliver the D-level mission they had received the day before as usual. However, they received a C-level mission from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and their team was responsible for protecting the bridge-building experts of the Land of Waves. This is a C-level mission. You need to leave the village, and there is a high probability of fighting on the way. It is different from the D-level missions you have been dealing with these days. Kakashi patiently introduced it to the three of them. Naruto listened very carefully, because the rest of his life was basically completely unknown to Naruto, and the plot in his memory only ended with the bell test. The rest is based on Naruto's memory. He can probably recognize this group of ninjas of the same age, and finally he has a vague memory of defeating the final boss with Sasuke. Their target of protection, Tatsuna, a bridge-building expert from the Land of Waves, arrived belatedly. He smelled of alcohol, pointed at Naruto with a bottle in his hand, and complained dissatisfiedly to the three of them. I'm really a famous bridge building expert, why are you sending these brats to protect me? He then glanced at Naruto, who was currently the shortest. Tisk, are you really a ninja for such a short person? The cold murderous intent penetrated Dazna's body accurately, and the bone-breaking killing intent chopped him into pieces like a real weapon. For a short moment, it was like being in an endless hell, and the whole person lost consciousness and fell down. Naruto, the instigator, stepped forward and kicked Dejuna and said with a smile, you can't drink enough and you drink so much. Is there any problem with the bridge built by this drunkard? Kakashi carried Dejuna to the village gate, and he finally came to his senses, muttering in his mouth. Am I still alive? Konoha actually watched me being assassinated. Of course you are alive. Kakashi put down Dejuna. Old man, don't talk nonsense after drinking too much. To me, success or failure is just a sea-level mission, but if you fail, you will die, right? Naruto said lightly sarcastically. You little. Before the angry Dazna could say anything, a familiar killing intent like a knife was already placed on his neck. Be careful of trouble coming from your mouth. Shut your mouth and go on the road honestly. The protection target of sea-level mission. Naruto's eyes became colder and colder. The others were not so satisfied with Dejuna's attitude, so they did not stop Naruto. Kakashi simply comforted him, and everyone set off on their mission. Kakashi was responsible for teaching the three people about the settings of the ninja world on the road, and there was no danger during the few hours of walking, until Naruto could clearly sense that there was one Ryotsu hiding in the puddle not far ahead, and there was another person hiding above the trees. Naruto asked casually, didn't Mr. Kakashi say that you won't encounter ninjas on sea-level missions? But what's going on with the guy in the tree and the guy who uses ninjutsu to hide in the puddle? It can't be the Hokage-sama faction. Are you here to protect us? Everyone had different expressions of shock. Unlike Sasuke, Sakura, and Tatsuna, Kakashi was shocked by Naruto's ability to see the hidden method of water style, which would be difficult to detect unless he knew something about it. But at such a long distance, Naruto was able to defeat him so easily. The two ninjas obviously heard Naruto's words, realized that they had been discovered, and launched a desperate attack. The two quickly approached Kakashi, and used the special chain connecting the two to quickly wrap Kakashi around him. It's Kirikage's ninja. Surprised, little Sakura recognized the forehead protector style worn by the two attackers at a glance. Tisk, this reaction speed is not as fast as that of a kid. The ninjas of Konoha are just like this. The first one, the Kirikage ninja whispered arrogantly, and tightened the chain at the same time as his companion. The sharp chain instantly dismembered Kakashi into countless pieces. The sudden change made several people's expressions freeze instantly, except Naruto, who wasn't too worried. After all, Naruto had fought against Kakashi. Although Kakashi didn't take much action at the time, Naruto had learned a lot about his life-saving skills. Seeing the way Kakashi was being torn apart, Naruto knew that this was just the body replacement technique. Although a simple reflection shows that Kakashi probably wanted the three of them to have a chance to practice, so he deliberately made it look like they were defeated. But it's quite funny for a Jonin to create the illusion of being easily defeated. It always makes him think of Lord Aizen, and thus reminds him of unpleasant things. Naruto took the initiative to step forward, and the two people rushed towards him despite seeing the situation, which scared little Sakura and exclaimed, Naruto! Naruto snapped his fingers and directly released Bakudo number 21 red smoke release. Huge smoke rose instantly, obscuring everyone's sight. There was no other reason for using red smoke release. Naruto wanted to kill these two people in an attempt to seize their souls. If they were directly witnessed by others, the impact might be greater. Blocking the field of vision still leaves room for him to explain. What? The other party obviously did not expect that after resolving the most powerful ninja among them, something new would happen. Taking advantage of this gap, Naruto pulled out his kunai and swung it towards the chain linking the two. The moment of contact, he released Hato's 11 Thunderbolt. The powerful electric current was transmitted along the chain to the two ninjas in an instant, causing them to fall into temporary paralysis. Naruto did not choose to use a large amount of Ryotsu on the lightning. Although it could kill two people directly, it would be a huge waste of Ryotsu. It would be more cost-effective to use physical means. Silently approaching one of them, Naruto's eyes turned cold and he waved the kunai in his hand to cut off the man's neck. It happened that at this moment, the man was dragged backwards quickly, and in the end, Naruto only made a huge wound on the man's neck, and blood spurted out instantly. When the smoke cleared, Kakashi reappeared in front of everyone, holding the two people in his hands one by one. Kakashi looked helplessly at the Kirikage ninja on his right. There was a bone-deep scar on his neck that was bleeding continuously. The injury was so severe that it was definitely hopeless. Originally, he just planned to observe the two people's goals and see the trio's reaction to the unexpected incident. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, one of them was missing. If he had been slower, he might not even be able to ask questions. No one can be left alive. Naruto looked at the dying Kirikage and turned the kunai in his hand, thinking that if it had been a knife in his hand, he would have been killed with that blow. Kakashi still couldn't help but complain, I really didn't expect your reaction to be so intense, Naruto. Naruto wiped the bloodline off his face and said, but they just killed you, Kakashi-sensei. Do I still have mercy on you for this? I am ready to kill them both to avenge Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi was silent for a long time, complaining in his heart that Naruto definitely did it on purpose, but he really couldn't say anything, so he was dumb. After Kakashi's interrogation, the ninja who saw his companion's miserable state told all the information. They were actually hired by the rich to kill Dazna. If a ninja appears, the mission level must be at least upgraded to B level. Both the price and difficulty are not comparable to C level missions. Even if you have any difficulties, concealing information is already a big problem, Kakashi said seriously. Little Sakura's expression eased a little, and he suggested, in principle, C-level missions are the limit of our team. It's too early for us to do B-level missions, right? Sasuke didn't speak, just stared at Kakashi and waited for a decision. Dazna saw that there was no way to hide the matter, so he sighed and told everything. Maybe this mission is really a bit reluctant for you. The guy who wants my life is the owner of the shipping company, Cardo. Dazna spent about 5 minutes to explain the conflict of interest between Cardo and himself. In a nutshell, Cardo hopes to control the island nation of Wave Country by controlling maritime traffic, and needs to stop the construction of the bridge to ensure the implementation of the plan. I think we should give up this mission. After all, the content of the mission is different from the sea-level mission we originally agreed on, Kakashi said calmly. In his opinion, except for Naruto's relative maturity, this team is not enough to undertake B-level missions. Forget it, there is nothing we can do about it. Next, I can only wait for death. The only one who will feel sad for my death is my granddaughter who is just 10 years old. Dazna laughed self-deprecatingly. Naruto, who had been silent for a long time, spoke at this time, how can we stop here? Teacher Kakashi, in this way, we have lost the reward for the C-level mission, and blocked the content of the B-level mission for him in vain, and saved his life at the same time. If we end it here, we will lose a lot of money in this business. Dazna looked at Naruto with some fear. He didn't expect this guy to refuse to stop the mission. Kakashi simply asked directly, what do you think? Tell me, Naruto. Everyone's eyes were focused on Naruto, who said calmly, not only can we not give up, we must continue the mission, and even ensure the success of the mission, but the premise is to increase the money. Give up the mission? What a joke, it's not easy to get a chance to kill and harvest souls legitimately, how could Naruto give up this opportunity? When Dazna heard Naruto's words, the fire of hope that had just ignited in his eyes was instantly extinguished, and he said dejectedly, but I can't pay a higher reward now. If I had money, I wouldn't just submit sea-level missions at the beginning. Wave Country is a poor small country. Naruto interrupted Dazna's words directly. You old drunkard, your brain is not bright. I don't know how you, with your pig brain, became a master bridge builder. Although I said I would pay more, I didn't ask you to pay immediately. Do you understand what I mean? At this time, Dazna was not angry because of Naruto's venomous tongue. Instead, he immediately asked, what do you mean? Since a wealthy man like Cardo is optimistic about your country of waves, I am naturally optimistic about your future. In addition to the C-level reward you are supposed to pay now, I also want you to pay the reward for the B-level task in the next 3 years, and it is double. Looking at the 2 fingers that Naruto stretched out, Kakashi was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Naruto to be able to do this. Little Sakura complained directly, you, a money-minded guy, can actually propose twice the reward for a B-level mission. Who would accept such an offer? Do you know how dangerous a B-level mission is? I also agree to continue the mission. Sasuke rarely expressed his opinion, because in his opinion, only life-threatening battles can make people grow the most, and more battles can quickly bring him and Naruto closer. Difference. Is there such a way? Dazna murmured to himself. Naruto looked at Tajuna, who was lost in thought. He knew that a guy who was about to fall into a certain death situation could not let go of any life-saving straw. Naruto looked at Kakashi and pointed at Tajuna, making eye contact. This guy will definitely agree. What do you think, Mr. Kakashi? If the other party agrees, then there is no problem on my side. With Kakashi's approval, he turned into a greedy salesman and whispered devilishly in Dajuna's ears. It's very cost-effective. As long as the bridge can be built, a large part of the country's foreign trade will not need to rely on the sea, which can greatly reduce costs. By then, the rewards for just 2 B-level tasks will not be easy. And I've given you 3 years of grace, so there's no problem. Naruto paused and continued, you don't want to see your granddaughter sad, right? The construction of the bridge failed, and the entire kingdom of waves fell into Cardo's control. He will inflict his hatred on your family. They must have a very painful life, right? It doesn't seem like a good deal. As he spoke, Naruto secretly released a weak killing intent to help Dazuna better imagine how painful his family's life would be after his death. He even imagined his granddaughter crying his name after being inhumanly abused. Dasna gritted his teeth, his eyes became more determined, and he said, "What if I promise you that you can guarantee my safety? What if I suffer revenge from Cardo after that?" Naruto smiled and patted the dust on Dejana's body, and said, "Don't worry, as long as you are willing to cooperate, these are easy to discuss. You owe me payment. How could I let my precious customer die so easily?" Naruto immediately asked Kakashi to draw up a supplementary contract. Watching Dejana sign the contract with his own hands, little Sakura couldn't help but show a worried look. Naruto confidently whispered to little Sakura, "Don't worry, of course I will protect your safety. You are much more important than him." Listening to Naruto's words, little Sakura's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, and a blush appeared on her face. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, turned his head arrogantly, and immediately retorted, "Who wants your protection?" When everyone was about to take a boat to the country of waves, Naruto suddenly used multiple shadow clone techniques. Several clones looked at each other and moved separately, disappearing into the woods. Seeing Naruto using shadow clone, Kakashi frowned and asked in surprise, "What are you doing with these clones?" Naruto had expected Kakashi's inquiry, otherwise he would not have let him see it. Without a trace of panic, Naruto was very calm and patiently explained according to the prepared words. Generally speaking, if the mission fails, there should be other companions to understand the situation or reinforce. After all, it is such an enemy. The clone plays a warning role in advance, so as to give us some buffer time. Is my judgment correct, Mr. Kakashi? It is very likely that a guy like Kato would arrange a backup plan to ensure the smooth completion of the mission. After all, he already knew that Dasna asked Konoha for help. Thinking of this, Kakashi did not refute and acquiesce to Naruto's actions, although he still felt that Naruto was not telling the truth completely. Little Sakura looked at Naruto with a little more appreciation. He did not expect that this guy who was once the most unreliable could become so reliable now. Sasuke frowned, feeling unwilling that he did not play any role. Although it was not a lie to use it as a warning, they did not know Naruto's real purpose, which was to harvest the souls of the two missed shadow ninjas. The three Naruto clones found the two people tied to the tree without much effort. One of the Naruto decisively killed the guy who was already seriously injured and dying. Then the other Naruto used a special method to directly extract his soul from his body. The missed Shadow Chunin, who was originally planning to escape, was shocked and speechless when he saw this scene. He originally thought that the people of Konoha were going to let him go, but he didn't expect that the other party would go back on their word and suddenly turn around to kill and silence him, asking aloud, "Damn it, didn't you just let us go? What are you doing now?" One of the Naruto stabbed the kunai into the thigh of the missed shadow ninja and slowly stirred it, causing the other party to twist his veins and let out an inhuman wail. "Ah, I'm sorry, this decision doesn't include me. The guy who showed his fangs to me has only one destination, death, except surrender," Naruto said coldly, pulling out the kunai and letting the blood gush out. "Damn it, let me go, The missed shadow ninja was ready to say the words of surrender, but the blood gushing out of his throat made him unable to speak. It turned out that while he was speaking, Naruto had already cut his neck before him. Naruto looked down at the corpse coldly and said lightly, "Sorry, I don't need trash." After doing this, the three Naruto carefully felt the two fresh souls that had just been collected. It can be felt that the soul strength of the two missed Shadow Chunin is much stronger than that of ordinary souls. It can basically match the level of the bottom Shinigami. If the next harvest can maintain this level, the number of souls required to forge Zanpakuto should not be too much, and the preparation time will be greatly shortened. This is a rare good news. It's quite unexpected, but it's just a soul of about 20 years old, and it can have such quality. One of the Naruto touched his chin and sighed. It's not that there aren't such spirits in the Shinigami world, but they are only a tiny minority after all, and in this world of ninja, the fact that two Kirigakage are of this caliber at the same time is very telling. Another Naruto expressed his analysis, perhaps because the lifespan of this world is a normal length of several decades, so in a limited few decades, the improvement of abilities will be more significant, and the time required to reach the peak is also relatively shorter. After all, this Hokage world does not spend too much time on the world after death, but more on living in the present. Who knows, maybe the practice of chakra in this world also has a special strengthening effect on the soul. That Naruto said, taking out the prop specially prepared by his body for this situation, a small glass container for storing souls. He carefully stored the souls, set the two corpses on fire, and left here using bent light to hide his body. After burying the things in a secret corner and marking them, several clones released themselves, and the memories were immediately synchronized into Naruto's mind. Not long after Naruto left, a figure found the corpses of the Ghost Brothers. Looking at the two decapitated and burned corpses, the man did not stay too long and left here quickly, heading towards the country of waves, galloping in the direction. At this time, Naruto and his team had already taken a boat and entered the kingdom of waves through the thick fog on the sea. It only took another hour to land. In order to avoid being discovered by Cardo, they also deliberately chose a hidden boat route. The boatman, who was familiar with Dasna, did not forget to tell everyone to be careful of Cardo's pursuit when he was leaving. But some things are destined to happen and will not change just because of 1 or 2 words of self-comfort. After setting foot on land and walking for only 5 minutes, Zabuza appeared in the distance. At Naruto's reminder, everyone's eyes were locked on each other. It turns out to be Kakashi, the copy ninja of Konoha. It's not surprising that the Oni Brotherhood would be killed. Zabuza stood on the tree, looking down at everyone, and his eyes finally fell on the mission target, Tatsuna. Kakashi frowned slightly when he heard this, and secretly wrote down what Zabuza said about the murder of the Kaijin brothers. He clearly remembered that the ghost brother was still alive when he left, but now was not the time to pursue this matter. Kakashi slowly lifted the forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan that was originally hidden, and spoke solemnly. That guy is Kirikage's rebel ninja Mamakai Zabuza. He is not at the level that the two guys can compare to just now. You actually have time to gossip when you see me. Zabuza directly responded to Kakashi with an attack. The huge beheading sword circled and flew towards everyone at high speed, as if this blow could cut off all of them. Get down! Kakashi shouted immediately. Naruto hugged the little Sakura next to him and lay down, while Sasuke pulled Tajuna beside him to dodge, and finally avoided the attack without any danger. Just as Kakashi was preparing to fight with the charging Zabuza, Naruto reminded Kakashi-sensei, the one in front is an imposter, and his true body is behind you. After hearing Naruto's reminder, Kakashi guessed that the other party might have used a ninjutsu such as clones to quickly defeat the clones and confront the main body. While the two were fighting, Zabuza glanced at Naruto with a fierce look on his face. Are you still distracted when facing Sharingan? Kakashi noticed Zabuza's gaze and spoke to try to attract his attention. Of course I want to meet the legendary Sharingan, but the small talk ends here. I have to kill the old man quickly, Zabuza said and knocked Kakashi away. He quickly retreated and stood on the water, having completed the seal in his hand. Mist Shinobi technique. In an instant, thick mist rose up, and in just a few breaths, everyone was wrapped tightly in it. Covered by the mist, he could only see 2 or 3 meters in front of him. Don't be careless. When Zabuza was in Umbu in Kirikage village, he was already a master of silent killing techniques. Kakashi paused. My Sharingan cannot be fully used, so don't be careless. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto tried to sense Zabuza's Ryutsu. Although he seemed to be moving quickly, he could still clearly sense the Ryutsu on Zabuza's body. Don't worry, Mr. Kakashi, I sense that he will remind you. Although it is not impossible to kill Zabuza with Naruto's current methods, the price to pay is too high. Jonin is extremely physically strong, very vigilant and versatile, and Naruto does not understand the ninjutsu mastered by the opponent and does not want to take this risk. When it's time to hug his thighs, it's better to hug his thighs. With his own help, it won't be difficult for Kakashi to defeat Zabuza. Along with the thick fog, there was a strong murderous intention everywhere, which made Sasuke and little Sakura's hair stand on end, always in a state of suffocation. What's funny is that Tajuna didn't feel such a strong feeling, because the murderous intention that Naruto used to threaten him was much stronger than this, which actually made him immune to this feeling to a certain extent. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, and subclavian vein, kidneys, heart. I don't know which one you want me to attack better. Zabuza's voice was as ethereal as a ghost in the thick fog, and it was completely impossible to tell his location through his voice. Destroy yourself, Rondinini's black dog. Burn it completely at a glance. Cut your own throat. Naruto chanted quickly and softly, while tracing his hand in the air. Zabuza's figure instantly appeared in front of several people, and he was about to swing the huge beheading sword, but Kakashi instantly appeared to resist. But that Zabuza turned into liquid after being attacked by Kakashi, and was a fake of the water body. Naruto turned around quickly and said, 9 strikes of Bakuto. The red beam sank into the real Zabuza's body. Naruto had already discovered that the opponent's target was him, and was waiting for the opponent to take the bait. Did you find me? Zabuza said in disbelief, his body stiff and unable to move. Naruto could feel that Bakuto's 9 strikes were loosening under the opponent's resistance. He himself did not expect to be able to subdue Zabuza with just strikes. With his own strong qualities and good Ryutsu talent, this was the inevitable result. Naruto only needed these 3 seconds. He jumped up slightly and waved the kunai accurately, while saying coldly and mockingly, this is the price you pay for underestimating the enemy, you will die here today. The kunai easily split Zabuza's pupil, and blood spurted out. Damn it! The threat of death and extreme anger made Zabuza's strength reach its peak in a short time. He broke free from the restraints of the attack and quickly formed seals with his hands. Seeing this, Kakashi activated Sharingan, quickly imitated Zabuza's seals with his hands, and surpassed the opponent. Come behind me, water-style big waterfall technique. The turbulent water appeared in an instant, blasting the blind Zabuza away, and finally crashed into a big tree in the distance and could not move. Just as Naruto and Kakashi rushed out at the same time, ready to finish off. 3 silver needles shot out from nowhere and pierced Zabuza's neck. Zabuza maintained that unbelievable expression and collapsed instantly. A masked man stood on a branch in the distance and spoke to everyone. I have been looking for an opportunity to ensure the killing of Zabuza. The Lord, the mask of flesh and blood, the universe, the flying wings, the thing named after humanity. Scorch and Chaos, rolling back to the south across the sea, stepped forward. Naruto gathered the terrible Ryotsu in his hand, and when everyone looked at him in surprise, the chanting was over. Hado 31 Red Fire Cannon. What are you doing? Bai noticed Naruto's strange behavior. Kakashi, who had stayed beside Zabuza to check his life signs, withdrew instantly. He had seen the red fire cannon. He also understood Naruto's intention at the first time, although he was still a little surprised at the reason why Naruto was so decisive. Is there anyone who knows whether a person is dead or not better than Naruto? How could he let such a powerful soul escape? With a loud bang, the red fire cannon exploded violently, completely smashing Zabuza's head. Before the flames completely engulfed his body, he twitched painfully twice. Bai's mind was blank. He didn't expect this result. He had no time to rescue him at that distance just now. Naruto judged from Bai's reaction that this guy must be wrong. If he really wanted to kill Zabuza as he said, he shouldn't have this reaction when he killed Zabuza completely. There are only 2 possibilities. Zabuza's body has some secrets. He came for this, but he ruined his good deeds. The other is that the attack just now did not completely kill Zabuza. It was simply a means to paralyze himself and others. No matter which one it is, the other party's interests are in conflict with ours. How to verify it will be subdued first. A red beam shot at Haku, and after confirming the hit, Naruto began to chant self-destruct, Rondinini's black dog, burn it all at once, cut your throat. Bokuto 9 strike. This is the technique of chanting later, which ensures that the enemy is hit at the first time through chanting, and then strengthens the effect through additional chanting. Teacher Kakashi. Naruto called out decisively. Kakashi was still thinking about this suddenly appeared mist shadow ninja, but he didn't know that Naruto was faster than he thought, so he could only sigh and leap onto the treetop to control Haku. Suzuki and little Sakura's brains obviously didn't keep up with the development of the situation. They were relieved that Zabuza was killed in the previous second, and Naruto launched an attack in the next second, and he and teacher Kakashi cooperated tacitly to subdue the ninja who appeared in an instant. Kakashi brought Bai to the front of everyone and pinned him down, rubbing his brow with his other hand and asked, Naruto, explain the reason for your actions. Since Zabuza is an opponent that can make Kakashi-sensei into a tough fight, I judge that the appearance of unknown people may cause an accident. Rather than killing people with such a small weapon, I prefer to believe that people who are burned to death have no chance of survival. Besides, Naruto glanced at Shiro and continued, after killing Zabuza, this guy's reaction was also very problematic. Naruto said as he took off the mask on Bai's face, only to see 2 lines of hot tears on that pretty face. There was no need to say anything more in this situation, most of the time they were in the same group. Naruto approached Zabuza's corpse without anyone noticing. After collecting the souls that had not dissipated, a simple induction was enough to confirm that Zabuza's soul was at least the level of a Shinigami chief official. Although Naruto was surprised inside, his face remained calm. What should we do in this situation now, Mr. Kakashi? Little Sakura asked. Kakashi pulled out the rope and tied Shiro up while saying, let's move on. It stands to reason that even if Kato wants to be on the safe side, he shouldn't be able to hire several masters of Zabuza's level. When leaving, Naruto took Zabuza's decapitating sword with him. Although the weapon was too big for him at his current height, it was still useful. Everyone rested at Daijuna's house for a week, mainly worried that Kato would continue to launch assassination operations after Zabuza failed. However, judging from the results, Kato seemed to be shocked by Zabuza's death and did not take action again. During this period, Kakashi also taught the 3 people how to use chakra, gathering chakra on the soles of their feet so that people can walk directly on trees. Although Naruto can achieve similar effects using Ryotsu, he has already seriously learned the use of chakra. After all, there are many skills that are not overwhelming. In addition, the total amount of Ryotsu in this young body is limited. Now that the battle is carried out through the information gap, Ryotsu is still sufficient, but it is not enough to truly meet the top powerhouse in the world. Before Kakashi and the others left, there was an episode. After Bai was subdued, he refused to reveal any information, and because the group did not advocate killing him, they used Ice Escape to escape one day when everyone was out training. Naruto was counting the number of people below from a high place. He saw a short figure in a suit, leading a large group of samurai behind him. Roughly speaking, there should be more than 100 people. The reason Naruto left his body here was because he sensed it in advance and Kato sent out samurai to investigate. It was probably because of the failure of Zabuza and the other rebel ninjas that Kato deliberately waited until Naruto and the others left before taking action. Really, didn't I tell you to bring that old guy Dazna? Cardo raised his crutch and cursed at the two warriors in front of him. The reason Cardo was so angry was because the one the two caught and threw on the ground was Tajana's daughter, Tsunami. But she was the only one found in the old man's house, so we brought her back. Forget it, my daughter is here. I'm not afraid that old guy dares to run away. Those troublesome guys in Konoha have also left. I'll see who can help him, Kato said with a sinister smile. Naruto took out a cigarette and lit it, activated the full senjutsu power lending, took a deep breath, and instantly a strong Ryutsu appeared in Naruto's body. He didn't plan to get into too much entanglement with those guys, and was prepared to deal with them in one move. He jumped up with the decapitating sword on his shoulder, using his abilities to accelerate in the air. The weight of the decapitating sword, coupled with the acceleration of falling from high in the air, landed firmly among the group of warriors with a thud. Seeing Naruto suddenly appear in the crowd, the group first drew out their weapons with great vigilance, but after seeing clearly that it was a young man, they all relaxed their vigilance. Then someone asked, "Didn't I say that all the ninjas in Konoha are gone? Why is there still a kid? Why is this brat holding Zabuza's decapitating sword?" Cardo obviously noticed the commotion and walked through the crowd. "Get out of my way, what? Why is the kid from Konoha still here? What are you doing in a daze? Kill him. Don't waste your time. Do you know how much money I will lose if I am delayed for one more day?" Naruto said calmly. Kato S78 cutting the flower wheel. Under the reinforcement of the full bringing technique, the huge beheading sword seemed weightless in Naruto's hands, rotating 360 degrees at an astonishing speed. The blade draws a perfect arc in the air, creating a circular Kido blade Zanhua wheel and spreading outward wherever it passes. In just an instant, Zanhualun passed through the bodies of all the samurai, including Kato and Haku, who were chasing after him, preparing to avenge Zabuza. A second later, all that was left was a stump of limbs and the bridge deck stained red with blood. At this moment, the only two living people on the bridge were Naruto and Tsunami. Tsunami looked in disbelief at the hell-like scene before her, the curve of Naruto's mouth, and the huge impact that made her faint. Naruto looked at Cardo's body on the ground. Originally, he had considered draining Cardo of his assets, but after thinking about it, this world valued strength after all, so he might as well use this time to become stronger. After Naruto collected the souls present, he walked to Tsunami and woke her up. Holding Tsunami's fair and tender face with one hand, she looked at the other person's frightened expression and said calmly, "There is no need to be afraid, I helped you kill Cardo, shouldn't you be happy?" But at this time, Tsunami felt that Naruto was more like a smiling shinigami than Cardo, which was intimidating. Naruto looked at Tsunami's protruding figure and whispered in her ear, "I think Madam should know the consequences of telling tonight's incident, right?" Originally, Naruto planned to find a ship to return, but with Ryutsu, who had just recovered from some activities, he chose to use Kido Senbane White Snake to teleport to the other side. Naruto took out a long white cloth, and while stimulating Ryutsu, it quickly rotated around him. After only a few breaths, he had arrived at the location of the clone. Using the excuse of going to the toilet, he completed the exchange with his clone, recovered his originally buried soul, and returned to the team. Kakashi asked, "Why Naruto, you still need to use Shadow Clone to go to the toilet? There were sounds of animals around just now, so I just used my clone to drive them away." Although this explanation sounds a bit lame, he used Senbane White Snake to teleport over suddenly, so he didn't worry about any flaws. Little Sakura suddenly asked Naruto, "Didn't you bring Zabuza's big sword before? Why is it missing?" "I lost that one. Compared to that big knife, I'm more accustomed to using a machete." "You're just bragging, how come I haven't seen you come in contact with me?" Little Sakura looked unbelieving. Maybe in a previous life? Who knows? In Hokage's office, Kakashi stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. "Lord Hokage, this is a detailed report on this mission. The task was completed much faster than I expected." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the mission record handed over by Kakashi while smoking a cigarette. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and read the report carefully, and after a while he murmured, "I sensed the danger immediately, and noticed the other party's intention to fake death to escape, and decisively took action to solve the trouble." Kakashi observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression and asked tentatively, "What do you think of Naruto's performance, Hokage-sama?" Judging from the results alone, Naruto's judgment was not only faultless, but his on-the-spot reaction also minimized possible risks. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly blew out a smoke ring. This quality is worth boasting about in anyone. But he is Naruto. During the entire mission, Naruto did not show any strong emotional fluctuations, and Nine Tails showed no signs of breaking through the seal. From my personal point of view, Naruto did this entirely on his own strength. Kakashi gave his evaluation. Not as a Jinchuriki, but simply live as an excellent ninja? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, then remembered something and said to Kakashi, "Although Naruto's performance is very impressive, don't neglect it," and received the teachings of the other two. Kakashi smiled bitterly. It was not that he was negligent, but that Naruto had basically conquered all the enemies, and little Sakura and Sasuke had basically no chance to take action. I am aware of this issue. I will adjust the focus of my training in the future. Also, regarding my agreement with Naruto's proposal to pay twice the reward for B-level missions in the future, is there any problem with Mr. Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the supplementary contract signed by Daijuna attached to the end of the mission record. He answered this question simply. Although it is against the rules to sign a supplementary contract to increase the reward in the middle of the mission, after all, the other party concealed the difficulty of the mission first. It is signed with the consent of both parties. There is no problem. I will ask them to strengthen the review of the mission later. After receiving an affirmative answer, Kakashi picked up the purse containing the reward on the table and was about to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of something and stopped him and asked, "The Chunin exam will be held soon, what do you think?" Kakashi thought for a moment and replied, "Taking the team as a unit, there is no doubt that Class 7 has the level to participate in the Chunin exam. However, when it comes to individual abilities, it is slightly lacking, but I still prefer to let them try." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. "I will summon you later to formally determine the applicants, and then give me a definite answer." Because Naruto used the power loan the day before, he forcibly borrowed and extracted today's Ryatsu. Therefore, except for the remaining trace of Ryatsu, no new Ryatsu will be produced during the whole day of Not and Soul Sleep today. Kakashi handed the 3 divided rewards into the hands of 3 people respectively. The reward that Naruto received was more visible to the naked eye than that of Sasuke and little Sakura. For this reason, Kakashi specifically explained, "I distribute the rewards based on your performance in the task, so those who contribute more will receive a greater proportion of the rewards. Do you have any questions about this?" Hearing what Kakashi said, little Sakura and Sasuke recalled Naruto's performance during the mission, and naturally they had no objections and shook their heads in denial. It's just that Sasuke became more and more dissatisfied with his incompetence and tightened his grip on the money bag in his hand. "Since you don't have any problems, we will disband early today and take a day off." Kakashi clapped his hands and said. Naruto raised his hand in time and asked, "Speaking of which, does Kakashi-sensei have a familiar blacksmith shop?" Hearing Naruto's question, Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Why are you looking for a blacksmith?" "I want to make a knife of my own." "A knife can be considered a type of ninja tool, so it shouldn't be a violation, right?" Kakashi continued to ask with some confusion. "That's true. Knives are considered a type of ninja tool. Why do you want to buy a knife?" Naruto shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm not buying a knife, I hope to forge one myself." Kakashi scratched his head speechlessly and forged a ninja sword by himself? He couldn't keep up with Naruto's thinking at first. Could it be that he saw Zabuza's decapitating sword and wanted to imitate it? In fact, being open and honest can be regarded as one of Naruto's schemes. The creation of Zanpakuto is destined to cause a big stir. Instead of hiding and secretly building it and being suspected by others, it is better to tell everyone frankly that he has built this sword. Anyway, they can't understand Zanpakuto. Even if they watch it, they can't sense Ryatsu and the others, and they will just treat it as an ordinary forged sword. In this way, the Zanpakuto forged by Naruto is known to everyone and can be used openly. Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Naruto continued to explain, "I just wanted to experience it on a whim. If I can't handle it well, just let the blacksmith take over. Kakashi-sensei is Jonin. If you can help me understand, I should be able to get one. A relatively good price? Okay, I'll help you find out, and I'll let you know if I have any news." Kakashi muttered about the blacksmith and was about to leave. He seemed to have thought of something and added, "Although the size of the decapitation sword may look very big to you, personality, but I personally don't recommend carrying such a conspicuous tool, as it can easily reveal your identity." After saying that, he disappeared from the sight of the 3 of them. After Sasuke took a deep look at Naruto, he left alone for special training. "Stop hiding, Konohamaru, I found you." Naruto sensed the Ryatsu of Konohamaru 3 people early. "Damn it, you are worthy of being a big brother. But look at my move." The Konohamaru trio took off their disguises, took out homemade firecrackers from their arms, and threw them at Naruto. Naruto simply took a half step back, and firecrackers exploded in front of little Sakura. Although this thing is not very powerful, it blew up little Sakura into a big black face and her hair was all messed up, and Konohamaru's attention was all on Naruto. Seeing that he easily escaped the sneak attack, he couldn't help but admired, as expected of the big brother I follow, he was able to defeat it so easily. Sure enough, he is not like this one with a protruding forehead. I can bear to compare. Who do you think has a protruding forehead? Konohamaru's words accurately hit little Sakura's minefield, and little Sakura instantly turned into a tigress and wanted to teach the 3 of them a lesson. "Ah, run away, Konohamaru." The 3 of them didn't forget to look back and taunt them as they ran away. "A ninja of your caliber cannot catch me, Konohamaru." On their way to escape, Konohamaru and others happened to bump into Kankuro and Temari from Tsunagakure. It hurts, you brat, Kankuro said coldly, lifting Kanoamaru up with one hand. Forget it, Kankuro, there's no need to look for trouble, Temari advised from the side. Why are you afraid that guy hasn't come yet? It's just a good time to have some fun while that annoying guy hasn't come yet, Kankuro said, glancing at Sakura and Naruto on the side. They're just two Konoha genin, that's all, there's nothing to be afraid of. Seeing what Kankuro said, Temari felt that there was nothing more to persuade him. He spread his hands and said, then it's up to you. I don't care about you. Little Sakura was obviously surprised by the sudden appearance of these two Tsunagakure ninjas. Naruto stared at their forehead protectors thoughtfully and asked little Sakura, why are there ninjas from other villages here, and they don't look very old? You ask me, how do I know? Little Sakura rolled her eyes at Naruto. I'm sorry, it's our problem, but please put him down. Naruto twisted his neck. After all, the guy who called him big brother was being bullied, and he couldn't just sit idly by. I advise you to let go quickly. What you are holding is Hokage's grandson. Do you know what this means? Naruto said lightly. Oh, is the Hokage's grandson looking like this? Are you lying to me? Kankuro obviously didn't believe it. Naruto was thinking about how to teach the remaining Ryotsu a lesson, when he suddenly sensed something and entered his inner world. In addition to Nine Tails, who was still bound, there was a man in white sitting on the huge body. The man had short black hair, two dark green tear marks on his sickly fair face, and a virtual mask on the left side of his head. Just like the hollow power Ichigo possesses comes from Sub-I, and his hollow power comes from the fourth Espada Ulquiorra Sephir in his soul. As for how he merged with Arrancar, that is another story. Before Naruto could speak, Ulquiorra jumped off Nine Tails with her hands in her pockets, walked slowly to Naruto and spoke coldly. What's the matter with you looking like this now? Ulquiorra said, glancing at Nine Tails in the cage behind him. When did you get another fox in your body? Naruto asked, this is a long story. When did you wake up? How much strength have you recovered now? You haven't recovered much. I'm not sure how much you can do with your current body. That's fine, let me give it a try. After saying that, Naruto couldn't wait to return to reality. Naruto looked at Kankuro with a smile and said, I gave you a chance. I hope you won't regret it if you wait. Little Sakura on the side heard this and looked at Naruto in surprise, and asked in a worried voice, Naruto, you're not going to do anything random again, are you? It's okay. It's just that they didn't want to let go of Kanoamaru. Whatever happens, it's not my fault. Hey, let me tell you, you are really annoying. The ninjas of Konoha are not the only ones who are good at talking, right? Kankuro glanced at Naruto with disdain. I hate short winter melons the most. How dare you be so arrogant at such a young age? Don't wait until I kill this short winter melon first, then it will be your turn soon. Just when Kankuro was about to punch Kanoamaru, white mask suddenly appeared on Naruto's face, and there were two green tears at the corners of his eyes. The next moment, Naruto's figure disappeared from the spot, suddenly appeared where Kankuro had just been standing, and placed Kanoamaru on the ground. Just as everyone around looked at Naruto in surprise, not understanding what was happening, a loud bang caught everyone's attention. It turned out that Kankuro had hit the wooden fence a few meters away hard, and there was a deep footprint on his chest. Ah! Kankuro let out a painful cry. Naruto's kick just now broke his ribs, causing him to faint with a mouthful of blood. Kankuro! Temari ran over immediately to check the opponent's injuries. Konohamaru stared blankly at Naruto, who was smiling in front of him, and asked confusedly, did brother Naruto save me? Naruto rubbed Konohamaru's head and said, of course, a guy of that level will not be my opponent even if there are 10 more. He paused and looked in another direction, then added, I have no intention of letting others bully me. After Naruto said that, he moved his hand towards Gaara, who was hanging upside down on the tree. Gaara glanced at Kankuro, who was kicked by Naruto, and said in a cold tone, I have told you not to attack casually. With your level, you will only bring shame to the village. What do you think we are here to do? Temari apologized with an ugly face, I'm very sorry, I'm really sorry. Shut up, if you talk nonsense I'll kill you, Gaara said, looking at Naruto. Your breath really stinks. Didn't your village teach you how to speak? Do you want to avenge your subordinates? Just go ahead. Anyway, I'm just protecting Hokage's grandson and doing some necessary counterattacks. While Naruto was provoking, he did not forget moving out of Konohamaru's identity. After all, if he acts openly, he must stand on the side of justice. Gaara frowned slightly. He was a little unsure of Naruto's strength. He was already observing from the side when Naruto made a move, but he couldn't fully see Naruto's movements. I can only vaguely remember that when Naruto took action, there seemed to be a white mask on his face. What's with that white mask? Could it be that this kid is Umbu from Konoha? Have you never heard of this kind of information? Just as Gaara frowned in thought, and the situation was at a stalemate, little Sakura asked at the right time, let's stop this matter here. I don't know why you from Hidden Sand Village are here, but you don't want things to get into trouble. Big, right? Gaara finally chose to endure it for the time being and agreed with little Sakura's statement. We are just here to take part in the Chunin exam. What happened just now was our fault. I'm sorry. Seeing the three of them preparing to leave, Naruto asked again, hey, what's your name? Gaara turned to glance at Naruto and said, I am Gaara from Sand Falls, and I am also very interested in you. Naruto waved his hand and interrupted, sorry, I'm not asking about you. I'm not interested in men. I'm asking about that cute girl. The three sound ninjas hiding in the trees in the distance witnessed the whole process of the conflict between Konoha and Tsunagakure. Tas pondered and said, I didn't see clearly when the yellow-haired boy launched the attack. By the time I realized it, it was already over. Sak asked, then how do you think the guy with the gourd compares to the one with yellow hair in Konoha? Tas pondered for a long time before answering uncertainly, I'm not sure. It seems that the guy with the gourd is very wary of the Konoha guy. It seems that this mission is not that easy. Shin reminded, everyone is gone, it's time for us to leave too. In the conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned all the ninjas responsible for teaching in Konoha. Before the official meeting, he called Kakashi forward and said softly, I remember you said in the mission report that Naruto took Zabuza's decapitating sword away, but he didn't take it with him when he returned to the village, right? Kakashi was a little surprised, not sure why Sarutobi Hiruzen asked this question. Yes, originally he wanted to take it away, but the size was very inconvenient for him to use, so he finally gave up and left the decapitating sword in the country of waves. Did something happen? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not reply immediately, but took a deep drag on his pipe and tapped the fingers of his left hand lightly on the table. After a while, he took out a letter from the drawer and threw it to Kakashi. Open it and take a look at the information that has just arrived from the country of waves. Kakashi opened the letter and read it softly. Kato and more than 100 warriors led by him were all chopped to death. There were no obvious signs of fighting. Only a beheading sword used by Zabuza was left at the scene. Kakashi was shocked by this short content. He killed more than 100 people in half. Those were people, not targets. It put him under a certain amount of pressure to face more than 100 people at the same time. He easily eliminated more than 100 samurai without leaving any traces of fighting. Is it possible? When did this happen? Kakashi asked. It should be that not long after you left, Kato took advantage of you to leave and wanted to kidnap Dejana's daughter to attract him to appear. What happened after that was just like what was recorded above. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly blew out the smoke ring. Hokage-sama, what do you mean? Do you suspect that Naruto may have done it? Kakashi vetoed it as soon as he asked, Naruto, he doesn't have the time. If it was him, I will definitely be aware of it when he returns to the team. Not to mention whether he can do this kind of thing, it is impossible for him to order the clone to complete it, or to finish everything and return to the team in a short time. This is not logical. I just want to briefly understand that since this is the case, it will be fine. Kardo's death is not a bad thing for us. After hearing Kakashi's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction and began the formal meeting. Currently, there are people responsible for guiding newcomer genin. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurane stood out from the crowd at the same time. If there are suitable newcomers who want to be recommended to participate in the Chunin exam, you know the basic requirements. In special cases, it depends on your candidates. I, Kakashi, recommend all members of Class 7 to participate in the Chunin exam in my name, Kakashi. All members of my Class 8, Red, will take the Chunin exam under my name Red. My Class 10, Asuma, will take the Chunin exam under my name Sarutobi Asuma. Kakashi told us, but I didn't expect all of you to take the Chunin exam as well. Irika raised his hand in the crowd and said excitedly, I'm very sorry, please let me say a few words, Hokage-sama. What do you want to say? The 9 genins of Class 7, Class 8, and Class 10 were all my students before graduation. I know they performed well, but it's a bit too early to take the Chunin exam so soon after graduation. Even if you accumulate a year of experience, it's not too late to take the Chunin exam next year, right? Irika said with concern. Let me interrupt, Teacher Irika, when was the last time you knew about Naruto? Kakashi interrupted Irika's speech and asked. That day after you finished testing them. Irika answered with some surprise, not knowing what Kakashi meant by asking this. I remember that day, so what do you think Naruto has reached now? Kakashi continued to ask. After so long, under your education, Kakashi, he should have become even better. What if I say that Naruto was able to cooperate with me to kill Jonin a week ago? Kakashi's words shocked everyone. The intelligence of their previous mission was not made public, so only Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen were insiders. Irika's face also changed, and he said seriously, I am not in the mood to joke with you like this now. If you just want them to experience as soon as possible, it will ruin them if you rush. I don't need to joke with you about this. In the matter of killing Jonin, Naruto played a much greater role than me, and Naruto's judgment of the situation was also top-notch. Irika still couldn't accept it. What a joke, and the guy killed by Naruto was not an unknown person. He was Zabuza Mamakai, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. The Hokage was also aware of this matter. Kakashi paused and added, "Don't be so unconfident about your students. When I became a Chunin, I was 6 years younger than Naruto." Iruka asked Sarutobi Hiruzen for confirmation. "Hokage, is what Kakashi just said true?" Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak, but just nodded slightly with his pipe in his mouth to show his agreement. It was not just Iruka who was shocked. The others also began to express their curiosity about the mission that Kakashi and his team were carrying out. The next day, on a bridge somewhere in Konoha village, Team 7 gathered here at the agreed time. It turns out that genin from other villages will also come to participate in the Chunin exam. I should have kicked that guy harder and crippled him. This way, there will be one less competitor in the exam, Naruto muttered to himself while touching his chin. For a moment, the eyes of the others looked at Naruto silently. No one spoke, and the silence was a little scary. Naruto sighed. Sure enough, this idea was too advanced for them, so he smiled and explained, "Why are you guys looking like that? I was just joking. If you make a big fuss, it will become a diplomatic issue. I'm not that stupid. It's just a joke." Everyone thought of Naruto's recent outstanding performance and felt that even if Naruto really did this, they would not be too surprised. They temporarily treated it as a joke. Kakashi had just told the 3 about the Chunin exam and took out 3 application forms from his pocket and handed them to the 3. "I have recommended you to take the Chunin exam, but my recommendation does not mean that it is certain. The final decision is still in your hands. If you choose to participate, sign your name on the application form and submit it to the school's 301 classroom before 4 p.m. tomorrow, and it will be officially confirmed." Seeing the 3 people taking the application form with a thoughtful look, Kakashi said to Naruto again, "I asked for your request. The address of the blacksmith shop is written on the paper behind the application form." As expected of Mr. Kakashi, he is efficient. When Naruto was looking through the address of the blacksmith shop, Kakashi had disappeared from the 3 people's sight. The expressions of the 3 people were different. Naruto was thinking about how to build his own Zanpakuto. Little Sakura looked at the application form in her hand with a very tangled expression. She was the weakest in the 3-person team. Even if Sasuke was suppressed by Naruto, he was still one of the best in the ninja school. Only little Sakura herself had no other strengths except that her brain was more useful, and fighting was not her strong point. Sasuke held the application form with a fighting spirit in his eyes. He longed for more battles to hone himself, so that he could strive to become stronger and defeat Naruto as soon as possible. Naruto confirmed the address given by Kakashi, and after scanning the expressions of the 2 people beside him, he roughly guessed what the 2 were like. Naruto immediately spoke to comfort him, "Don't be too nervous, it's just a Chunin exam. I will definitely help you pass it easily with me." What if the Chunin exam is not in the form of a team? What's the use of being strong? Little Sakura asked back dissatisfiedly. Probably because after experiencing the last mission, little Sakura and Sasuke gradually had a certain understanding of Naruto's strength. Now, for Naruto's arrogant remarks, it is not easy to think that it is just a joke at the first time. If it was a month ago, it would be something that I dared not think about. Naruto looked at little Sakura and said gently, "Don't worry, even if it is like this, I will help you solve all other competitors like yesterday. I can't help it. I just take care of my own people." Little Sakura turned her head away proudly, saying, "Who is yours?" But after hearing Naruto's words, she felt inexplicably relieved. Sasuke just glanced at Naruto and said firmly, "Who needs your care? Sooner or later, you will become my defeated opponent. I swear in the name of Uchiha that I will definitely let you experience the same passion as me at the beginning. It's good to have a goal, but I personally suggest that you change your goal. You will never surpass me in your life, so let's do it. See you at school tomorrow." Naruto waved his hand and ran towards the direction of the blacksmith shop. After Naruto explained to the old blacksmith that it was Kakashi who asked him to do it, the old blacksmith didn't waste any more words and directly gave the price, the cost of borrowing the venue, the cost of materials, and the cost of his help if needed. Naruto could easily detect the hidden dissatisfaction in the old blacksmith's eyes. I think he may know his identity, on the one hand because of Kakashi's relationship, and on the other hand in order to make money, so he barely suppressed his dissatisfaction with himself. Naruto took out the money without any nonsense. After the old blacksmith got the money, he didn't bother to care about Naruto anymore and turned around to go about his work. Naruto poured all the collected souls, and most importantly a part of his own soul, into the red-hot iron bars. In order to ensure that the soul and the material can be completely combined, Naruto separated into 2 clones and enchanted the red fire cannon to heat them. The flames blended with the flames generated by Ryutsu, gradually fusing the scattered souls together. Until the entire iron bar turned red and white, and the soul and steel were completely integrated, Naruto placed it on the anvil. He picked up the forging hammer from the tool table nearby, attached his own Ryutsu to it, and further strengthened it using the techniques of the complete technique. After all this was done, he swung the hammer to strike. Ding! Ding, ding. The huge sound made the old blacksmith on the side look at him. He was sarcastic in his mind. A kid in his teens who knows nothing about forging still wants to forge his own ninja sword? Don't make people laugh out loud. Do you really think that a little brute force is enough? But Naruto was engrossed in the making of Zanpakuto and had no time to think about other things. He first cut out a tip, then knocked out a bevel on the base of the blade, and after that, the blade surface, lengthening the base. Looking at Naruto's smooth and standard operation, and then looking at the long knife in front of Naruto that was still red and burning with terrible flames, the old blacksmith's mouth opened wide into an O shape without knowing it. Boy, what are you doing? The old blacksmith saw Naruto's plan to touch the knife with his bare hands and quickly shouted, "It's okay, my knife won't hurt me." A confident smile appeared on Naruto's lips, and his right hand directly grasped the handle of the knife. In an instant, the flame on the blade was extinguished, and the hot air roared out, evaporating all the water vapor in the air of Konoha, causing the temperature of Konoha to rise by 2 degrees. Naruto looked at the Zanpakuto in his hands. He could feel that he had succeeded, but not completely. After all, ordinary metal materials cannot carry the power of his 1,000-year soul. In the future, we need to find more high-quality materials to integrate into it. Although it was incomplete, it was still done. Naruto threw Zanpakuto to the old blacksmith. Ahaha! The old blacksmith hurriedly caught Zanpakuto and cursed, "What are you doing, brat? How can such a masterpiece be thrown away?" The old blacksmith carefully stroked the blade of the blade with his hand, just like a young man in the mountains who suddenly saw a beautiful goddess and wanted to reach out and touch her but was afraid that he would debase and blaspheme the goddess. "I'll leave the tandem, handle and scabbard to you. How much does it cost?" Naruto looked at it with interest. The old blacksmith looked like he had never seen the world. "How much does it cost?" "It doesn't cost any money. I can do it for you for free, but only if you lend me the knife to study for a week." No, just lend me the knife for one night." "Okay, then I'll come back to pick it up tomorrow." Naruto waved his hand and prepared to go home and rest. After all, the forging process had taken a considerable toll on his Ryutsu. Even if Zanpakuto is taken away now, Naruto does not have any extra Ryutsu for testing. It is better to leave the sword here. In addition to the sword tang, the handle, and the scabbard, it can also be used by those who are interested to study it personally. After all, he reported this matter to Kakashi, and there were many people who were curious. Anyway, they couldn't research anything. Zanpakuto couldn't play a role in their hands. To them, it was just a well-forged ninja sword. Somewhere in Konoha, there is a forest used for training. I heard that among the newcomers who took the exam this time, there was a guy who killed Jonin during the mission, Xiaoli said while constantly punching the tree trunk with his fist and doing daily exercises. "No way? You said you're a newcomer, how could such a strong guy exist?" "I guess it's those Jonin who are competing again." Tian quickly threw kunao, hitting the target accurately again and again. "I heard that he is one of Kakashi's 3 subordinates," Xiao Li added. "Whatever, we won't lose to anyone anyway." Tian was very confident. Niji, who was meditating on the side and practicing, said calmly, "It doesn't matter whether it's true or false. Only after a real fight can you understand the difference. It's a pity that they are just newcomers. It's a pity for them." The old blacksmith reluctantly handed Zanpakuto into Naruto's hands and asked enthusiastically, "What method did you use to create such a fine product in such a short time?" Naruto simply sensed it, and there were more than 5 Ryutsu residues that could be distinguished. "I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Although the people who usually monitor me are basically removed, there are really not a few people who keep an eye on me." Naruto answered, "Actually, it's nothing special. I just poured my soul into it, and it is the embodiment of my soul." The old blacksmith frowned and kept repeating, "Put your soul into it, pour your soul into it." What Naruto said was basically the truth. There was no need for him to lie and cover up, because even so, no other person would be able to copy it. The reason is also very simple. It is impossible for people to create things beyond their cognition, not to mention that there is no concept of Zanpakuto in this world. When they arrived at the ninja school at the scheduled time, a large number of people had gathered in front of 301, but they did not go in, but were blocked by 2 Konoha shinobi. Are you too naive? If you still want to take the Chunin exam at this level, I advise you to give up, little brother. You are still too young, I advise you to give up. That's right. Genin, disguised as Izumo Kamizuki and Gangzite, repelled Xiaoli who wanted to break through, singing and taunting everyone present. "It's an illusion. This is not the 3rd floor at all." Sasuke came to this conclusion after a brief glance and said to Sakura and Naruto beside him, "I think so too." Little Sakura agreed. "It doesn't matter whether this is the 3rd floor or not. It's clear that we just need to get rid of those 2 people." Naruto moved his muscles indifferently. He could feel the 2 guys guarding the door. Ryutsu was obviously stronger than most of the people present. If guys of this level can't pass the Chunin exam, then the vast majority of people present don't have to try, and have no chance. Thinking about it in the past, it was nothing more than some invigilator pretending to be a candidate. On the one hand, it was a way of imposing authority, and on the other hand, it was just a hidden assessment set up. Pretending to be an examinee means that even if the other party is an assessor, no matter how high their strength is, they will not show it excessively. It's your fault, so don't blame me. Naruto glanced back at Sasuke and asked in a provocative tone, why are you scared now? Then don't clamor to surpass me and let you see how I handle it. Please, just let us pass. Tian said in a pleading tone, stepping forward to pass. Gang Ziti was obviously not prepared to let her pass, and he quickly punched Tian in the face, but a figure appeared at this moment, stopped Gang Ziti's fist, and protected Tian behind him. Tisk, your fists are really heavy. It seems you don't know how to show mercy at all? Naruto teased frivolously. Little Sakura and Sasuke looked back at the same time, only to find that Naruto beside them was gone. Gang Zisha's pupils shrank slightly, and he recognized Naruto in front of him. After hearing about Naruto's deeds in the Land of Waves, he was inevitably curious about his strength. Gang Ziti and Shinayu Izumo looked at each other and said, what stupid words are you talking about? What do you think of the Chunin exam? Are you playing house? We took the exam 3 times and failed. Chunin is equivalent to the captain level. He is carrying the lives of his subordinates on his shoulders. What do you mean to me? Naruto couldn't help but laugh and said, ha ha ha, after all, he is just a loser who failed 3 times. If he doesn't want to get out of the way, I will use you to open the door. What? Gang Zisha didn't understand Naruto's words for a moment. Bakudo 1. As Naruto released Bakudo, Hollow's mask emerged at the same time. Gangzite was surprised because Ryatsu forced his hands behind his back. Naruto's fist hit him hard in the abdomen like a bullet. The huge impact sent his whole body flying and smashed against the door, but this was far from over. The door was knocked out of the frame. Even the man flew several meters with his feet before stopping. The illusion originally cast by him could not be maintained. The house number marked 301 fell to the ground and turned into the original 201. It wasn't that Kamizuki Izumo wasn't good as a ninja, but that he simply didn't expect that Genin's Naruto could burst out with such strength. He also didn't expect that his companions wouldn't be able to react, so he just let things go. So developed. Just as Kamizuki Izumo was about to take action, Naruto in Hollow State took action faster than him. It's your turn. He was kicked in the abdomen. Shinayu Izumo swallowed this kick without any precautions. He felt that his internal organs were shaking violently. He spit out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Before losing consciousness, he finally understood how his companion had been attacked. Naruto turned around and crushed the mask on his face, patted Tianatian's shoulder, and asked, "Are you okay? I've taken care of the troublesome guy. Come on, this is not the 3rd floor." After Tian witnessed what just happened, he was still in a daze, his heartbeat was beating a little too fast for some reason, and he whispered, "Thank you." Naruto's eyes swept over the shocked expressions of everyone. "What are you still doing? Haven't you all decided to take the Chunin exam? There's no reason not to try and stop here, right?" After hearing this, the crowd started to move, entering the door and heading towards the real 3rd floor. Many people even looked at Naruto in awe when they passed by him. "Really, you're messing around again." Sakura sighed and complained. "What are you afraid of? I guess those 2 guys are probably not candidates. Besides, they were the ones who made the move first. I don't think Master Hokage would eliminate such an outstanding person like me because of such a trivial matter," Naruto said with a sly smile. Neji was walking on the road, still thinking about Naruto's actions just now. Although his eyes could keep up with the speed, he was not confident that he could completely block the attack at such a short distance. Tian was still thinking about Naruto's figure blocking her just now. Xiao Li, who was walking at the end, stopped with a serious face. Neji and Tian turned and looked at him at the same time. "What's wrong, Xiao Li, are you leaving?" Tian asked in confusion. Xiao Li looked at his fist and whispered, "I want to confirm it. You go first." Neji roughly guessed Xiao Li's thoughts and warned him seriously, "Don't mess around. The exam hasn't started yet." The strength that Naruto just showed was obviously not all. It was a very unwise choice to conflict with him before the exam. "I know." Xiao Li nodded in agreement. "Hey, wait a minute." Xiao Li called out to stop Naruto and the other 2. The 3 looked over. Naruto had some impression of Xiao Li, the one who was knocked down in front of the door just now. Xiao Li jumped down from a high place and landed steadily. "I originally wanted to compete with the Uchiha clan, which is known as the Genius Clan, but now it seems unnecessary." Xiao Li pointed at Naruto. "My name is Rock Lee, the yellow-haired guy over there. Come and compete with me." Looking at Xiao Li who was posing, Naruto was not interested at all and complained, "Who are you? Everyone wants to challenge me, but I don't have that much time." Sasuke on the side asked with a gloomy face, "Hey, you guy, what do you mean it seems unnecessary now? Are you asking what I said just now?" When I saw his move just now, I felt that he was a real strong man compared to the Uchiha clan that everyone boasted about. Xiao Li's eyes still stayed on Naruto's back, and he continued to ask without giving up, "What do you want to fight with me?" Naruto waved his hand and said indifferently, "I'm not interested. If you keep pestering me, it will not be as simple as getting hurt. Let's go." But Sasuke did not move the script and said, "You thick-browed guy, have you ever thought about the consequences of blaspheming the name of Uchiha? Let me make it clear to you first, I will never lose to you. I am the strongest among the genin of Konoha," Lee said confidently. Sasuke stopped talking nonsense and rushed directly to Lee's decisive attack. The two of them wrestled together. Lee dodged Sasuke's attack with ease and directly used a Konoha Gale to counterattack and attack Sasuke's lower body. Sasuke jumped up to dodge, but it was just a feint. Lee seized the opportunity when Sasuke was floating in the air and could not dodge, and kicked him hard on the chin. Naruto knew that Sasuke was destined to lose when he saw this. In close combat, Sasuke was obviously not at the same level as Lee. Lee jumped up at the same time, ready to chase Sasuke in the air, and spoke close to Sasuke's back. "Have you heard that ninjas are divided into two types, genius types and hardworking types? I will defeat you with my proud physical skills and let everyone know that hard work can surpass genius. What are you doing?" Xiao Li's move was interrupted by a yellow light chain composed of Ryatsu. It was the Bakudo number 4 performed by Naruto. This rope made the bound Xiao Li fall quickly. Since Sasuke's failure can be foreseen, there is no need to continue the duel. He is the only one who can defeat Sasuke. If others come out to disrupt the situation, it will affect Naruto's taming plan. "I don't think I agreed to your duel with my men, right?" Naruto said as a false mask appeared on his face, calculating the speed of Xiao Li's fall, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball, aiming at Xiao Li's chest and flying a kick. A muffled thud echoed throughout the space. "Why did you hurt my people and still want to escape intact?" Naruto took off his mask and said coldly to the man in front of him who blocked his attack, "It's just a competition between peers. There's no need to be so serious. Besides, I know your teacher Kakashi," Might Guy said, putting down Naruto's foot. Naruto's kick just now made his entire right palm lose feeling, leaving only swelling and pain. The strength of Naruto's kick was not small. He originally planned to kick Xiao Li to a disability directly. The Chunin exam reduced Sasuke and Sakura's competition, and also prevented this guy from pestering him to waste time again. Naruto also noticed Might Guy's Ryatsu at the beginning. To briefly mention the Ryatsu setting of this book, Ryatsu exists in everyone's body. The stronger the ninja, the stronger the Ryatsu. The more talented the person, the stronger the Ryatsu. At the same time, the Ryatsu also increases with age. I was worried that it was the opponent's leader Jonin, or other ninjas responsible for safety, so in order to prevent these guys from interfering, I planned to end the battle quickly from the beginning. It's just that the opponent's speed is indeed much faster than Naruto expected. It seems that the division of combat power in this world cannot just be based on titles. There is also a gap between Jonin. Naruto probably simulated it in his mind. Jonin fought after understanding his own methods. Without the information gap advantage, many Kido cannot defeat the enemy with one move. In hand-to-hand combat, this young body has obvious disadvantages. It relies on Zanpakuto or Hollow, and the perfect technique to strengthen it. Although the utilization rate of Ryatsu is much higher than that of Kido, it will ultimately be limited by the total amount of Ryatsu. But if I had just left it alone, Sasuke would have been affected in the Chunin exam. "Are you going to fool him with just one sentence?" Naruto stared at Might Guy coldly and said, not giving in at all because of the other person's identity as Jonin. Little Sakura on the side also helped Sasuke up, and they both looked at Naruto and Might Guy. "Really, you guys are really young and energetic. The kick you just made wasn't just a matter of interrupting the fight, right? Stop it right now and I'll take care of the rest," Might Guy said with his signature smile. "The person who hurt me will not end so easily. If there is a next time, I hope you can protect him like you did today." Naruto glanced at Xiao Li on the ground coldly, making no secret of it. Unleashed murderous intent on him. Xiao Li showed an extremely frightened expression, and his body couldn't stop shaking. After that, Naruto no longer cared about what Might Guy said, walked up to Sasuke and asked, "Are you okay?" Sasuke looked at Naruto with very complicated eyes, and finally turned his eyes to one side and said solemnly with firm eyes, "Next time, I will definitely defeat him." Naruto's lips curved into a faint smile. "Oh, sure enough, little Sakura is here too." Kakashi stood in front of the door of 301, waiting for the arrival of the three of them. Little Sakura asked with a suspicious look on her face, "Kakashi-sensei's statement is so strange. What is going on?" "Actually, the Chunin exam is required to be taken in small groups. Since you are all here, there is no problem. Open the door and you will officially welcome the Chunin exam," Kakashi said and turned his attention to Naruto. He actually only got here a little earlier than the three Narutos, so he knew about the good thing Naruto had just done. Kakashi was even thinking that based on Naruto's performance during these days, he must have figured out the identities of Kamizuki Izumo and Gang Zisha as examiners, so he took such a heavy hand. Although he really wanted to ask this question, considering that this question would be related to the exam, Kakashi held back in the end. The finger that originally wanted to point at Naruto was replaced by a thumb, and he spoke with deep meaning, "You did a good job." Naruto showed a sly smile and replied, "Don't worry, I will continue to maintain it, and I will make Sasuke and little Sakura become Chunin." In fact, Naruto's real idea is that since he can gather ninjas from other villages this time, find an opportunity to kill some secretly, and use the souls of these guys to strengthen Zanpakuto, the effect must be better than those of samurai and the like. But just as the door of 301 was opened, the eyes of countless people in the room focused on the three of them. Most of those eyes were full of hostility, and many of them were not hidden, observing the three of them carefully. But Naruto didn't like this look, and he released murderous intent. This time, unlike before, the murderous intent was not directed at a specific person, but at everyone in the room. Even Sasuke and little Sakura beside him were vaguely aware of it. Naruto spoke in a low voice that could be heard by everyone in the room, "Look at me with respect." Under the influence of murderous intent, most people withdrew their gazes, and many people also recognized Naruto. Some were guys who had witnessed Naruto's combat power before, while others were former classmates of the ninja school. I should have known that it would unfold like this. Little Sakura covered her face helplessly, thinking that Naruto's voice must have attracted everyone's hatred. I originally thought that with Naruto and Sasuke in the team, even if they had just become genin, they might have a chance to pass the exam and become Chunin, but now it was probably all in vain. Sasuke on the side, although he couldn't be as confident as Naruto and said harsh words to so many people present, he still had fighting spirit in his heart. He wants to prove to the world what the name Uchiha represents. Ino wanted to hug Sasuke from behind, but Sasuke noticed and ducked away. Ino's head was about to come into close contact with the ground, and even she closed her eyes nervously. Naruto hugged her soft body, took Ino's hand and pulled her up, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Sasuke, what did you do? You almost hurt Ino, do you know?" Sasuke just clicked his tongue and said coldly, "I don't have time to waste on girls." Ino looked at Sasuke's cold expression and felt that Sasuke seemed to have changed during this period. Although he used to be a cool guy, he didn't feel like he really hated girls like he does now. "I always feel that when you are a group, the three of you seem to have changed a lot," Shikamaru said in a lazy tone. Then he sighed and said, "This kind of exam is really troublesome." Koji was different, just minding his own business and eating potato chips. Naruto was very satisfied with the feeling that the Ryotsu that had just been recovered quickly from the close contact with Ino, in just a few seconds, completely replenished the Ryotsu that had been consumed by using Hollow not long ago. I can't help but sigh, it's such an interesting mechanism. Hinata's team also gathered towards Naruto and others at this time. Hinata frowned slightly. She saw the contact between Naruto and Ino just now, and she felt uncomfortable in her heart. But this feeling disappeared after Naruto greeted her. Kankuro, who was among the crowd in the distance, looked at Naruto with a slightly uneasy look. The injury on his chest had not recovered in just one day and was still aching. Gaara also looked at Naruto with fear. It was not just them, but also the Sound Ninja Trio, Xiaoli and Niji who gave him fearful looks. Naruto glanced at the genin present and could clearly feel that the Ryotsu present could be divided into several representative categories. The first category is ordinary people, or the vast majority of ninjas with mediocre qualifications. The second category is people whose natural talents are better than ordinary people, and the quality and strength of Ryotsu exceeds the first category. The third major category is also slightly stronger than the first major category, and is also much stronger than a small number of the second major category in terms of the total amount of Ryotsu. However, the total amount is only one factor that determines the strength of Ryotsu. It can be past time to accumulate. Under normal circumstances, the quality of Ryotsu can also be improved through long-term practice, but people in this world do not perform such actions. It is precisely because of this that Naruto was able to use Ryotsu to analyze the approximate strength of this person. The last one is left, and it is also the most special one among the four. It can be clearly felt that its Ryotsu is far superior to the previous three. Moreover, the quality of his Ryotsu is not low. It is not just as simple as time accumulation, but he also possesses extremely amazing talent. There are not many such existences, and Naruto has only found two so far. One of them is walking slowly towards him, that is Kabuto with glasses. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling his Ryotsu carefully. "You nine are the newcomers who just graduated from the ninja school this year, right?" Before anyone else could speak, Naruto asked first, "Are you the examiner?" "Examiner? Don't be kidding me. How can I be an examiner? I just graduated a few years before you, so I can be considered your senior. My name is Kabuto." Kabuto smiled and waved his hand, introducing himself to everyone. Then he added, "I just failed to pass the exam for 4 consecutive years. Let me reveal some information to you. Kabuto was about to touch the pocket behind him as he spoke, but Naruto interrupted him directly. You can't pass even with your strength? That's really funny. In this case, there should be no one in the whole room who can pass except me. Oh, I'm wrong. There should be another one. Naruto looked disdainful, not believing Kabuto's poor words at all. Kabuto's movements froze, and a trace of imperceptible shock and panic flashed in his eyes. Everyone else present was in a state of confusion, thinking that Naruto was suddenly joking, and naturally they couldn't understand what Naruto was talking about. At this time, Marino Iaki appeared in the room with a group of examiners, interrupting Naruto and Kabuto's continued communication. Naruto turned his head, and after probably sensing the overall strength of the examiner, he quickly overturned the suspicion that Kabuto was the examiner, because the difference in strength was too great. Naruto could not imagine any reason why such a powerful being should be placed among the genin candidates. According to the level of Gangzisha and Kamizuki Izumo who were knocked down by Naruto before, they are more than enough to deal with ordinary genin candidates. In addition, with the large number of examiners, arranging 2 more people seems a bit redundant. You're tired of waiting. My name is Marino Iaki, and I'm the invigilator in charge of the first session of the Chunin exam. Marino Iaki, whose face was covered with horrific scars, glanced unkindly at all the candidates present, and finally landed on Naruto, as did the examiners behind him, who all focused their attention on Naruto. Naruto probably knew the reason. It must be because he beat up 2 of them. Naruto still knew his own strength. Gangzisha and Kamizuki Izumo would not be able to recover today. Marino Iaki briefly introduced the rules of the first written test, and immediately asked each candidate to sit down according to the number and start the test. After simply scanning the questions, they were not very difficult for Naruto, and he finished them all without spending much time. Mainly because of the powerful effect of his mind, he can easily call up Naruto's original memory. Through the information in the memory and his current mind, it is not difficult to solve these problems. The 10th question at the end was even easier. After confirming that Kabuto and the other guy were not the examiners, by observing their actions, I passed the exam easily. Then Mitarashi Anko burst into the written examination room with a delicate face and a long windbreaker that was casually opened. Underneath was a tight black net suit, vaguely revealing her fair skin and sexy lines. Why are there so many people left this time? Is the difficulty too easy this year? He complained to Marino Iaki, dissatisfied. Anko crossed his chest with his hands, and his majestic breasts were squeezed, giving people a feeling of being ready to come out. That's because the quality is higher this year. Forget it, anyway. In my hands, Mitarashi Anko, I eliminated more than half of them at the end of the second exam. Under the leadership of Anko, the candidates arrived at the venue for the second exam. Here we are, this is the venue for the second exam, the 44th exercise ground Death Forest. Anko introduced to the candidates with a smile. Naruto looked at the huge forest composed of countless giant trees and began to think that if he acted in such a hidden environment, he would not be easily discovered. Just looking at it from the outside, it feels very eerie, little Sakura complained. Don't worry, you will soon know why this place is called the Forest of Death. Anko took out a dozen consent forms. Before the exam begins, you need to sign the consent form, because there will definitely be casualties in this exam. Then Anko took out 2 scrolls with the characters for heaven and earth written on them respectively, and began to introduce the rules of the second exam. Of the 26 teams of candidates you are present, 13 of them will receive the Sky Scroll, and the other 13 will receive the Earth Scroll. Within the 5-day period, use all means to collect the Earth. Coiling axis, the 3 of them go to the tower 10 kilometers away from the outside, even if they have completed the second test. Naruto raised his hand and asked, I would like to ask, the mission requirement is a pair of Earth coiling axes, so if I can capture 2 pairs of 3 pairs or even more, will it help my exam results? After Naruto finished asking this question, everyone looked at him, but no one spoke to discuss it. It was eerily quiet. The first reaction of most people was fear, because Naruto's strength was obvious to all, and most of the people present did not want to meet him, let alone think they could beat Naruto. Anko was stunned, and after recalling Naruto's identity, he said with a playful expression on his face, capturing more scrolls will not improve your performance, because the result of the second level is only success or failure. The next moment Anko appeared behind Naruto and whispered in his ear, if you can eliminate more than half of them, I can personally give you a certain reward. You might as well give it a try. I'm looking forward to Anko-senpai's reward. Naruto was still very satisfied with Anko's teasing, as Ryotsu was ready to move inside his body. Naruto rubbed his chin and thought, 25 teams and 75 people, how many people should be killed so that he would not look like a murderer in the eyes of others? Such excellent conditions seemed to be tailor-made for him to harvest souls, so there was no reason not to make full use of them. The reason why Naruto is so persistent in strengthening Zanpakuto is because of the special nature of his sword itself. He knows without testing that the current Zanpakuto cannot carry his strongest Bankai. With Anko's order, the second session of the Chunin exam officially began, and all teams entered the forest from their respective entrances. Naruto also used Shadow Clone as soon as he moved. The clone moved quickly in the other direction and disappeared from the sight of Sasuke and little Sakura. Are you planning to use clones to investigate again? Why is there only one this time? Because during the last mission, Naruto had done something similar, but with more clones, so little Sakura asked. Well, because this task takes a long time, we still have to consider the issue of consumption. I didn't choose to create too many clones, Naruto explained to Sasuke and Sakura using the prepared words. Sasuke rarely took the initiative and asked, actively look for your opponent, or should you move towards the end first? After all, the current three-person team, although everyone did not specify it clearly, basically acquiesced in Naruto's status as captain, and even Sasuke recognized Naruto's judgment. Move towards the tower. Everyone's ultimate goal is the tower. There is no need to waste time. Although only clones were left behind, it was more than enough to deal with the vast majority of people in this exam. After all, this is a clone with the memory of Naruto's main body. As long as he doesn't encounter the previous Kabuto and another guy who hides his strength, and cooperates with Sasuke, even if Sakura can't win, she can still notify the main body to return and deal with it. However, Naruto's body didn't move long before he found the first group of targets and the killing was about to begin. It didn't take long for Naruto to find the first group of targets. Looking at the Forehead Protector's logo, they were Kirigakure's Genin trio. The fact that he is not a Konoha shinobi is very satisfying to Naruto. After all, with his current status, killing ninjas of this village will definitely have a very bad impact, and it is very likely that the top management of Konoha will increase their vigilance against him again. This was definitely not the result he wanted. Naruto's current strength had not recovered to the point where he could fight alone against Konoha, which had a large number of strong men. The best choice is to be a good boy and quickly restore your own strength within limits. After Naruto was sure that no other Ryutsu reacted around him, he still cautiously used bent light to hide himself. Instead of using Zanpakuto, he took out his kunai, and after calculating the distance, he instantly launched Hollow to launch a surprise attack. Is it better to take the initiative, or to hurry up and design traps and ambush in advance? I think we can ambush around the tower and pick out those who look weaker, or those who were seriously injured during the robbery. I agree. The heads of the three Kirikage ninjas continued to communicate as they had for the last second, and rolled to the ground at the same time. Naruto collected the souls of the three people and found the Book of Heaven scroll from one of them, muttering to himself, it's really bad luck that it's God's fault, but it doesn't matter. But to take a step back, with this Book of Heaven, there is no need to worry about Sasuke and Sakura. Even if the scrolls of his team are taken away, it doesn't matter. Of course, Naruto had considered putting the team's Book of Heaven scroll on himself so that there would be no chance of it being taken away. But I am still worried that special circumstances may arise. If I hand over the scroll, I can at least save my life. Moreover, the team's scroll was placed on Sasuke, and with his skills combined with Naruto's clone, there would be no problems. For now, the only ones Naruto can be afraid of in the second exam are those two guys who hide their strength. He should not be so unlucky that he bumped into them just as the second exam started. Naruto also took the kunai from the three Kirikage ninjas so that he could blame them for subsequent killings to confuse the public. There are more or less differences in the kunai used in each village, including the kunai used by a few individuals, which also have special differences. Naruto also wanted to use this to distort the course of things. Because these people must die, he needs more souls to use as nourishment to strengthen Zanpakuto. But as long as you modify the development process of the story, you can leave a relatively good impression on others without changing the result. After simply dealing with the traces he left behind, Naruto set out to find the next group of targets. But as soon as he took a step, his own voice sounded in his ears. Come back quickly, the guy who hides his strength is here. His target is our team. It doesn't seem like he is coming for the scroll. This sound transmission is caused by Naruto's clone using Bakuto S77 Tantalikara, which is a Kido that transmits messages to specific people through the Ryutsu generation network. Naruto knew himself well, and he could force his clone to waste Ryutsu. If he used this to contact himself, the potential danger must be much greater than expected. The heart of the south, the pupil of the north, the fingertips of the west, the toes of the east, gather with the wind, drive away the rain and disperse, Bakuto S58, slap the toes and chase the sparrow. Naruto decisively used tracking Kido, locking Sasuke's Ryutsu for positioning. The distance is not close, even if you rush at full speed, it will take a lot of time, but using Senbane White Snake to move this distance, Ryutsu consumes too much. In the current prosperous situation, it is impossible to guarantee a one-on-one situation and a steady win against a guy of that level, let alone a situation where the situation is not good. In the end, Naruto chose to rush over. He believed in the judgment of his other self. If the clone dies and disappears, the memory will return to his side, which means that the other side is still persisting. Naruto moved at high speed, praying in his heart that he would last longer. Time goes back to earlier times, from the perspective of a three-person team. Encountered a little episode, a ranged shinobi village ninja wanted to sneak attack the team alone, but was cloned. Naruto sensed Ryotsu's location immediately, and commanded Sasuke and little Sakura, easily subduing the opponent. After interrogating and searching this ranged shinobi, it was determined that the scroll was not on him, and even after waiting for a long time, no team members came to rescue him. After the clone Naruto made the mark, he proposed to leave the person here, and the three of them continued on their way. This is not because Naruto suddenly changed his gender. It was mainly because of the continuous progress of the Chunin exam. Naruto was not in a hurry to prepare the container in advance. Then the clone helped collect the souls, and he could only mark it and wait for the main body to come to harvest. In an instant, a strong wind broke out, blocking the movement and sight of the three of them, and they immediately hid behind the nearby tree trunk. This was obviously a strong wind released artificially. The clone Naruto cursed inwardly for being careless. He should have thought of it earlier. How could Ryotsu, who was even more powerful than Kakashi, have such a single attack method? It was also possible that large-scale ninjutsu was beyond his range of perception. When the strong wind ended, the clone Naruto was about to take Sasuke and little Sakura to escape. The tall and thin figure wearing a bamboo hat appeared in front of the three of them, feeling that the powerful Ryotsu was not a clone or an illusion, but a real strong man standing in front of him. How lucky you are. What you are holding is the Book of Heaven, right? I happen to be holding the Book of Earth. Let's start the battle for the scroll. The ninja wearing the grass ninja forehead protector held the Book of Earth in his hand. Just like a snake swallowing food, swallow it into its belly. The scroll, which was as thick as a man's wrist, slid directly from the throat into the abdomen, making the three people watching feel a vague feeling of vomiting. Stop looking and run away, Naruto shouted to Sasuke and little Sakura beside him. You can't run away, I will try my best. Following the Kuzenaga's words, a strong killing intent swept over the three of them. Anko looked at the three unrecognizable corpses in front of him, his expression extremely grim. Their faces have all been dissolved. It seems that the other party deliberately concealed the identities of these three people. Based on their identities as grass ninjas, we found three people with matching identities from the files. This is the photo they took when they applied for the Chunin exam. Anko took the photo from someone else and determined with just one glance that he had seen the three people at the beginning of the exam. Anko thought of the master of this ninjutsu and shouted hurriedly, "Hurry up and inform Master Hokage to apply for reinforcements from the two Ombu teams of the hand. I will chase them now." The powerful murderous aura made Sasuke and little Sakura suddenly fall into hallucinations, and they felt as if their bodies were cruelly torn apart by each other. Little Sakura sat limply on the ground, and Sasuke vomited directly, but the clone was unmoved. This level of murderous intent was nothing compared to the murderous intent of Yamamoto Genryusai that he faced after killing Kiraku Shunsui. The clone Naruto suddenly felt bad. The Ryotsu of the guy in front of him was much stronger than Kabuto, but he, as a clone, naturally had no intention of confronting him head-on. Just as the other party frowned slightly and felt strange about the indifference of the clone Naruto. A monstrous murderous intent completely enveloped him, as if he was in an endless purgatory wrapped in flames. The whole world was filled with charred corpses, emitting murderous intent to him without concealment. And the source of the murderous intent was an old man wrapped in blazing flames. The sky and the earth were ashes, and he could vaguely hear the man say this. Just a gentle swing of the blade in his hand seemed to burn everything in the world. He seemed to feel that his body was dying rapidly, turning into ashes in the blazing flames. But he was still alive, he breathed the air greedily, and he couldn't tell what he had just experienced for a while. Was it just the killing intent exuded by Naruto? Did such a strong person really exist? Take advantage of the moment when the other party was affected by the killing intent. Bakudo number 21 Red Smoke Release. The clone Naruto decisively released the red smoke release, and thick smoke gushed out instantly, covering the entire area firmly. He quickly grabbed Sasuke and little Sakura on the side and quickly pulled away. That person is not a normal genin, just like that Kabuto, he hides his strength, and the lowest level is Jonin. The clone Naruto quickly explained the current situation to Sasuke and little Sakura. The lowest is Jonin. Little Sakura's face suddenly turned pale. Even you want to run away, is he stronger than Zabuza before? Sasuke barely recovered his spirit, wiped the dirt from the corner of his mouth and asked. In Sasuke's impression, this was the first time that Naruto chose to run away when he met an enemy after his change. Much stronger than Zabuza. The clone Naruto answered quickly. What an interesting trick, summoning technique. Orochimaru bit his finger and swiped it across his arm to release the summoning technique. Even through the smoke, it was obvious that something huge appeared behind. A giant snake appeared at his feet in an instant, opening its bloody mouth to blow away the smoke in an instant. The clone Naruto felt the Ryotsu of the giant snake and frowned. It was already a headache to be alone, and he could summon such a helper. And his teammates, regardless of how much combat power they had not even recovered from the killing intent just now. The clone Naruto thought quickly, hoping to find a way to break the situation. That guy is too big, and it is really difficult for low-sequence Hado to threaten it. However, if you chant a high-sequence Hado like Black Coffin, let alone how to deal with the gaps in chanting, there is definitely no way to take care of both. Peepaw. The black and white Luo, the 22 bridges, the 66 crown footprints, the far thunder, the peak, the return to the ground, the night slump, the sea of clouds, the blue procession, fill the Taiyuan garden and reach the sky, Bakudo S77 Sky High Sky. Immediately releasing Tien Ting Kong Luo to notify the main body is the only way he can think of now. Although Yaden Tinkara can be released quickly, with such a powerful enemy in front of him, Ryotsu can still save his energy. The clone Naruto stopped suddenly, turned around and looked at the guy standing on Orakai Supreme, and said to the two of them, "You guys run away. If you can't continue the exam because of injury, I will be very troubled, so don't hold me back here." "Wait Naruto, what are you going to do? You don't want to deal with him yourself, do you?" Little Sakura asked in astonishment. Sasuke seemed to have made up his mind. He took a deep breath and said, "Forget it, we don't want the scroll anymore, just let us go." He took out the scroll and was about to throw it to the other party, but was stopped by Naruto. "Don't try if it's useless. The difference in strength is too great. Even if you give it to him, there is no need for him to abide by the agreement." The clone Naruto said calmly, "That's really smart. I don't need to agree to your deal. As long as I kill you, everything you have, including this scroll, will naturally be mine. There is light in the gap between the thundering carriage and spinning wheel, divided into 6, Bakudo S61 6-staff light prison." The clone Naruto chanted quickly, and 6 huge pieces of light shot out, instantly piercing his body. It's a technique that doesn't involve sealing, but is released through chanting. Bakudo, right? It's really interesting. After a brief moment of astonishment, he said, "What are you still doing?" Naruto, the clone, looked at the indifferent two people and said angrily. Suddenly several giant pythons appeared at the feet of Naruto's clone, trying to wrap around his body, but he took out a kunao and killed them easily. But at the same time as he jumped up to attack, Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue to restrain the clone Naruto and raised it in front of him. "What?" The clone Naruto was also surprised when he saw this technique for the first time. "You just controlled my body, but my head can still move." Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and lifted his clone Naruto into the air, still able to speak normally. "Attacking with tongue is not a good choice," Clone Naruto said calmly. "Really, I don't think so." Orochimaru smiled. Hado number 11, Thunder and Lightning. Thunder and lightning followed the entangled tongue and quickly passed into Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru was in pain, and threw the clone Naruto into the air, and at the same time ordered the snake, "Go and eat him for me." The big snake opened its bottomless mouth and was about to swallow Naruto in mid-air. Just when the snake's mouth was about to close, the clone Naruto turned to the side and shouted, "Let's go! How long are you going to be in a daze? What are you still doing?" At the same time, Orochimaru broke free from the 6-staff light prison. Orochimaru twisted his arm and said, "This technique is also lifted. It seems that he is really dead. Fortunately, I am still very interested in this technique." Naruto. Little Sakura seemed to have lost her soul, slumped on the ground unable to move, and 2 lines of tears fell down her cheeks. The same is true for Sasuke. A tear fell, a sense of responsibility came to his heart, and the Sharingan that was Uchiha's proof slowly opened. An extremely huge samurai sword suddenly appeared in the air and slashed 3 inches away from the summoning snake. The huge snake's head was cut off in an instant and rolled down to the ground. The giant snake's body twisted wildly with all its strength, and dark red blood spurted out from the broken hole and turned into a rain of blood. Everyone's eyes turned to Naruto, who suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke Sakura with a mask on his face. "Naruto?" Little Sakura murmured, "Didn't you just get killed by a snake?" Orochimaru had already jumped off the snake's head, looked at Naruto wearing a mask in front of him, looked at his clean clothes and said, "I see, the one just now was actually a clone?" "Clone?" Sasuke was also stunned. Based on his performance just now, he had no doubt that it was Naruto's clone and not himself. Naruto took out the scroll he just got from his pocket, threw it to little Sakura aside and explained, "What I started to think about is that it will be much faster if we separate, and you can also get more exercise." Little Sakura looked blankly at the scroll in her hand. She couldn't believe that in just a moment, Naruto had already captured a scroll and returned here. Naruto slowly sheathed the Zanpakuto and, wary of Orochimaru's movements, continued to speak, "It's just that I didn't expect that the exam had just begun and I would be targeted by this guy." Mainly, Naruto still wanted to buy more time to recover. Whether it was the rush just now or the blow he just used Zanpakuto, plus the Kido he and his clone used, it was not a small amount of consumption. When the clone disappeared, Naruto understood the whole thing through the clone's memory. It was obvious that he had 2 choices before him now, fight or run away. But neither of these options is 100% safe. Even if he chooses to escape, Naruto with 2 people may not be able to escape. If you choose to fight head-on, this kind of opponent must attack with all your strength without sparing any effort. If you fail, you won't have much energy left to escape. Even if he manages to escape by luck, he will not be able to use Ryutsu for a long time in the future due to the side effects of the power loan. Orochimaru was not in a hurry. Naruto had brought him so many surprises that he even looked forward to his next move. So you're just going to watch like this? If you continue to let it go, I might kill you later. Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said. Orochimaru chuckled twice. Then I really want to see your final struggle. Having seen Naruto's attack just now, he didn't think that with their level, there was a way to escape from his grasp. Naruto helped little Sakura up and said, in order to defeat this guy, do me a favor. Little Sakura asked worriedly, how can I help you? You can really defeat him, huh? As she asked, Naruto kissed her instantly. Suddenly, little Sakura's pupils suddenly shrank, her brain went blank, and the scroll in her hand fell to the ground. What's the situation? Was he forcibly kissed by Naruto? Little Sakura was confused at this moment. The development of the matter was beyond her imagination. Sasuke on the side was also unexpected, his mouth opened slightly, and he stared at the scene in front of him in stunned silence. Naruto stopped moving for a moment, feeling the knots and sleep running rapidly inside his body. Little Sakura panted and pointed at Naruto, blushing and yelling, you, what are you doing, you idiot? I told you that I need your help. If I want to defeat him, your help is indispensable. Naruto looked at little Sakura and said seriously, what time is it now, idiot? You still have the mood to say such stupid things? Little Sakura wiped the thin hair from the corner of her mouth with a pout. Naruto turned and looked at Orochimaru, who was observing with his chin touched, and said, sorry for the wait. Now it's time to send you on your way. Oh? After that, Naruto began the final preparations. First, he took out the cigarette from his pocket, lit it and took a deep puff, using the power to borrow, and then swept his right hand across his face, and a white mask appeared on his face. Instant Hong. Finally, as Naruto spoke in a low voice, the crazy flow of Ryutsu in his body turned into a highly concentrated compressed Kido, which wrapped around his shoulders and back like the wind, and the clothes on his arms and back were instantly torn. Although Orochimaru didn't know what Naruto did, he could feel that this was very similar to the six-stick light prison he had just been hit by, but the way it was presented and the intensity were very different. Although the original intelligence had mentioned that Naruto had learned many new techniques, personal experience was another matter. So he became more and more curious about Naruto, but it was a pity that he was not the main target this time. Just as Orochimaru was thinking, Naruto took a step and the tree trunk under his feet broke with a sound. The next moment Naruto appeared in front of Orochimaru, and his clenched fists instantly blasted out, aiming at Orochimaru's head and heart respectively. Naruto's low voice sounded, double bones. The huge destructive power of the double bones shattered Orochimaru's body, and the fragments of his body flew everywhere. The big tree behind him collapsed with a loud bang, and the surrounding animals, frightened by the terrifying aura, fled in panic. The body fragments even fell at the feet of Sasuke and little Sakura, who stared blankly at Naruto who was looking around. If Sasuke hadn't activated the Sharingan, he would have had no way of seeing Naruto's movements clearly. He would have been like little Sakura, who only heard two loud noises and couldn't keep up with Naruto's movements after several levels of strengthening. No soul was sensed. Naruto shouted at the two, that guy is not dead. Orochimaru got out of the half of the body next to Sasuke, covered with disgusting mucus. Before the three could react, his neck stretched out as if he had eaten a rubber fruit, and bit Sasuke's neck. Sasuke groaned in pain. As an Uchiha, you shouldn't just be a spectator. Chase me, Orochimaru. Only I can give you the power you desire. When Naruto mobilized the few remaining Ryutsu and attacked Orochimaru, his figure had already blended into the environment and quickly fled away. Don't worry, Nine Tails kid. The attack just now was quite beautiful, but it didn't work on me. If it weren't for the annoying guy approaching, I would have played with you for a while longer. Orochimaru's voice came from the forest. Looking at the painful Sasuke, Naruto used Hakufu to make him fall asleep. This was the first time Naruto failed since he came to this world. His body was shattered but he was able to recover in a short time, which reminded him of the two scientists Kurotsuke Mayuri and Sailaporo in Shinigami. It was not a failure. In the end, Naruto had not fully recovered his strength. If he was in his prime, he would have directly annihilated the entire area. He didn't believe that Orochimaru could still be resurrected. He just chose the wrong move. Naruto looked at Sasuke who was unconscious and still twitching slightly, and tried to treat him with Kaido, that is, a kind of therapeutic Kido, but it had no particularly obvious effect. Although little Sakura didn't know what Kaido Naruto was using, she could clearly tell that he was checking or treating Sasuke. She asked worriedly, how is he, Sasuke? Naruto shook his head, looked at the curse mark on Sasuke's neck and said, my treatment methods are ineffective. It doesn't seem to be a simple poisoning. Is Sasuke going to die? Most likely not. According to what that guy said, it doesn't seem like he wanted to kill Sasuke. Of course, his words may not be credible. Naruto rubbed his chin and analyzed. The conflict with Orochimaru, coupled with Sasuke's current state, completely disrupted Naruto's plan. Not to mention that Naruto's Ryutsu has been basically completely drained now, and what is left is not even enough to release Aikido. Under the influence of the power loan, Ryutsu cannot be restored normally. This situation will last for a day. Even if special means are used to restore the part, as long as the penalty time for this loan has not passed, it will quickly dissipate in a short period of time. It's not that Naruto can't fight without Ryutsu, it's just that he missed the great harvest opportunity of the second exam. In addition, Sasuke is now in such a state that it is impossible to move separately. If Sasuke is seriously injured or killed in a sneak attack like this, the second exam will be completely failed. The more Naruto thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He planned to investigate after the exam to find out what happened to this guy named Orochimaru who dared to hinder his good deeds. Then what are we going to do now? Naruto glanced at the two Tianza scrolls on the side and said, let's fix it for the time being and observe Sasuke's situation. I used too much strength in the battle just now. My body also needs a rest. Don't worry about the exam for the time being, the number of reels is fixed. Naruto raised his hands to his chest, and could see that he was trembling slightly. The blow just now almost squeezed the current limit of his body. Although it was not injured, he still needed a certain amount of rest because of such overloaded use. Little Sakura also observed this situation and asked softly, are you okay? It's okay, I just can't fight like before, and I will be weak for about a day, but I can still protect you, Naruto said, clenching his fists. Are you so worried about me? Idiot, who would worry about you? Little Sakura turned her head arrogantly. If you are really worried about me, kiss me now and you will recover faster, Naruto said and pointed to his cheek. Little Sakura suddenly remembered what had just happened, and her face turned red, but for some reason, she was not as resistant as before. Instead, she asked, is it really because of me that you were so powerful just now? In that case, if we are not careful, we will all die in his hands. There is no need for me to lie to you. Naruto put away his frivolous expression and said seriously. Little Sakura thought about it calmly, and it was indeed the case at that time. If it hadn't been for Naruto, the three of them might have been killed by Orochimaru. Okay, I will temporarily forgive you this time, but I won't allow it next time. If we encounter it again next time, wouldn't it be okay to be in such a life-threatening dangerous situation? No. Little Sakura puffed out her chest, glared at Naruto angrily and said, at least I agree first. At this time, Naruto took out a kunai and fired it quickly, piercing the head of a squirrel not far away. At the same time, the detonating talisman behind Squirrel exploded instantly. What? Sakura was shocked, and Naruto shouted in that direction, come out, do you think you can defeat me with this little trick? You are really underestimated. Three Otanin appeared in front of Naruto and Sakura. Among them, Tas, who was wrapped in bandages, said, sorry, our original target was Sasuke, but it looks like you are not in a good condition? Saker also echoed, you were so arrogant before, but now it seems that you only have a mouth left, right? Kill them directly, don't waste time talking to him. Hearing this, Naruto grinned and sneered, go ahead and try it, I hope you don't ask for mercy when I kill you. You guys. Naruto walked out slowly and told Sakura behind him, watch Sasuke, don't let them take the opportunity to attack, if Sasuke dies, I will be very troubled. Tas thought about it, but was still afraid Naruto's strength stopped Sak who wanted to attack, and whispered to the two people around him, don't worry, I will use my ability to attack him unexpectedly and test his strength. You are responsible for remote support. Sak and Chin nodded gently. Looking at Tas who was running towards him, Naruto just stood there, touched the handle of the knife with his right hand and said lightly, so cautious, why not go together, I can save some energy. Tas rushed to Naruto and prepared to swing his special right arm. For a guy like you, I am enough alone. The right arm did not launch an attack as he expected, but was replaced by a piercing pain. Tas. Your hand. Tas only noticed at this time that his right arm had been cut off at the shoulder, and blood spurted all over the ground. What are you doing, the air-cutting wave? Sak quickly stepped forward, raised his hands high and released the air-cutting wave to Naruto, ready to help Tas cover. But Tas stood there dumbfounded as if he couldn't hear anything. Naruto felt the general situation of the air-cutting wave and easily dodged the attack by turning sideways. Chin also took advantage of this moment to take Tas back, but who would have thought that when she touched Tas' body, his head rolled down. It turned out that in the previous blow, Naruto didn't just cut off his right arm, but also cut off his head. Chin and Sak were stunned at the same time. It was just a face-to-face encounter. They didn't even see Naruto's sword-drawing action clearly, which caused a huge impact on their hearts. Naruto also used this opportunity to release his killing intent and further destroy their spirits. Sak was obviously destroyed in his sanity. He randomly released the air-cutting wave to Naruto who was walking towards him, and there was no way to cause substantial damage to Naruto. Naruto looked down indifferently at Sak, who was sitting on the ground with his sanity collapsed and tears streaming down his face. Scroll. Scroll is for you, please don't kill. Sar's trembling body was about to take out the scroll of the word earth from his body, but his head had already slipped from his neck. No Ryotsu swung a knife to kill people, which made Naruto remember the days 1,000 years ago when he relied on only one person and one sword to kill all the way from the famine-ridden North Rukanga 80th District Zaraki to the 11th Division. The huge mental shock brought by the death of two teammates, coupled with the erosion of Naruto's killing intent, Chin has lost control of her body. Looking at the forehead protector on Chin's head, Naruto thought of Orochimaru's forehead protector after his rebirth, which changed from a Kusagakur to a sound ninja. Naruto stretched out his hand and grabbed her slender and white neck and said coldly, "Do you know a guy named Orochimaru?" Chin did not answer Naruto's question, but just murmured with a distracted look, don't kill me." Naruto put his head close to her ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Generally, I don't kill women, but don't think that the exam is over, I will." Chin was shocked when she heard it, subconsciously protecting her body, and said anxiously, "We just received an order from Lord Orochimaru to kill Sasuke, and we don't know anything else." Naruto observed Chin's expression. In this mental state, what she said was generally true, and then changed the question, "What other information do you know about Orochimaru?" Chin shook her head like a rattle. "No, Lord Orochimaru is not someone I can get in touch with. But it's true, a Chunin is not even a guy, so he must not be an important member. He is probably just a chess piece that can be discarded at will." Chin couldn't help but speak. Naruto felt the elasticity of the snow peak in his hand. The soft touch was not enough to stimulate some Ryotsu. The few Ryotsu could not be maintained and dissipated quickly. Sure enough, we still have to wait until the punishment time of power lending is over. Naruto no longer cares about Chin, collects the souls of TOS and Sak, and prepares to rest. Who knows that at this time, another figure landed in this area. Naruto looked at Xiao Li, who suddenly appeared, and mocked with an unhappy expression, "Why haven't you remembered the lesson last time? You dare to come here alone. Your teacher can't save you here." Although he said so, after all, they are from the same village, and now Ryotsu has not recovered, it is not convenient to deal with the traces. Naruto still does not consider killing them. It's so cruel. You just need to get the paper, why do you want to kill them? Xiao Li questioned Naruto. Naruto looked at a fool and sneered, "Idiot, these people are not from Konoha, who are you pretending to be hypocritical for? You are too dangerous, little Sakura will only be implicated if she stays with you," Xiao Li said, and he was ready to fight. Little Sakura? Naruto was stunned. "You don't like little Sakura, do you, Sasuke?" Little Sakura's exclamation attracted the attention of the two. Sasuke suddenly jumped up, exuding a special breath, and the surface of his skin was full of tadpole-shaped curse seals. Naruto felt that his state was not right at a glance, even Ryotsu showed obvious disorder, and his body seemed to be affected by the curse seal. Sasuke? Is this the feeling of power? It flows out of the body continuously, this feeling is really good, Sasuke muttered while observing the curse seal on his arm. Naruto looked at Sasuke's somewhat mad look, and for some reason he suddenly thought of Hollow. Sasuke raised his head and looked at Xiao Li. The expression on his face gradually became ferocious and his emotions suddenly became excited. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "It's you again, you dare to appear in front of me, I want you to know the price of humiliating Uchiha's name." As Sasuke roared, the curse mark on his body seemed to come alive and was about to spread throughout his body. Xiao Li obviously did not expect this development, and was on guard against Sasuke, who was running towards him. When he was only a few meters away from Xiao Li, he quickly formed a seal on his hand to release the great fireball technique. The violent Hokage instantly tilted out, and Xiao Li chose to retreat quickly to avoid its edge. But what exceeded Xiao Li's expectations was that Sasuke ignored the flames of the great fireball and directly broke through the flames to attack him. Sasuke hit Li with a flying knee, directly in the abdomen. The force of the blow made Xiao Li feel dizzy. Before he could react, Sasuke's attack came again. Sasuke grabbed Xiao Li's neck, and while pulling down hard, he hit Xiao Li's chin with a knee. Because this blow was fixed, the huge force directly knocked Xiao Li into the air. A mixture of teeth and blood spat out of his mouth. After Xiao Li landed, he stepped heavily on his back. A cruel smile appeared on Sasuke's face and he said, "What's wrong, don't you think you are strong?" Forward. Sasuke turned to look at Xiao Li's legs and stepped heavily on his ankles, causing Xiao Li to cry out in pain. "It's these legs that make you proud, right? It's these legs that gave you the confidence to challenge and blaspheme Uchiha, right? Now that it doesn't exist, what's the matter? Don't you dare to resist even after I've done this? Move quickly and let me see how arrogant you look." After crushing Xiao Li's legs, he still didn't stop and continued to step on Xiao Li's back one foot after another. Naruto frowned at this scene. It was so similar to Hollow, there was no doubt that there must be something wrong with Sasuke's mind now. It was like the negative emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were suddenly detonated. Little Sakura's pupils widened. She couldn't believe that Suzuki would suddenly become like this. Seeing Xiao Li, who had stopped speaking, he felt that if he left things alone, Suzuki would really kill him. Naruto appeared next to the two of them. Zanpakuto inserted himself diagonally into the ground to block Suzuki's feet, and reminded him, "It's almost done. If you continue, you will really die." Suzuki didn't care. He raised his head and glanced at Naruto, then stepped on Zanpakuto with more force. Feeling the force coming from the handle of the knife, Naruto was also sure that the increase Suzuki received because of this thing was quite objective. Naruto's voice also turned cold, and he spoke seriously, "I'm only going to say it once, stop immediately. It's ridiculous. What's wrong with killing people? You are the least qualified to criticize me." A sneer appeared on Suzuki's face. Naruto grabbed Suzuki by the collar and got really angry. "You idiot, don't make killing so simple. Kill your fellow villagers without any regard for the consequences. Give me your pig brain and think about the consequences." Suzuki paused suddenly, seeming to think about Naruto's words. "Have you considered how to withstand the wrath of people related to this guy? Idiot, you can't even think properly now. Is there any way to deal with Jonin? Wake up." The reason why Naruto tried to escape with his mouth is because that's how the plots of kings are written. Moreover, he is also the protagonist after all, so mouth done should have some bonuses, even though he is obviously not a hot-blooded protagonist. Seeing the change in Suzuki's expression, Naruto continued to perform. He gripped Suzuki's collar tighter and pressed their heads together. Staring into Suzuki's eyes, he said solemnly, "The Suzuki who wants to defeat me should not be a poor guy who can't even control his own thoughts." Suzuki immediately covered his head and took a few steps back. The curse mark on his body quickly faded. The curse marks finally gathered towards the neck. Are you kidding? How could my mind be controlled by something like this?" Suzuki gasped for breath. The use of the curse seal just now put him in a weak state. It seemed that Suzuki had returned to his original state, but as the saying goes, good things never come together and misfortunes never come alone. A man's roar was heard in the distance. "Uchiha guy, how dare you attack Xiao Li and hurt him like this?" The three of them turned around and saw Hyuga Niji, who was glaring and wide-eyed, and Tenten, who was beside him with a look of astonishment. Naruto sighed. It was like Calabash Boy saving his grandpa, solving one problem after another, really not giving anyone a chance to rest. Moreover, the other party is still from Konoha, so it is not easy for him to kill him and seize his soul. Niji rushed towards the weak Suzuki and was about to take action, but Naruto blocked it with his sword. "I saw everything that just happened. Get out of the way. It's him I'm looking for. In your current state, there is no way I can defeat you. I have no reason to let you touch my people," Naruto said calmly. "In other words, do I have to start with you first? If you are so reluctant," Naruto pointed the blade at Xiao Li's neck, "if you let me be the one to kill him, your hatred will turn towards me, right?" As soon as these words came out, not only Niji was stunned, but Suzuki was also stunned. None of them thought that Naruto would do this. "You are really a madman." Niji stopped moving his hands after a while. "He's not dead yet. You don't care about the situation of your teammates, but choose to vent your anger on him first. This is so weird. I just rationalize your actions, such as avenging your dead teammates or something," Naruto said coldly. His cold murderous intent turned into a sharp blade, as if Niji would chop the two of them into pieces immediately if he wanted to take action. "Now you have only two choices, either take him and get out, or start with me now and see if you will become like the corpses on the side." Niji might not even notice it himself. He hesitated. He felt a strong sense of oppression from Naruto. It was a sense of oppression that was thick with time. He couldn't understand why he felt this from Naruto. In the end, Niji chose to compromise. While he was wary of Naruto's movements, he quickly picked up Xiao Li and left. When Tenten left, he secretly glanced back at Naruto. After the three of them got together, there was no topic of conversation. Naruto just closed his eyes and rested, while Suzuki was also silently thinking about the curse seal. Little Sakura opened her mouth several times to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. "It's so embarrassing." Naruto heard Ulquiorra's voice in his ears, and when he stood up, he had already entered his inner world. "Compared to the last time I entered, more of the entire world is covered by skyscrapers. The only things that haven't changed are Nine Tails, which is still sealed, and Ulquiorra standing on top of it. Indeed, I haven't experienced this feeling for a long time." Naruto couldn't help but fall into memories. "The way the guy you just fought with was reborn reminded me of Sailaporo." Ulquiorra seemed to be brought into that state by Naruto and began to reminisce. "Are you talking about the evil concubine's pregnancy notification? It does feel like this. It is a troublesome ability. What are your next plans?" "I want to stand in the sky and complete it once in this world." Naruto opened his hands towards the sun. Ulquiorra was silent for a long time and asked, "Does it make sense? I just want to try to understand how the man who killed me feels now." The man Naruto was talking about was of course Aizen. After killing him, the strongest Soul King's successor, there was nothing in the world that could stop Aizen. Naruto turned to look at Ulquiorra and asked, "Then you will help me, right, just like you did before?" Ulquiorra just glanced at Naruto lightly. "Kaido, your question, like what you are going to do, is meaningless. Today's Ulquiorra is an integral part of Naruto's soul, so disobedience does not exist as an option. I need more companions," Naruto said seriously. Ulquiorra couldn't understand Naruto's meaning accurately, so she immediately asked, "Like the two outside?" "No, they are still too weak and immature." Naruto shook his head. "Can the powerful people in this world accept your proposal, or do you have a way to convince them?" Ulquiorra was obviously not very optimistic about Naruto's idea. Naruto shook his head, denied Ulquiorra's statement, and explained, "No, I am not looking for a strong man in this world. I want to find some old friends to help me." "How to do it?" "Since my soul can come to this world, and I can successfully create Zanpakuto and activate the full-bringing technique with you, then I might as well be a little more bold." Naruto paused and continued, "Try to use me as an anchor to connect the two worlds." Hearing this, Ulquiorra and Nine Tails, who were silently listening to the conversation below him, opened their eyes wide at the same time, shocked by Naruto's crazy idea. Seeing the expressions of the two, Naruto explained, "It's not to the extent of merging the two worlds. In that case, the resources required will be immeasurable. What I want to do is to try to guide the soul to this world. You want to replicate your situation and bring others with you?" Ulquiorra roughly understood Naruto's plan. "Yes, it's just a pity that the king's seal is not here. By using that thing to break through time and space, it will be much easier to plan. If there is no such condition now, I plan to use the original methods of this world, space, or soul-related technologies. Try." Naruto walked slowly to Nine Tails, looked into its huge eyes and said, "You are the audience closest to the stage. You will witness how I stand in the sky." Naruto said, pointing to the hypocritical sky in this inner world. A huge stone hit the water, shaking the river fish in the water into the air, and then pierced the fish with a precise kunao and killed it. Half a day has passed since that battle, and the condition of the three of them has recovered to a certain extent. Naruto distributed the grilled fish to the two of them. "Now that we have obtained the earth coiling axis, as long as we bring them safely to the tower, we will pass the second exam, right?" Little Sakura asked, looking at the grilled fish in her hand. Naruto didn't reply immediately, he just took a bite of the grilled fish, chewed and tasted it carefully, and thought rapidly. The exam lasted for 5 days, and now at least 1/10 has passed. However, including myself and Konoha, including those who have been solved, and Orochimaru, there are not many targets left to take action, and I have not considered it yet. Have some been eliminated among those people? Thinking about it this way, just because of the half-day delay, there is not much point in staying for the second exam. But then again, based on the strength Orochimaru has shown so far, if he just wanted to plant the curse seal on Sasuke, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble, pretending to be a candidate and giving orders. The men kill Sasuke for testing. It can be done in one go at another place, with Sasuke alone. Moreover, the Chunin exam was a joint event for ninjas from all over the world, and the alert level must be higher than usual. If he deliberately took such a level of risk, he was definitely planning more than that. It's best to make things big enough so that you can make a profit and make up for the losses in the second exam. Naruto gnawed the grilled fish clean in 3 strokes and said, "Let's go after eating. There's no point in staying any longer. Is it okay for you to move at night?" "No." Sasuke also shook his head silently. Just after midnight, the three of them appeared in the hall of the tower and opened the 2 scrolls according to the text prompts on the wall. As a cloud of white smoke rose, a figure gradually appeared in front of the three of them. It was their former head teacher Irika. Irika looked at the three of them and said happily, "Long time no see, I didn't expect you to reach this point." "Why you, Mr. Irika?" Little Sakura asked strangely. But Naruto interrupted and asked, "This kind of thing doesn't matter anymore. I have something to ask you, Mr. Irika." "What's wrong?" Irika asked, looking at Naruto with a serious expression. "Do you have any clues about Orochimaru?" "Orochimaru? That's a person listed as one of the Sannin in Konoha legend. Why do you suddenly ask about him?" Irika explained doubtfully. Naruto observed Irika's reaction. It seemed that he was still unclear about Orochimaru's appearance. He didn't know whether it was because he was not strong enough to get the news, or because the news was not spread and was blocked. Naruto said straight to the point, "I'm not sure if the guy we fought is Orochimaru himself, but he does call himself that." "What? Really?" Irika's expression changed instantly. "It's true, Mr. Irika. If it weren't for Naruto, we might not be able to stand here." Little Sakura was still frightened. Yeah, although Sasuke didn't say much, he actually agreed with this statement. "Naruto?" Irika looked at Naruto. Naruto pulled away Sasuke's neck and showed Irika the curse mark planted by Orochimaru. "I just think it's unusual for a guy of that kind of strength to appear in the Chunin exam, so I feel the need to report to you that Orochimaru is still there. This thing is planted in Sasuke's neck, which affects Suzuki's normal actions to a certain extent. Such a thing happened. You guys take a rest here. I will report this situation to Mr. Hokage immediately. We will not officially enter the next stage of the assessment until all teams arrive at the tower or the exam time is over, Irika explained simply. After a while, he left in a hurry. Without waiting too long, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi came here, and as expected, the three of them told what happened in detail. Naruto didn't hide it, but he still used the expressions he learned from the sealed book in terms of the abilities he used. In other words, Anko and the others reported that a giant snake died not far from the entrance to number 34. It is speculated that it was the venue where Orochimaru had a fierce battle with someone. Was it actually you who caused it? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and sucked hard, asked, taking a puff from his pipe. Yes, Naruto nodded calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi walked towards Naruto knowingly, pulled open the shirt that was damaged by the sudden explosion, and carefully observed and felt the seal. Finally, he stretched out his hand to touch and feel for a long time, but there was still no leak of the nine-tail seal as they expected. Kakashi turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and shook his head seriously. Not many people have access to the sealed book. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already doubted Naruto's power. If it weren't for the power of nine tails, it would be difficult for him to rationalize Naruto's power. Because in the report, the incision of the summoning snake was obviously decapitated by a sharp blow, and the trees in the Death Forest have experienced a long time. The aftermath of the injury can be damaged to that extent, which shows that Naruto the power of that blow. If Orochimaru's matters were not more important at the moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have been ready to go back and study the sealed book carefully. Kakashi pulled aside Suzuki's collar again, and he and Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized the curse seal at a glance. Plant a curse seal on Uchiha? Kakashi, please take care of it first. Kakashi nodded and took Suzuki out of the room, looking for a quiet room to prepare the seal. Little Sakura asked Sarutobi Hiruzen worriedly. Suzuki, he doesn't matter, right? Don't worry, Suzuki is not the first person to be cursed by Orochimaru. Although the curse cannot be completely removed, under the restrictions of the sealing technique, its impact can be minimized. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted. Naruto naturally saw what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking and said, if it weren't for the fact that I used all my strength in that blow, I would have wanted to show it to Lord Hokage myself. You have done a good job. The rest is for adults. Just take a good rest and prepare for the third exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's leaving back, Naruto was thinking about how much he could strengthen his Zanpakuto with his soul. Naruto didn't care too much about being suspected. This was bound to happen as his strength recovered, it was just a matter of sooner or later. He was sure that if he was honest now, he wouldn't have to question his own power for a while, and he must seize the opportunity to muddy the water so that he can have more opportunities to regain his strength. After all, he cannot always use his strength to borrow money, and the punishment time is too long. After all, for now, the environment he is in is still relatively calm and safe most of the time. If it is the kind of situation filled with high-intensity battles every moment, a whole day without Ryutsu, it would be it's already quite deadly. At least until Naruto finds someone who can transfer souls from another world and successfully obtains a powerful companion, he probably won't think about it casually and then use his strength to borrow all his strength. Now he needs an opportunity, a chaotic battlefield, an opportunity that allows him to harvest the lives of strong men wantonly. The current situation couldn't help but remind him of the 1,000-year bloody battle in Shinigami. As a triple agent, he wantonly harvested the strong men of the Star-Crossed Knights and the Godai 13th Division on the battlefield. To this day, he can still clearly recall the pleasure of harvesting lives. All Naruto can do now is to keep waving Zanpakuto and improve his physical fitness as much as possible before the start of the third game. Even if everyone in this exam is not an opponent in his eyes, he still has to prepare in advance to kill Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the top experts in each village. And because Suzuki was taken away by Kakashi, little Sakura sitting aside could only pass the time silently watching Naruto's movements. Little Sakura looked at Naruto's serious face and fell into thinking. It was obvious that he had just graduated from the ninja school not long ago. The voice of everyone calling Naruto the tail of the crane seemed to be in her ears, but looking at Naruto's performance now. In the Hokage's temporary office in the tower, Anko stood up in disbelief and asked, Master Hokage, are you serious? Sarutobi Hiruzen blew out a smoke ring and said calmly, according to the three of them, combined with the situation at the scene, it was indeed Naruto who did it. It was Naruto who killed the Orokai and wounded Orochimaru? Anko still couldn't accept the news. There were not many people present, only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Anko. They gathered here because all three of them were closely related to the incident. Seeing Kakashi's calm expression, Anko asked, did you know the news in advance? You didn't look surprised. Kakashi waved his hand and replied, I learned the news earlier than you, but I didn't have such a big reaction as you at the time. He had already killed Jonin before that. I've heard the rumor that Zabuza Mamakai, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was killed. I thought he was just involved, mainly because of your role, but even if he did it, it couldn't be compared to a character comparable to Orochimaru, right? Anko seemed to have thought of something, his eyes lit up as if he had found the answer, and he said loudly, it's because of 9 tails, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Kakashi, and Kakashi understood and said, in fact, this has nothing to do with 9 tails. Not only in the last battle with Zabuza, but even this time, Naruto did not use any 9 tails power from beginning to end, which means that he fought Orochimaru with his own strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen added, you are also one of the discoverers of the scene. You should know that such power is enough to kill anyone without considering other factors, not the power of 9 tails, but relying on his own strength? Anko opened his mouth and couldn't accept such a reality. This was a much more unacceptable answer than borrowing the power of 9 tails. I know this is hard to accept, but in fact, Naruto, before becoming a genin, actually had a record of killing Chunin, and this was also the news that I ordered to be blocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly poured out the ash in his pipe. What? Anko felt that at this moment, the values she had held for so many years were being broken bit by bit. Sarutobi Hiruzen also got to the point at this time and said seriously, the reason why I introduced so much to you before talking about the official topic is because I asked you to come here to talk about Naruto as one of the forces against Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen first looked at Kakashi and said, as Naruto's teacher, you are one of the people who know his strength best. He looked at Anko and said, and you are the only one who has fought with Orochimaru at this time besides Naruto, so I want to hear your opinions. Hokage, are you serious? Anko couldn't help asking. You have fought with him, you should know better than me what amazing results Naruto has achieved. Sarutobi Hiruzen said decisively. Anko recalled the fight with Orochimaru not long ago. Although she tried her best and even wanted to use the forbidden technique, she still couldn't hurt Orochimaru at all. So Anko put herself in her own perspective, killing Orochimaru's summoning beast and successfully hurting Orochimaru, but she couldn't do it. Kakashi, what do you think? Naruto's strength has obviously improved a lot compared to what I know, but when it comes to other aspects, whether it is insight or judgment, according to my standards, it is above the level. Kakashi touched his chin and pondered for a moment. Based on my understanding of Naruto, if he didn't know Orochimaru insufficiently, perhaps the results would be even better. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction and said, your evaluation is not low. Now it's your opinion, Anko. Anko put his hands on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk and said seriously, I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, it's precisely because I know Orochimaru's ability that I can't easily draw conclusions before I see Naruto's true strength. I don't want him to sacrifice because of my decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't refute it, because he could more or less understand what Anko said. He tapped his fingers on the table for a while and said, then let's do this, you can confirm Naruto's strength, and the next time Orochimaru takes action again, it's up to you to judge whether to let him. Naruto is involved. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen has said this, Anko will not refuse. I will stay by his side until I get the answer I want. So it was really Naruto who did it, not a genjutsu or something? Anko asked little Sakura while chewing the balls in his mouth. I don't think it's an illusion. At that time, I could feel it more clearly at the scene, even though it was only for a moment. Little Sakura recalled. Eat meatballs? No thank you. Anko held his face and watched Naruto training like a machine without noticing anything. Anko finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward and asked, I want to see the method you used to hurt Orochimaru. In fact, Naruto had been observing silently since Anko appeared, stopped waving Zanpakuto, and slowly said, I can't show it to you now. Why? Naruto said angrily, if I could release that kind of power at will, I wouldn't have to bother taking the Chunin exam here. After saying that, Naruto took out the extra scroll from his arms and threw it to Anko. Scroll? Aren't you already qualified? What can you do for me? Anko's head was a little confused for a moment, not knowing what Naruto wanted to do. Didn't we agree to eliminate half of the candidates? After fighting Orochimaru with all our strength, we don't have enough energy to fulfill this agreement. If Naruto hadn't reminded him, Anko would have almost forgotten about it because of Orochimaru's appearance. Anko played with the scroll and said, I didn't expect you to take it seriously. This wasn't a difficult thing originally. If you didn't take into consideration not to rob fellow villagers, it would be quite easy to eliminate half of them. After all, missing Anko-senpai's reward is the thing I regret the most. Naruto showed a playful expression. Anko lifted Naruto's chin and said in a teasing tone, if you can show me your moves against Orochimaru and the rewards, it's not impossible. Even if you say so, I just used it once and it was too taxing on my body. I can't use it continuously, let alone just for display. Naruto paused, and I can't do this alone. You can't do it alone. What do you mean? Naruto turned his head and pointed at little Sakura beside him, and explained, you can ask little Sakura. It is with her help that I can perform such a move. Little Sakura was immediately stunned because when they told Sarutobi Hiruzen what happened, none of the three mentioned this detail. She did not expect that Naruto would suddenly inform outsiders. Turning his head to the side with a red face, he gritted his teeth and said, "Who can help you?" "I don't have any." Anko was obviously out of the situation at this time. Seeing little Sakura's reaction, her curiosity was suddenly aroused. "Stop being so pretentious, tell me what it is," Naruto explained softly, while little Sakura defended beside him. "Anko-senpai, don't believe Naruto's nonsense." After Anko understood it, he held up Naruto's cheek and took a sip, which neither Naruto nor Sakura expected. Anko-senpai, you..." Little Sakura was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Anko's attention was all on Naruto, and he asked eagerly, "How about this? Is this okay?" Naruto felt the small amount of Ryotsu that had recovered, waved his hand and said, "I didn't kiss like this at that time." Kissing on the cheek is not without effect, but the effect is not obvious. In order to make his words more convincing, Naruto used hollow for a second, and quickly stepped on the ground with his right foot. There were obvious cracks on the floor of the entire room. Anko felt the vibration coming from under her feet. In her opinion, the power of this blow, this casual blow, was indeed beyond the level that a normal genin should have. But that's all. What Anko wanted to see was not this. What she wanted to witness was a blow with astonishing destructive power that could hurt Orochimaru. It's already reached the limit. I really can't help it in my current state. Well, before Naruto could finish his words, Anko's bright red lips covered him. After a while, Anko stuck out her tongue and licked it. The strand of black hair falling on her lips added a seductive charm to her. She put her head in Naruto's ear and said softly, "If you, a little devil, dare to lie, me, Naruto felt the fast-moving knots in body sleep, and quickly thought about the purpose of Anko's trip in his mind, considering whether to show his strength to her. After some thinking and weighing, he felt that this was more like a signal. It should be some kind of expectation and testing. On the one hand, he expected his own power to contribute in this incident, and on the other hand, he was testing this power. What is its true face? After all, the reason why a weapon is valuable is that it can play a role in fighting the enemy. But one day this weapon may hurt you, and that is the day to destroy it. Naruto thought, if that's the case, then it would be nice to act like it is powerful when used, but cannot be used casually due to many restrictions. At this time, little Sakura on the side blushed, pulled Naruto away from Anko and said, "I know Anko, you are a senior, but please be more reserved." Naruto took advantage of the fact that Ryotsu was not completely gone and said, "What I just showed was a technique I used at that time, because it is true that the current state is not enough to support me using two techniques at the same time. Now I will show another one, and also I'm not a little kid, Shunyu." The high-concentration compressed Kido that burst out instantly wrapped around Naruto. Even if Anko couldn't capture Ryotsu intuitively, he could still clearly sense the existence of this power. Look carefully. As Naruto's voice fell, a Shunpo appeared behind Anko, and stepped on the ground with his right foot. "I can't last long." There was another roar, leaving a second deep mark on the ground. Although in fact this was only a scaled-down version of its power, it was quite easy for Naruto's body to destroy such a brick building at its peak. Are such powers actually two different techniques? Anko murmured to himself, and was about to ask Naruto what the third method was when he reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto had already disappeared. Naruto wasn't going to play with Anko any longer. A little show was enough. He really didn't know how he could withstand it. It was already late at night, and because the second exam had not officially ended, Konoha arranged single rooms in the tower for the teams that passed early. Naruto stopped taking off his clothes, sighed and said, "Now that Anko-senpai is here, there is no need to hide anymore." Is this night attack on the candidates' bedrooms an appendix to the second exam? Anko didn't talk nonsense to him and attacked directly. During this fight, Naruto's Ryotsu was slowly recovering and was not completely dissipated, accumulating at a slow rate. Perhaps it was because late at night, in this small room, fighting a big sister with a bold and open-minded personality and a hot body, this unique atmosphere evoked the efficient operation of Naruto's not in body sleep, and the overproduction of Ryotsu was offset. The side effects of power lending. It was also because Anko was only fighting hand-to-hand, without using ninjutsu, and was more just testing Naruto's level. Under the circumstances, Naruto was not left behind by occasionally using the enhancement of the full manifestation technique for assistance. It was just the moonlight that filtered through the window, whether it was the towering peaks that shook violently with Anko's taijutsu movements that seemed to burst the net clothes at any time, or the pair of fair and slender legs that were exposed from time to time, it did affect Naruto a little. Concentration. After all, according to the setting, taking Kakashi of this period as a comparison, Kakashi's physical skills are 8, while Anko is only 5 at this time. At exactly this time, the curse mark on Anko's neck began to move, and the movements of his hands naturally became stiff. Naruto took advantage of this moment to launch a fierce attack and gain the dominant position. It was noon the next day when Naruto woke up from a messy room. Anko's night attack last night was mainly to force Naruto to reveal to Sarutobi Hiruzen the third technique to deal with Orochimaru, double bones. But Naruto didn't let her get what she wanted. That was not a skill for display, it was a real skill for killing people. But after a fierce battle in simple terms, Anko also recognized Naruto's strength, which should not be underestimated despite his age. When he left, his legs hurt so much that even walking was extremely difficult. It's also because of what happened last night that Naruto's power loan, which was originally completed in the afternoon, has now ended early, and Ryotsu has also recovered to a certain extent. In fact, if Anko hadn't attacked last night, Naruto would have planned to do something else. Those who can reach the tower at this time are basically those who are at the top of the exam. Naruto originally considered that although he didn't know what the content of the third exam was, just take advantage of the night to do it all, and it can also help Sasuke clear some obstacles with little Sakura. In addition to not having the chance to implement it last night, the second exam also ended much faster than Naruto expected. After a brief lunch, everyone was gathered in the hall, and Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the end of the second exam in front of everyone. Among the teams that passed the exam, except for Naruto and his team, the rest of the team had serious injuries. At least one person in the three-person team was seriously injured. For example, in Gaara's team, Kankuro was seriously injured by Naruto before the Chunin exam. He did not fully recover until this time and endured the pain to complete the exam. In the Niji team, Xiao Li's situation is even worse. He uses 2 crutches and can barely stand with his legs. Niji even gave Sasuke and Naruto a murderous look. But Naruto didn't care about this at all, not even the various reasons Sarutobi Hiruzen told about the arrangement of the exam. Naruto's attention was all on the row of outside ninjas besides Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto had a deep memory of Orochimaru's Ryotsu because of their fight, and it was impossible for him to forget that feeling. So from the beginning, Naruto's eyes never moved away from the sound ninja disguised as Orochimaru. At first Orochimaru thought it was just a coincidence and chose to ignore Naruto's gaze. Until a long time later, Naruto was still staring at him. It also made him realize that something was wrong. He was absolutely confident in his disguise, otherwise he would not have been able to appear here openly. When the two people's time met, Naruto opened his mouth slightly and twisted his tongue, imitating a snake spitting out a message. Seeing Naruto's straightforward hint, Orochimaru's disguised face also changed slightly. He quickly recalled the preparations he had made in his mind, and he didn't notice any mistakes at all. He couldn't understand how Naruto found him. That is, under Orochimaru's gaze, Naruto suddenly raised his hand and said, "Sorry to interrupt, can I say a few words?" Hayate looked at Naruto displeased and yelled, "Now we have to explain the exam matters, don't interrupt at will." Sasuke glanced sideways at Naruto, and little Sakura also had a premonition that Naruto was going to do something again. I'm sorry Hayate-senpai, I didn't plan to ask you, I wanted to talk to Hokage-sama," Naruto said calmly without taking it seriously. "What did you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Hayate's speech and asked, "Naruto, what do you want to say?" Naruto said with a concerned tone, "Sir Hokage, Orochimaru went to such great lengths to pretend to be a candidate to sneak into the Chunin exam, and now his identity has been exposed but has not been found. I am worried that he might be hidden among the crowd at the scene. If the purpose is not good for you, it will be dangerous for you to be here. There are more than 10 Jonin and above present. If he dares to show up, he will be subdued in an instant. What if he has helpers?" Naruto asked, while unconsciously glancing at Kabuto and then at Orochimaru. "I understand your concerns, but this is something I have to consider as a Hokage. You just need to take the exam with peace of mind." Seeing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Naruto stopped and nodded silently. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. As long as Orochimaru was not a fool, he could understand this threat. Next, Hayate talked a lot about one-on-one preparatory exams, matters related to voluntary withdrawal, and the arrangements for each opponent. Naruto was too lazy to care about this. Anyway, Ryotsu had recovered, and it didn't matter who the opponent was. The first game started, and everyone walked onto the high platform one after another. Naruto stood in a place where no one was communicating, and sang in a low voice, "Black and white Luo 22 bridges 66 crowns with footprints far Thunder Peak return to earth, the deep blue clouds at night fill the garden and reach the sky, the 77 days of Bakuto." The person he conveyed the message to was Orochimaru on the other side. "You should know who I am just by listening to my voice, right?" When Naruto's voice sounded in Orochimaru's ears, his expression was obviously stunned and he looked at the other people around him. Beiki, who was not far away, obviously noticed it and turned his head to make eye contact, as if he wanted to confirm what happened. Naruto's voice rang in Orochimaru's ears again, "No need to look, others can't hear this sound, I'm opposite you." Orochimaru raised his head and glanced at Naruto in the distance, thinking in his mind, could he be able to communicate directly with a specific object, could it be a telepathic technique? But he quickly rejected this conjecture. If it was Naruto, there was no reason or possibility to master this method now. Naruto continued, "Choose, go out and chat with me now, or reject my proposal. I will tell everyone present your location now, and even if you can escape by chance, I still have special means to lock your location." A few minutes later, in a secret room, Naruto's clone came here chasing Orochimaru's Ryotsu, and slowly unhidden bent light. Naruto was the first to speak. Let me state in advance that this is just a clone. I know about you, but it's obvious that you are quite different from my understanding now. Are you really Uzumaki Naruto? Faced with Orochimaru's question, Naruto just replied calmly, of course I am Uzumaki Naruto, it's true. Then I'm even more curious about your purpose. What's the benefit to you of concealing my existence? Besides, you're an enemy who fought with me not long ago. Naruto shook his finger and did not answer Orochimaru's question, but said, but you have to understand that the initiative now lies with me. As long as I expose your existence in advance, I can lock your location in real time, no matter what your plan is. What, it will definitely be affected, right? Although Orochimaru didn't know what Naruto's method was, the situation was exactly as he said. Such a development would greatly affect his plan, and he was not ready to start the plan at this time. Seeing that Orochimaru didn't speak, Naruto continued, don't worry, I am more obsessed with killing you than you think. After all, it was you who caused me to lose precious resources in the second exam. Orochimaru carefully considered the meaning of Naruto's loss of precious resources, and then asked, aren't you worried that I will solve you as the first goal? It's meaningless. I can follow the others. Your disguises are useless in front of me. If you take a step back, do you think that's my limit? Naruto asked without fear. Orochimaru was silent after hearing this. He observed Naruto's performance and found no obvious flaws. He could only ask in compromise, what do you want? I'm not interested in what you want to do, I just want to confirm that your plan shouldn't be boring just for 1 or 2 people, right? Orochimaru thought about his words and replied without revealing his plan, it's not just a few people who are affected. What do you want? All I want is chaos. As long as you don't lie to me, at least from now until the beginning of the chaos, I won't initiate any action against you. But if you cheat on me, you can take a look at my methods. Naruto issued a final warning. After Naruto's clone disappeared, Orochimaru stood still for a long time. After the brief communication, Naruto's overflowing confidence was what puzzled Orochimaru the most. And that is not the fearless self-confidence of the ignorant, but a true self-confidence in one's own abilities. Orochimaru was very curious about what Naruto wanted to do, what happened to Naruto, and what happened to his strange skills. But right now Orochimaru has more important things to deal with, so he can only put aside his exploration of Naruto for the time being. As the clone dissipated, the content of the conversation just now was integrated into Naruto's memory. The communication went smoothly, but whether Orochimaru would cooperate honestly still depends on subsequent developments. Naruto wasn't worried about Orochimaru being caught and dragging him into the water. On the one hand, he didn't say anything crucial. On the other hand, whether he was using Tentikara to send a message or using bent light to hide his clone and Orochimaru during the conversation, he left almost nothing behind. The first battle, Temari vs Hinata, ended with Temari's victory. Without pausing, the list of the second battle appeared on the screen, Sasuke vs Neji. Naruto just glanced at the status of the two of them and was basically sure that Sasuke would definitely lose. There was a special pattern around the curse seal on his neck. It was probably the seal-like seal used by Kakashi in order to limit this power. Technology. Sasuke was obviously aware of his own condition. Looking at Neji, who was already waiting below, he cast a provocative look at him and clenched his fists unwillingly. You will lose. Naruto stated his judgment directly to Sasuke. Damn it Naruto, what are you talking about, Sasuke? Little Sakura wanted to retort, but in the end she couldn't continue. Sasuke just stared at Naruto without saying anything or retorting. If you still want to go up after knowing the result, Naruto took out a cigarette from his pocket, would you like one? Little Sakura was dumbfounded and couldn't help complaining, Naruto, what are you doing? Mr. Kakashi, please take care of him. Kakashi didn't stop him, he wanted to see what Naruto was going to do. Sasuke looked at the cigarette in Naruto's hand and recalled that Naruto seemed to have smoked when he was fighting Orochimaru. Sasuke knew Naruto very well, and Naruto rarely did anything extra. He took the cigarette silently, and Naruto lit it for him. Sasuke just took a puff, and the effect of power lending officially took effect. He could feel his physical strength, spirit and chakra quickly rising to the peak state. Sasuke's eyes lit up immediately, and Naruto just patted his shoulder and said, this way, you won't lose too badly. Uchiha Sasuke, come and join the duel quickly, otherwise I will judge you as the loser. Heiate urged. Sasuke jumped down from the second floor without saying a word and stood opposite Neji. This was the first time Naruto released power lending to someone other than himself since he came to this world. What did you do? Kakashi asked, and with his eyesight, he naturally noticed the difference in Sasuke. In fact, power lending affects the whole person, in other words, it is not just pre-borrowing Ryutsu, but also physical strength, spirit and chakra. And if you release it to others, the conditions are relatively harsh compared to releasing it to yourself. The recipient's strength must not exceed Naruto's before it can be released. After the recipient completes the repayment of the loan, Naruto will get an additional 10% of it as interest. Nothing, I simply helped Sasuke adjust his state and squeezed out some tomorrow's share in advance, Naruto said lightly. After thinking for a while, he added, he is in such a bad state now. If he loses too badly, I am afraid he can't accept it. After all, losing to me and losing to others are two different things. Does Sasuke have no chance? Little Sakura asked. No, the guy with the white eyes and the guy with the watermelon head before are not at the same level of strength. Naruto turned to Kakashi and asked, Sasuke should not be able to use the power of the curse seal now, right? That thing is too dangerous. I have sealed it. How did you judge the strength of the boy? I remember your previous description. You should not have fought with him yet? Kakashi asked back. Naruto thought about it and thought that this was a good opportunity to shape his own abilities, so he explained, through intelligence, observation, fighting and feeling chakra. Have you ever thought that there are other things hidden in the human body that can be used to judge a person's strength? Hidden other things? Kakashi repeated, thinking seriously about the point made by Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto continued to add, many times, things that cannot be seen may not be non-existent, and things that are not understood may not be impossible. Let me give you an example. Everyone has a soul. Although most people cannot intuitively feel the existence of the soul under normal circumstances, the soul actually has strengths and weaknesses. Use this point to infer the overall strength of the opponent. Although Naruto said soul, he actually used soul to refer to Ryatsu. Kakashi thought for a moment and raised a question, but what you said is not accurate. First of all, the soul you cited is not part of the ninja battle. Secondly, there may be individuals with particularly high attributes, so your judgment will also have a large error. As expected of a jonin, Kakashi grasped the key point at once compared to the confused little Sakura on the side. If you only use Ryatsu to judge, it will indeed be one-sided. The actual judgment will not be so one-sided. It will take into account other information that can be obtained and compare with other known individuals. If you mention an attribute that is not well known to the public, naturally no one will take the initiative to hide and disguise it. It is okay to provide a general reference. Because you don't understand, you won't disguise it, so it's more real? Kakashi nodded slightly, as if agreeing with Naruto's statement. Kakashi-sensei, are you also interested? Maybe I can find an opportunity to teach you, but I can't guarantee that you can master it. Naruto mentioned, pretending to be kind. Okay, I'm quite interested. Kakashi showed great interest. But Naruto was just talking. He had no intention of spreading Ryatsu-related matters in the world now, otherwise he would lose his advantage. What he wants to do is to spread a set of specious technologies, and then give others the wrong guidance, but he can still use real technologies to control others. When he officially sets foot on that road, there will only be enemies everywhere. What Naruto has to do is to be fully prepared before then. During the game, Neji stared at Sasuke with his white eyes and said fiercely, just let me repay you double the pain you caused Xiaoli. Just try it if you can. Even though Sasuke said this, he could still feel the pressure Neji brought to him. Heiei on the side saw this and started the competition directly. However, Naruto did not continue to pay attention to Sasuke's battle, since he already knew the outcome. Moreover, after Sasuke entered the cursed state once, he has more or less experience in controlling power beyond his original strength. When he overdrafts his power for a day, he is basically on a stimulant, and he will not be defeated in 1 or 2 times. Solve. Seeing Naruto preparing to leave, little Sakura asked, isn't Naruto going to watch Sasuke's duel? Naruto just walked forward, waved to little Sakura behind him and said, don't look, I already know the result. Compared to Sasuke, Naruto planned to take this time to care about Hinata, who had just lost in the battle. Just before walking towards where Hinata and the others are, they have to pass by Gaara and the others. Kankuro saw Naruto coming from a distance, and he didn't dare to breathe out. His chest, which had stopped hurting, suddenly started to feel phantom pain, and he couldn't help but cover his chest. Temari unconsciously leaned back to make way for the aisle. Facing Naruto's aggressive gaze, she just lowered her head and looked at the ground, her face slightly red, like a white rabbit giving up resistance in the face of a tiger. Gaara, on the other hand, remained on alert. The sand in the gourd behind him slowly flew out, hiding in the shadow of his body. This was Naruto's first time seeing Gaara use sand. Seeing this ability, he naturally thought of Rainjiku's Hanko, and had a vague impression of Gaara's ability in his mind. It wasn't until Naruto passed by them in 2 or 3 steps that they felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto walked to Hinata's 3-person team and saw Inyazuka Kiba and Abarame Shino applying medicine to Hinata, and then asked, do you need help? Abarame Shino glanced at Naruto and said nothing. Inyazuka Kiba turned around and asked, who is it? It's Naruto, why are you here? Hinata heard Naruto coming, and her head, which was already lowered, was buried even lower. She didn't want Naruto to see her in such a humiliating state, as she was the first to be eliminated in this test. Naruto took a look at Hinata's injuries. They were not particularly serious. They were skin injuries, mainly abrasions, but they were normal. If the injuries were serious, they would have been taken away by the waiting treatment staff. Naruto took Hinata's arm from Inyazuka Kiba's, and Hinata trembled because of shyness. Naruto said to Inyazuka Kiba on the side, "The injury is not very serious, leave it to me. Can you do it?" Inyazuka Kiba was doubtful and handed the ointment in his hand to Naruto. Naruto did not take the ointment, but placed his hand on Hinata's injury and used Kaido. "No, I know a little bit about medical skills." "What?" After about a minute, Naruto took his hand away. Under the scar on Hinata's hand, the newly grown pink skin could be seen vaguely under the scab. Seeing this scene, Ui Hong asked in surprise, "Naruto, have you actually mastered medical ninjutsu?" "Strictly speaking, this is not a ninjutsu, just other techniques with similar functions," Naruto explained modestly. This episode actually made Hinata temporarily forget the sadness of losing the duel. "Really, it's my first time to participate in the Chunin exam. There are 3 exams in total, and I have already passed 2. What's there to be sad about? Just try harder next time," Naruto comforted. But Hinata was about to say something, but was interrupted by Inyazuka Kiba's voice. "Naruto, why don't you come and take a look? Sasuke doesn't seem to be able to hold on anymore." Naruto turned around and saw that Sasuke was being beaten by Niji's gentle fist method 8 trigrams 64 palms, unable to fight back. The meridians on his body were violently attacked, and even Ryutsu was affected. "It's over, Sasuke, the 64th palm," Niji roared, about to deliver the final blow. With a loud bang, Hollow's Naruto instantly appeared between Sasuke and Niji. Dense cracks appeared on the entire ground of the arena, extending to the wall before stopping. "That's alright, I spared your lives not just so you can show off your power to my people here," Naruto said indifferently, showing murderous intent without any concealment. That is, while Naruto was talking, Kakashi and Might Guy appeared at the same time, fearing that Naruto would do something outrageous. Naruto took off his mask and said coldly, "You'd better pray not to meet me, otherwise you can see if your teacher can stop me." Naruto also glanced at Might Guy provocatively. Might Guy's expression was no longer as relaxed as before, and he said seriously, "Naruto, you'd better not mess around. What are you doing?" "I didn't do anything. I just don't like seeing my own people being bullied. I can't just say a few words?" Naruto smiled disdainfully. Might Guy reminded again, "This is a test, and it is normal to get injured in a duel. Naruto, I will definitely repay you seriously when the time comes." "Naruto, seriously?" Kakashi's scalp went numb when he heard this, and Naruto got serious. It was enough to hurt Orochimaru. If it was used in the duel in the Chunin exam, he didn't have the confidence to block it in advance. Just as Kakashi was thinking about what to say at this time, Sasuke endured the pain of closed meridians and stood up, saying in a weak but firm voice, "This is my business, I don't need you to interfere, I don't need your protection." Naruto looked back at Sasuke's determined eyes. This was a development that Naruto could accept and was not defeated by repeated failures. And Sasuke's willingness to say this to himself shows that his status in his heart is not too bad, otherwise he wouldn't even need to say more. This is a good thing, although Naruto can also impart knowledge and skills to help Sasuke become stronger, but this is not what Naruto wants, because this is just to create another clone of himself. Since Sasuke is the second male lead, this world must have his own power. What Naruto wants is a Sasuke who has mastered the powerful power of enduring the world. Only by doing this, and holding as much power in this world as possible in one's own hands, can the difficulty and risk of conquering this world be reduced as much as possible. So Naruto didn't intend to continue to pester, and turned around to leave, but was stopped by Hayate in a sickly voice, "Stop Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto turned around in confusion, thinking that Hayate was looking for trouble with him. Hayate pointed at the screen behind him. His and Tia Nation's names were clearly written on the list of the next battle. Gale said, "If you leave now, I will treat you as if you have given up the duel, and I will directly award you the loss." Naruto could only walk back to the middle of the field and start a duel with Tenten. If the other party is a woman, Naruto is not in a hurry to take action. After all, the only ones he dislikes are Xiaoli and Niji. Naruto planned to let Tien show a certain strength first, and then eliminate her, so that she wouldn't lose too ugly with one instant kill. Anyway, the final result would only end with his victory, so he could choose a better way to gain favor. Probably because he had just witnessed Naruto's blow, Tien was obviously very fearful and did not dare to take action easily. After all, she is better at long-range combat, but Tenten is not confident that she can beat Naruto's speed. If she launches an attack rashly, it will leave a big loophole for Naruto, at least that's what she thinks. So the two people just stood there in a stalemate, and the crowd watching the game on the second floor also made doubtful sounds. Koji gnawed on the potato chips he took out from nowhere, and commented sharply, "Is Tenten so powerful that Naruto doesn't even dare to take action easily?" Shikamaru on the side complained, "Idiot, you have clearly seen the power Naruto showed just now. Let alone Tien, there are a few genin who can withstand him. If I meet Naruto, I will definitely give up immediately." Ino complained, "It's really worthless. I'll give up if I don't give it a try. Shikamaru sighed and complained, please, even if you want to try, at least the strength must be similar. It is the behavior of a fool to forcefully try if you can't beat him. Naruto hooked his hand towards Tenten and was the first to break the silence and said, are you sure you don't want to take action first? If not, I will move. Tenten no longer hesitated, and quickly took out one ninja tool after another from the scroll, and quickly threw it at Naruto. Naruto just stood there and slowly drew out the Zanpakuto, defusing the attacks one by one with ease. Hayate, who was serving as the referee, frowned as he watched Naruto Zanpakuto's actions. He is a ninja who is good at Konoha-style swordsmanship. His understanding of swords is far better than others. Naruto's seemingly simple swings are actually the most labor-saving defensive moves based on precise calculations. If it only appeared once or twice, he might regard it as a coincidence. After all, if it was only one or two attacks, even Genin, who did not have much actual combat experience, would have enough time to think about how to deal with it. But now, Naruto is facing a storm of attacks every day, but he is still able to deal with them one by one calmly. In this situation, it is impossible to calculate the optimal solution for every attack. Unless Naruto didn't think about the optimal solution from the beginning, but relied on his own combat experience to achieve it. But Hayate only felt that his idea was ridiculous. If he and Naruto were to switch positions now, he was not sure that he could achieve this level. Although this did not seem to be a powerful fighting skill, it only saved a little energy, but he knew very well the gold content in it. Without decades of combat experience, he didn't think he could do this, integrate this skill into his body and form a passive skill. Are you kidding? Hayate said to himself while glaring at Naruto. Naruto saw that Tenten had exhausted all the ninja tools in the scroll. When he thought that the opponent should finish, all the ninja tools scattered on the ground, whether intact or incomplete, were all controlled by the wire and launched an attack on him. The final grand attack. Naruto thought for a while and felt that this was enough. A shunpo appeared in front of Tenten and easily cut off all the wires she controlled with a swing of his knife. You have performed very well, it's just a pity that my opponent is me. Tenten sighed, although he felt more or less lucky in his heart, thinking that if he could really defeat Naruto, facing reality would not be so difficult to accept. Tien raised his hands and said, I give up. Hayate announced, Uzumaki Naruto wins. Looking at Naruto's leading figure, Hayate originally wanted to stop him and ask him what the swordsmanship Naruto used was about, but thinking of Naruto's bad attitude, he gave up in the end. After Naruto's duel, the rest of the duels took place, and overall the qualifiers didn't take much time. Gale loudly announced to everyone present, I now officially announce that the preliminaries for the third exam are all over. There are 8 qualified candidates. Now I will announce the specific content of the third exam. At this time, Hayate retreated to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen said, in the third test, you will take it in front of everyone. You represent the combat power of your respective countries, so I hope that you will give your best by then. The official competition is scheduled to take place in 1 month. Most people were relieved when they heard the news. After all, the second exam followed by the qualifying round put a lot of burden on the body. You can get a month to rest, and combine the intelligence of other competitors to designate targeted tactics. After all, in a ninja battle, gathering intelligence is also a crucial part. Whether it is the 2 sound ninjas who were killed by Naruto before, or Saoli whose physical skills are different from ordinary people, or Ino and Shikamaru who have unique ninjutsu, if they don't understand the information at the beginning and take action rashly, it will be easy to expose their identity. The opponent won by surprise. In fact, this is just like Naruto using Kido and various abilities in the Shinigami world. It also focuses on an information gap. The battle with Orochimaru can also illustrate the importance of intelligence. However, Naruto didn't care about the third exam. After all, none of the remaining people were strong enough to require his special preparation. Even if others prepared for him, it was meaningless. Naruto could basically be considered a fish fry. Anko, who was standing next to him, was holding the lottery box and asked the 8 pre-selected people to draw their serial numbers in turn. When it was Naruto's turn, Anko showed a meaningful smile. After confirming the 8 numbers, Marino Ieki arranged the match list and announced it to everyone. Before anyone could see the situation clearly, Kankuro's voice suddenly sounded. Sorry, can I abstain now? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with some confusion, are you sure? Not only the winner of the Chunin exam can become a Chunin. As long as you show your talents as much as possible in the exam, you can also be judged as having Chunin qualifications. Kankuro didn't wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen to finish, he held his chest and said forcefully, sorry, I have to give up. The third game of Chunin begins with number 1 Uzumaki Naruto facing off against number 2 Kankuro in the first game. Kankuro has completely lost his mind, the sweat on his head keeps falling, and the phantom pain in his chest constantly reminds him of Naruto's horror. Let him hit Naruto again? What a joke, this is something he cannot accept under any circumstances. It was just that kick at the beginning, and it felt like he was walking through the gates of hell. Now that he has seen the terrifying strength that Naruto just showed, this is no longer a simple test. As long as Naruto is willing, Kankuro feels that he will definitely die on the competition field. Naruto on the side frowned, thinking in his mind why that guy Kankuro was so scared and unwilling to compete with him. Could it be that he had already noticed that he planned to kill him by mistake on the competition field? Temari beside Kankuro reminded in a low voice, "Calm down." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kankuro, who was showing extreme panic, then glanced at Naruto aside, and said with some pity, "Well, because Kankuro from Sand Ninja Village gave up the third test, Naruto automatically advanced to the next round." In fact, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, if the opponent was a genin from another village, he would not object to Naruto making a fuss. After all, it could show Konoha's strength and intimidation. The remaining matches are Niji vs Koji, Gaara vs Shikamaru, and Abarame Shino vs Temari. Everyone confirmed the battle list and left one after another. Shikamaru, Koji, and Ino walked towards Naruto and the others. Shikamaru was the first to say, "Hey, it would be great if I drew you. Then I would just abstain from the third exam, so that I wouldn't be red." Little Sakura couldn't help complaining, "The opponent you drew is probably the strongest among the Sand Shadow Ninjas. In the end, you have to give up." Shikamaru waved his hand and explained, "It's different. He's a ninja from another village. If he gives up without fighting, his father will definitely miss him." Koji chewed potato chips and said, "That guy Niji is too strong. He can beat Sasuke like that. I definitely can't beat him." Shikamaru looked around at everyone, those who had either been eliminated or those who were about to be eliminated sighed and said, "In the final analysis, it seems that only Naruto is the one who can win in the end. Remember to help me get revenge later." "And me," Koji echoed. Hinata looked at Naruto from a distance, but in the end she didn't dare to come forward and speak. After bidding farewell to the three of them, Naruto and the four were also ready to separate. Little Sakura and Naruto were going home respectively, while Sasuke was going to follow Kakashi to the hospital for treatment. Before leaving, Naruto took the initiative and said, "Kakashi-sensei, can you help me strengthen my ninjutsu learning in a month? I'm very interested in summoning technique. On the one hand, the chakra ability of this body is acceptable, so he has no reason not to use it, and there are 9 tails in his body. Since he has the power, he must use it. On the other hand, summoning technique is the only ninjutsu related to time and space that Naruto has discovered so far. Mastering and understanding its principles should be able to help complete his soul-receiving plan. This is no problem. Someone will teach you, but that person is not me." Kakashi recalled that Jiraiya came to see him before. But Naruto didn't understand this now and asked, "How strong is that person?" "You don't have to worry about his strength. He is a being known as Sunin together with Orochimaru," Kakashi introduced. Hearing Kakashi talk about Orochimaru, Naruto had this reference, and Naruto became quite interested in Jiraiya. Now that there is no problem with learning ninjutsu, Naruto asked Kakashi for another question, "Can I apply to go on a mission alone during this 1-month break?" Kakashi was stunned and repeated in astonishment, "Going on a mission alone? Why?" Not only Kakashi was like this, but Sakura and Sasuke also looked stunned. "I just felt my own bottleneck. The battle with Orochimaru made me feel my own weakness. I hope to participate in more difficult tasks to improve myself. If Orochimaru had tried his best, or if I had arrived a little later, I would have it as very possible to witness the death of my teammates, which is something I cannot accept." Naruto clenched his fists, showing sadness and remorse, and added, "I want to go on a mission alone, but I don't want Sakura and Sasuke to accommodate me and take additional risks." Of course, Naruto's remarks above are basically lies. They are mainly to create opportunities for himself to act alone, so that he can harvest souls more conveniently. But these words did play a different role in the hearts of the three people. Little Sakura deeply felt her own powerlessness. Not only compared with Naruto, but also compared with Sasuke, there was a huge difference. She truly felt that her own weakness was dragging down the team. Sasuke was also stimulated and became more and more thirsty for power. He could not accept that he was abandoned by Naruto because he was weak. It was too slow. There was no way he could catch up with Naruto at this rate. He needed strength. As long as he could become stronger, he would be fine. The curse mark on Sasuke's neck also became ready to move because of his persistence in power. And Kakashi was lamenting how long it had been before Naruto's goal was already in existence like Orochimaru, and he began to wonder what the end of Naruto's road would be. Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, "Under normal circumstances, you will not be allowed to carry out missions during this period, let alone a solo mission. However, your situation is indeed special. I will help you convey it to Mr. Hokage later. Then please trouble Mr. Kakashi." After thanking him, Naruto left quickly. Looking at Naruto's leading figure, Kakashi said, "If you regard him as a target and want to surpass him, it will be very difficult." "I know." Sasuke walked forward, minding his own business, and walked into the shadows between the trees. In fact, Sasuke found Kakashi earlier than Naruto and expressed his desire to become stronger, when Naruto was Captain Tenten. because now in the entire Konoha, there is only one teacher Kakashi who can guide him in using Sharingan. The training I will arrange for you next will be much more rigorous than usual. You'd better be mentally prepared, but even so, I can't guarantee that you will be able to defeat Naruto, Kakashi said to Sasuke vaccination. Because of Naruto's special power, even Kakashi can't tell what the upper limit of Naruto's strength is without ever fighting Naruto. But one thing Kakashi can confirm is that even if Naruto is not serious about the title, he is at least as strong as a Chunin. On the way home, Naruto has been sensing the Ryotsu around him, and no longer found the existence of obvious surveillance on him. Now Kakashi is responsible for taking care of Sasuke, and the only spy around Naruto has been eliminated, which makes him feel particularly good. After all, there is an Orochimaru hiding now who may cause trouble at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen must have arranged all the manpower on this matter, and naturally has no time to take care of him. Naruto did not go directly to Jiraiya, but went to the blacksmith shop first, and injected the 5 points of soul collected before into Zanpakuto for strengthening. The reason why he did not choose to release Zanpakuto to fight was mainly because the attack of Shikai to kill the snake made him feel that the current Zanpakuto could not bear the power of his soul. After all, it was made temporarily, and it was okay to use it occasionally. If Bankai was released reluctantly, it might be directly damaged. Ordinary metals really cannot bear such a powerful force. With a try-and-see attitude, Naruto asked the blacksmith, "Have you heard of the secrets about the forging of divine weapons in this world?" The old blacksmith was also very discerning. He saw that with the quality of the Zanpakuto in Naruto's hand, ordinary forging materials could hardly meet his needs. The old blacksmith touched his chin and said, "Like those legendary ninja tools, many of them need to consume a huge amount of chakra when used, and the materials used are not ordinary things." The old blacksmith's words did enlighten Naruto. The logic of ninja tools is actually very similar to Zanpakuto. Since the finished product can absorb and carry a large amount of chakra, then apart from the production techniques and special secrets, the raw materials themselves should be able to contain chakra. Following this idea, converting chakra into Ryotsu must be feasible. After all, the Zanpakuto forged by Naruto in this world, except for his own soul, other materials are basically substitutes, and he must need to learn from the ideas of this world. Generally speaking, the first thing that comes to mind when it comes to people with more chakra is ninjas, but this doesn't seem to be a very good forging material, Naruto muttered, touching his chin. Although this sounds strange, the average human body is indeed not a very good forging material. The old blacksmith followed Naruto's words. According to what you said, there are also extraordinary human bodies. You should know more about this aspect. You should be familiar with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans in the village. Sharingan and Byakugan are both a kind of bloodline limit. I heard that there are also bloodline limits that change physical constitution. If I'm just saying if, using such a person may also be a good material. When talking about forging-related matters, the old blacksmith was less morally restrained. Naruto liked such exchanges. After all, he didn't care about the means to become stronger. A blood limit that changes the constitution. Naruto silently noted this matter. Except for ninjas, the next one should be summoning beasts. Summoning beasts are indeed possible, but those powerful summoning beasts usually have signed contracts with strong people. It should be difficult to obtain them if you want to use them as materials. The old blacksmith frowned and said, "I will take care of this. Thanks to you for reminding me. Take these and have a drink," Naruto said and threw out 2 bills. The old blacksmith said with shining eyes, "Compared to money, I am more curious about what kind of famous sword you can finally make." Naruto slowly sheathed the Zanpakuto and said calmly, "Yes, you will definitely see that day." According to the agreed time, Naruto arrived at the appointed hot spring. He could already feel the Ryotsu from Jiraiya even before he entered the door. This intensity was one of the best on par with Orochimaru. Naruto thought for a moment and decided to say hello properly, and silently pulled out Zanpakuto. Hollow used Shunpo at the same time, raising the knife to chop off Jiraiya's neck, but it was blocked by Jiraiya's thick silver hair, which was Jiraiya's specialty, Needle Jizo. "Hey kid, is this the popular way to say hello now?" Jiraiya turned to look at Naruto and asked. "That's not the case. I just think that one of the Sunnins mentioned by Mr. Kakashi should not be able to compare with Orochimaru, so I am more curious whether Orochimaru is stronger or you are stronger." Naruto replied calmly, slowly put away his Zanpakuto. Jiraiya turned around, looked at Naruto carefully and asked, "So do you have the answer now?" "I can't tell. I almost used all my strength in the battle with Orochimaru at that time, but I didn't just now," Naruto said and shook his head. When Jiraiya heard that Naruto had fought with Orochimaru, he became interested and said with a smile, "How about you give it a try now?" Naruto immediately replied, "I refuse." "What's wrong? Do you think I'm stronger and you have no chance of winning?" "No, this is a public place. If I damage this place, I can't afford so much money to compensate." Naruto's answer was beyond Jiraiya's expectations. Jiraiya coughed twice and formally introduced himself. I am Mount Maya Bokutode Sage Jiraiya. Naruto also said respectfully, Uzumaki Naruto, the subsequent summoning technique and ninjutsu-related training will be left to you. According to what I heard from Kakashi, you even have the strength to kill Jonin. The Chunin exam should be easy for you. Why are you still so obsessed with becoming stronger? Becoming a Hokage? Jiraiya put away he asked with a serious smile. The title Hokage is too narrow for me. I will become the only king of this world, standing in the sky. Naruto pointed to the sky and Haki's opening. Looking at Naruto in front of him, Jiraiya recalled the conversation the two had when Toad Sage specially summoned him not long ago. The world is changing. The disciple who saves your life will set off unprecedented bloody changes and become the king of the world. Jiraiya said in shock, isn't this contradictory to your previous prediction? Great Toad Sage seemed not to have heard Jiraiya's words and continued to talk to himself. The method of saving the world has changed, and you need to make a choice. Returning to reality, Jiraiya muttered to himself, make a choice. One thing that made him very concerned was that he was completely unable to detect the chakra of 9 tails in Naruto's body. If he hadn't known about it beforehand, Jiraiya might have thought that the other person was just an ordinary ninja. That's weird, pull up your clothes. Jiraiya frowned and ordered Naruto. Naruto followed Jiraiya's instructions and pulled up his shirt, revealing the seal on his stomach. Jiraiya looked at the seal, and he recognized the purpose of the seal cast by the fourth Hokage, which was to convert the leaked 9 tails chakra into Naruto's chakra. But what makes Jiraiya strange is that he can't feel the chakra belonging to 9 tails at all. In order to find out, Jiraiya directly placed his hand on Naruto's belly, intending to feel the chakra situation in Naruto's body more intuitively. This time he did feel the chakra belonging to 9 tails. Suddenly, a blurry scene appeared in front of his eyes. A fox-shaped creature was wrapped in countless strips of cloth, with a large number of iron thorns inserted into its body. And sitting above the giant fox was a black-haired man in white. Ulquiorra also felt Jiraiya's prying eyes. She just glanced in Jiraiya's direction and warned coldly, leave. Jiraiya's spirit was instantly forced out of Naruto's inner world. Jiraiya was stimulated by the powerful mental power and subconsciously retreated quickly, landing in a hot spring not far away. A few drops of liquid that could not be distinguished from sweat or steam fell from Jiraiya's forehead. What was that? Jiraiya had not yet recovered from the shock. He had never experienced such a level of mental shock. Naruto was aware of what had just happened, and he deliberately did not stop it, in order to take this opportunity to intuitively feel the gap between his own mental strength and the strong men in this world. The result is naturally obvious. After all, the time spans of the two worlds are different. Even if the characters in Hokage have grown significantly in a short period of time, just a few decades still cannot make up for the gap of thousands of years. This is undoubtedly good news, at least for Naruto's future plans. There is considerable room for development. Naruto pretended to be concerned as he stepped forward and asked, what's wrong, Mr. Jiraiya? It's okay. I just checked on chakra for you. Jiraiya came back to his senses and casually tried to prevaricate Naruto. Jiraiya-sensei has such a big reaction. Does that mean I'm terminally ill? No, on the contrary, it's very healthy. The sight he saw inside Naruto was truly shocking. He couldn't believe that there was a terrifying existence in Naruto's body that could suppress 9 tails. He had never felt that kind of mental pressure, whether he faced his master Sarutobi Hiruzen or he had fought against Hanzo. Jiraiya was worried that his behavior just now had disturbed that existence, so he planned to conduct some investigation in secret for the time being. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. What ninjutsu do you want to learn first? Jiraiya asked. I'm curious about summoning technique. If possible, can Mr. Jiraiya teach me this first? Naruto didn't hide it either. Summoning technique is no problem. Jiraiya seemed to think again. The seal on Naruto's body did not work, and the 9 tails chakra did not transform into Naruto's chakra. He then said, what are the ninjutsu you know now? Give them to me first. Show it. Naruto nodded and displayed the change technique, multiple shadow clone technique and stand technique in sequence. Jiraiya asked with some confusion, isn't it right? Is it gone? No, I only mastered these ninjutsu. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and said dissatisfiedly, no. Why wasn't the ninjutsu you used to attack me just now included? That's not ninjutsu, Jiraiya-sensei, didn't you just let me show you ninjutsu? Naruto pretended to be innocent. It's not a ninjutsu? Show it to me again. Naruto waved his hand, and the virtual mask instantly appeared on his face. He stepped out of Shunpo to behind Jiraiya and punched quickly. Jiraiya quickly turned around and caught Naruto's attack with one hand, feeling the strong force coming from his palm. It was just a random punch, but it was so heavy. Jiraiya was thinking in his mind, and his hand quickly switched from defense to offense, taking advantage of the situation to grab Naruto's wrist, and Naruto responded with a Kong-chan. Kong-chan is an advanced move of Shunpo and Shinigami. The visual afterimage produced by high-speed movement misleads the enemy, making the enemy think that the attack worked, but in fact it only hit the clothes remaining in place. Naruto appeared behind Jiraiya again. His hand did not attack, he just put it on his back and said calmly, "Jiraiya-sensei, you are careless." Jiraiya looked at Naruto's jacket in his hand and was really surprised. Originally, he didn't take Naruto's killing of Jonin seriously, nor did he take Naruto's statement just now that he had fought Orochimaru as a serious fight. Now he felt that he might be wrong, very wrong. Jiraiya didn't expect that he would reveal a flaw in a place like this. In a life-and-death fight, such a flaw would be quite fatal. Even if the opponent doesn't kill you with one blow, it is enough to cause heavy damage. It is basically impossible to reverse the outcome of a battle under heavy damage. Moreover, the mask on Naruto's face also reminded him of the black-haired man he just saw inside Naruto, which was very similar to the broken mask on the black-haired man's head. Could it be that this power is the power predicted by Toad Sage to cause Naruto to initiate bloody changes? This is indeed not a ninjutsu, boy, what is this called? Jiraiya handed the coat back to Naruto and asked with a serious expression. Not sure, I'll call this hollow for now. Hollow. Jiraiya muttered and quickly took down the scroll of the summoning contract. He now had too many questions and wanted to find answers. He was simply going to teach Naruto's summoning technique first, and then take advantage of Naruto's practice to investigate. If necessary, he was also going to talk to his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, about this matter. This is a contract with the summoning toad that has been passed down from generation to generation in my family. Just write your name and your blood and stamp it with your 5 fingerprints to make it effective. When you use it later, you only need to use the toad that signed the contract. In your hand, just gather the chakra and give it an ideal position to appear. This is a type of time and space ninjutsu. Jiraiya patiently introduced the summoning technique, but Naruto did not immediately follow Jiraiya's request. Instead, he continued to open the scroll and carefully observed the contents of the scroll. It was discovered that the scroll was densely recorded with information about the contracted toads. It was not just a simple record, including their habitat location, history from ancient times to the present, clan members from past generations, and various details of the contract. Naruto's eyes lit up with golden light, and he gradually understood the principle of the so-called summoning technique and the role of this contract. In Naruto's view, this contract has 2 main functions. The most important is positioning. Through various detailed information, the target of the contract is locked, but it is the signing of the contract. A smile appeared on Naruto's lips. He had already thought about how to try it, and even thought of the first person to summon. Jiraiya saw that Naruto was not signing the contract, but kept opening the scroll and checking the contents, and then asked, "What are you looking at? Don't you want to learn the summoning technique?" But Naruto did not answer Jiraiya, but asked, "Jiraiya-sensei, are you using this scroll to sign a contract, and I can only summon toads with the summoning technique?" "It's natural. Didn't I tell you that I am Toad Sage? Those who signed the contract are the toads of Mount Mayaboku. Why don't you want to?" "No, I'm just curious if I can summon other creatures if I write a contract scroll myself." Naruto considered his words, wanting to get an answer from Jiraiya. "No, the contract itself only serves to connect you. You need to reach a consensus with the summoned creature before you can reach a contract, but the other party can sense the action of signing the contract, right?" Naruto continued to ask. Having said that, how could you convince the other party to sign a contract without reaching a consensus through negotiation, and how would you obtain the detailed information needed to write the contract? Jiraiya was a little confused about what Naruto wanted to do. Listening to the tone is not just asking casually. Naruto knew what he was saying, and the remaining details, including whether to choose Ryutsu or Chakra to activate, how to compile the contract content to lock the contract object, etc., involved different worlds, so he could only try it by himself at that time. But before that, he still needs to feel the authentic summoning technique in this world so that he can modify it later. Naruto nodded to Jiraiya, bit his right thumb, wrote his name on the contract scroll, and pressed the 5-finger seals. "Is this okay?" Naruto confirmed to Jiraiya. "The preparations are complete," Jiraiya said. Putting away the scroll, "Look at my seal movements, summoning technique." As Jiraiya quickly formed the seals of Hai, Su, Yu, Shen, and Wei, in an instant, a giant toad lying on its stomach and nearly as tall as a person appeared under Jiraiya. Naruto had a rough feeling that the toad's Ryutsu was much weaker than the giant snake summoned by Orochimaru before. But if we talk about combat power, beast-like creatures should be much stronger than humans with the same level of Ryutsu. I remember that when we fought with Orochimaru, his method of using the summoning technique was not like this. He seemed to have written a lot of spells on his arm, then bit his finger, drawing a blood mark and then released it. Naruto was sorry. He dropped the details and asked, "What I teach you is the most standard summoning technique release method. The one you describe is a special method that has been specially prepared in advance. Of course, it is not limited to this special method. After you master the most basic ones, you can all teach you other things. Jiraiya's brows also wrinkled when he heard the specific details of Naruto's battle with Orochimaru. After hearing Jiraiya's explanation, it sounds like there are only slight differences in methods. If that's all, I wouldn't be so anxious to understand. Naruto imitated the seal that Jiraiya had just made, activating the chakra in his body to release the summoning technique, while carefully feeling the whole process. Jiraiya looked at the tadpole summoned by Naruto, and then at Naruto's excited face, wondering whether to tell him that the result was not excellent even if it was used for the first time. I see. The so-called summoning technique is also a guide to the other side. The power consumed can be counted as the size of the opening to a certain extent. Naruto looked at the tadpole in front of him and kept making his own conclusions. Then he turned to look at Jiraiya aside and said, "Teacher Jiraiya, is there no problem with me understanding the summoning technique this way?" Jiraiya scratched his head. He didn't expect Naruto to react like this. He thought for a moment before answering, "Using your words to summarize, there is not much of a problem. It's just that the specific principle is more complicated than what you described." As expected of Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto boasted. Jiraiya froze for a moment, and he couldn't bear to tell Naruto that he was actually just average. In fact, by observing the changes in Jiraiya's micro-expressions, Naruto easily came to the conclusion that he was not very good at completing the summoning technique for the first time. After Jiraiya agreed with his summary of summoning technique, this conjecture was confirmed. But these are not important to Naruto. What is important is that he has understood the operating logic of this technique, and he has already reluctantly wanted to rewrite it and test it. The time is about to be ripe for him to take the first step before he truly begins to rule the world. Jiraiya thought for a while, took out a pen and paper, and wrote down the meeting place for Naruto the next day. "Next time, don't find a place like this to teach me." Naruto glanced at the address and couldn't help but complain. "You have to be content. I'm working during working hours and taking time out of my busy schedule to guide you." Jiraiya replied dissatisfied. "Is it your job to spy on women? I think it's very inappropriate for Mr. Jiraiya," Naruto said while touching his chin. "What do you know, kid? I'm a writer. I'm trying to draw inspiration to write better works, you know." Jiraiya took out his masterpiece and defended loudly to Naruto. Naruto waved his hand and explained, no, Jiraiya-sensei, you misunderstood me. I mean, an outstanding person like Jiraiya-sensei, in addition to being known as one of the legendary Sunin in the ninja world, is a great writer and they should devote themselves to it. Damn you kid, don't you understand? I'm starting to like you a little bit. It was obvious that Naruto's flattery was very useful to Jiraiya. That's it for today. You go back and have a good rest. I will continue to guide you tomorrow. You and I will leave first if I have something else to do," Jiraiya said and left immediately without waiting for Naruto to respond. After all, the Ulquiorra in Naruto's body made him feel a great sense of oppression. Jiraiya desperately wanted to know the information about this matter. Ulquiorra's voice came from Naruto's mind, asking, "Is this okay? He already knows our secret. It's not important. Haven't you seen his performance? The mental gap is like a chasm. He shouldn't dare to act rashly in a short time." Naruto paused. "How to deal with it later depends on whether I can modify the summoning technique successfully. Bring in your teammates. Do you already have someone chosen?" "There is a big risk in removing people from there, but I have already thought of the most suitable candidate. He can perfectly circumvent quite the right rules." Naruto smiled mysteriously. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Naruto was not in a hurry to conduct his experiment, because when he met Jiraiya, he felt two Ryotsu in extremely far positions moving abnormally. In order to find out the situation of the two Ryotsu, Naruto deliberately wandered around the village for a while and bought new scrolls at the ninja tool store. After getting ready, he did not leave immediately, but wandered aimlessly for a while, deliberately wandering into deserted alleys or sparsely populated places. He could clearly feel that the two spirits behind him were following him. After some methods from Naruto, it was confirmed that those two were not ninjas from Konoha. It is obvious that it is 9 out of 10 people from Orochimaru's side. After all, his actions will affect whether Orochimaru's plan can proceed smoothly. This is also true, the two ninjas who followed Naruto were ninjas from the Sound Ninja Village. The order they both received was to keep an eye on Naruto's whereabouts and record all the people who had contact with him. While completing the task, keep observing from as far away as possible and be careful not to be noticed by the other party. And Orochimaru had deliberately told them not to come within a kilometer of Naruto based on their level. The two of them thought they had heard wrong at first, but after confirming with Orochimaru, they realized it was not a joke. Now they clearly noticed Naruto's deliberate move to a remote corner. It's really not their fault. Normally, 1,000 meters is already a very long distance. Under normal circumstances, even if they are discovered, most people will not feel that someone thousands of meters away is spying on them. One of the Sound Ninjas looked at Naruto from a distance with a telescope, and asked his companions with some uncertainty, "Why did that kid suddenly distance himself from us, and also deliberately move to an uninhabited corner? It couldn't be him. Did you find us? Idiot, how could someone be able to sense this far away? Even if they could, they would have to use ninjutsu and consume a lot of chakra. His companion obviously didn't think so. And even that ninja didn't notice us just now. How could that kid find us? While they were talking, Naruto glanced in their direction, and then quickly moved out of the village. What? He won't really find us if there are any left, right? What are you doing standing still? Chase after him. Both of them were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect Naruto's reaction and hurriedly sped up to catch up. Naruto felt the two's Ryatsu and deliberately kept his speed at a level where they could catch up. Damn it, that guy is about to run out of the village. If I don't catch up, I will definitely lose him. What should I do? One of the sound ninja asked his companion anxiously. But Orochimaru-sama said, don't get too close to that guy, forget it, there's no way to deal with him if you lose him, just catch up. If Naruto left the village and entered the woods, he continued to keep a distance of 1,000 meters, thinking that he would lose him, so his companions bitten and sped up to catch up. After feeling that the two people following him followed him out of the village, Naruto completely disappeared with the help of bent light, and just stood under a giant tree and waited silently. Damn it, I obviously saw that guy standing here, why did he disappear in the blink of an eye? You still have time to complain, so hurry up and find a way to find him. Stop making noise, I'm already looking for it through sound. When the two sound ninjas were looking for traces of Naruto, the hidden Naruto took action instantly. 2 Bakudo number 30, mouth flash and 3 flashes, 6 pads huge pointed mouth-shaped beam accurately fixed the mouths of the two people and bound their hands, making them unable to speak or move. Just in case, Naruto shot another Hato shot at the livers of the two of them, ensuring that the two of them could not play any tricks. Naruto looked at the two sound ninjas with satisfaction and murmured to himself, Orochimaru is really considerate. When I was struggling with how to get 2 living people cleanly, he immediately sent 2 of them. This kind of thing happened when I wanted to sleep. Then, just hand over the pillow, I will definitely thank you. After confirming that the two of them were only temporarily dizzy due to pain, Naruto got down to business without stopping. He took out the scroll he had just bought and listed all the information on the person he wanted to contract with in detail. Because he is not very sure about the passage of time in the Shinigami world after his death and the time when Naruto passed through his soul. He also wrote down the situations that the man might experience after his death based on conjectures. After Naruto finished writing the detailed information, he stretched out his right hand and stamped it with his handprint. But the name he signed this time was not Uzumaki Naruto, but his name on Shinigami's side. After making preparations, he stretched out his hand to quickly form a seal, circulated the Ryatsu mixed chakra in his body, and released his modified summoning technique, which he had not yet named. Naruto could vaguely feel a connection, but it was quite weak, as if it was blocked by some force and unable to break through. Naruto probably thought of the reason. He looked at the two sound ninjas on the side and directly swung Zanpakuto to decapitate one of them. Looking at the soul of the sound ninja floating out of his body, Naruto said softly, I hope you won't disappoint me. The sin must be serious enough. After saying that, he swung Zanpakuto's head that penetrated the soul, and a strong white light shot out from the wound. The white light quickly sketched in the air, drawing a rather huge rectangular outline. What followed was a roaring sound of a giant moving. Boom 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 in the rectangular outline, a blood-red door gradually emerged. On both sides of the door were two skeletons with only their upper bodies left. This is the original gate to hell in the Shinigami world. Only when Zanpakuto is used to kill souls who have committed major evil deeds in front of them or when they are empty, will they be extradited to hell for punishment. Naruto couldn't hide the joy in his eyes when he saw the appearance of the gate of hell, which was enough to explain two problems. First, the Zanpakuto he forged in this world does indeed have the functions in the Shinigami world. Second, he truly completed the connection between the two worlds. Naruto could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. From the center of the rectangular door, a scarlet light burst out. A heat wave with a strong fishy smell shot out. Along with the heat wave, there were countless scarlet chains, which instantly tied the man's soul into a mummy shape. From the gate of hell, a huge hand stretched out, holding a large knife that was more than 1 meter wide, and pierced the man's soul with one blow. Naruto was naturally not idle either. Seizing the gap where the gate of hell was not closed, he repeated what he had released previously, without even increasing the input of Ryatsu and chakra. Because it is no longer needed, the gate of hell has been opened, there is no need for Naruto to input his power to break the barrier, all he has to do is become a beacon guiding the way. Naruto could clearly feel that a familiar Ryatsu was approaching quickly from inside the gate of hell. He silently took out his cigarettes and smoked them one after another. After smoking 3 cigarettes, he stopped using the power loan. To exchange 1 stick for 1 day's power, the 3-day window period is already a long time. If he continued, the risk would be too great. Without Ryatsu, he would not be able to resist, but he could still be at the mercy of a strong person. But he had to take this risk. Although opening the door to hell was not a dangerous thing in itself, it was indeed dangerous for Naruto because there were many acquaintances of his below. Are you sure you can break the chains of hell? Ulquiorra's voice rang in Naruto's mind. I haven't tried it, but there is no problem in theory. Those chains themselves are like a law-like existence. That person broke at once with the power of Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy. Although the Quincy in me is currently the power has not been restored yet, but with the help of the full Senjutsu, Shinigami and Hollow, it won't be impossible, Naruto analyzed calmly. Naruto adjusted his own power, borrowing 3 days of power at a time, which was still a relatively large burden on his current weak body. What if this preparation still doesn't work? Ulquiorra continued to ask. Naruto glanced at the sound ninja who was still alive beside him and said, if that doesn't work, we have already prepared a backup plan. We don't have to get entangled with those chains. That guy's ability should be able to handle it without any problem. Since we have a backup plan, is it necessary to prepare for this? After all, if there is no way to mobilize Ryutsu, even Ulquiorra will have difficulty playing a role. No, this preparation is not all about breaking the chains of hell. I'm just worried that some old friends will come to reminisce. After all, I don't plan to die a second time, Naruto said silently and tightened the Zanpakuto in his hand. It was at this time that a figure rushed out of the gate of hell. It was a man with pink hair, half of his body corroded into black bones by hell. The man looked around in surprise, obviously confused about where he was, and finally looked at Naruto, and then at the body of the Oto ninja next to him. What the hell, why is a Shinigami brat greeting me and calling me a dead man with strange moves? The pink-haired man complained dissatisfied. It was at this time that the same chain that bound the sound ninja's soul appeared on the man's neck, and the powerful force seemed to want to pull him into the gate of hell again. The man reached out and grabbed the chain, glanced inside the gate of hell, and said calmly, don't be so anxious, I just came out to get some air. He looked at Naruto again, and was about to say something when he felt the Ryutsu in Naruto suddenly increase, mixed with a familiar feeling. A hollow mask appeared on Naruto's face. Naruto raised his sword with both hands and made a slashing gesture to accumulate this power. A big hand held an extremely huge katana in the air and made the same gesture. Hollow and Zanpakuto immediately brought back memories in the pink-haired man's mind, and he asked in disbelief, is it you? As Naruto swung the Zanpakuto, a strong sword pressure shot out, cutting off the man's chains and making a harsh metallic sound. But the severed chains did not give the man freedom, instead more chains that were originally hidden appeared. The next second, the huge Zanpakuto fell from the sky, and the blade and the iron chain erupted with a violent roar. This time, they were cut off, and all of them were cut off without leaving a single link. At the moment when the gate of hell was about to close, a blade that was almost the same as the huge katana thrust out from the crack of the door, shattering the giant hand summoned by Naruto with one blow. As the giant hand disintegrated, a large amount of blood also flowed out from under Naruto's hollow mask. Naruto's eyes followed the Madara's model blade and saw the angry eyes in the distance in the gate of hell. Naruto said to the person inside the door in an arrogant tone, you are the one who was killed, and I am the one who lives. This is a fact that will never change. I will make good use of the power I took away from you. The man in the door roared angrily like a wolf, but as the door to hell closed, the sound suddenly stopped. Naruto crushed Hollow's mask, but Ulquiorra's high-speed regeneration was still helping him recover from his injuries quickly. At this time, Naruto turned to look at the pink-haired man and said, it's been a long time, Sailaporo. Is it really you? I was clearly in hell and saw you being killed by Aizen. What's going on with your posture now? Where is this? Sailaporo asked several questions in one breath. Naruto did not answer in a hurry, but pointed to the sound ninja beside him and said, no hurry, I will help you break away from the shackles of hell. We have plenty of time to reminisce about the past. First, we will use the method of conception to obtain a new body and break away from the bondage of hell. I'm afraid you won't be able to exist in this world for long. Is it really another world? Sailaporo murmured to himself. In hell, they still had a way to observe the real world and soul society, so he felt a special sense of strangeness from the beginning. Sailaporo stretched out his tentacles and pierced the body of the sound ninja. In an instant, the sound ninja's abdomen bulged violently, and a brand new Sailaporo emerged from the sound ninja's mouth. This sight reminded Naruto of Orochimaru. After Sailaporo left the body, the sound ninja quickly turned into a mummy. Naruto looked at Sailaporo and put on Arrancar's iconic white clothes, and suggested, I suggest you, it's better to change into the clothes of this world first. Without further ado, Naruto took the eyeballs out of their sockets and crushed them, turning them into dust particles and scattering them in the air. Sailaporo naturally remembers that this is Ulquiorra's ability to share the world. By sucking those particles, he can see all the images that Naruto's eyes saw when he was reincarnated in this world. Taking a moment to digest the memories, Sailaporo asked the fundamental question. What do you want to do? Sweep across this world and restore your power to its peak? Naruto paused and continued coldly, then fight back. Sailaporo has been silent for a long time. From the time of the Karakura town battle, when he was killed by Kurotsuke Mayuri and fell into hell, he can still know the changes that have taken place in the world. He naturally knows that to Aizen, Arrancar is just a chess piece that can be discarded at any time. It was impossible to say that he had no feelings, but that was not something he could contend with. Seeing that Sailaporo was silent, Naruto continued, I will not ask you to fight against Lord Aizen with me. You only need to obey my command and assist me when I sweep across this world. What about meeting a guy with extraordinary strength in this world? Sailaporo asked, pushing up his glasses. Naruto answered directly without any hesitation, if this happens, you can judge whether to take action yourself. Is this enough? It sounds like there's no harm in it for me. Sailaporo nodded. Sailaporo didn't have any doubts about Naruto's words, because although he worked as an undercover agent for the Gotei 13th Division and the Star-Crossed Knights in the Shinigami world to seize power, his relationship with Arrancar was quite contradictory. It's more about Aizen itself. Naruto continued his analysis, and the power system of this world, I think it will be helpful for you to study, and it can help you improve to a more perfect level. Perfect? I don't really like this statement now, Sailaporo murmured. Regarding what Naruto said, Sailaporo did not deny that this completely new power system had indeed aroused his research interest, and he might be able to use this to strengthen himself, but he has stopped using the term perfection since losing to Kurotsuke Mayuri. Sailaporo didn't waste any time and went straight to the point, okay, deal, so what's your plan? You should have read my memory just now. There is a place called the Country of Waves on the edge of Konoha. I know, that's where you escorted that person. I plan to let you go to the Country of Waves to hide first. There is no system of its own there, so there is no one who is too strong in the entire country. No matter how far you go, there will be no one who is too powerful. Stop it, Naruto paused, in about a month, there will be a big disturbance in Konoha. At that time, I will call you back. The Country of Waves. Sailaporo repeated as he began to recall the battle he had just seen in Naruto's memory. By the way, during this period, I hope you can find a way to help me quickly recover my strength, or a way to improve my strength in a short period of time. I hope to open the door to hell again within a month and recruit a helper. Naruto's speech made Sailaporo stunned, and he asked uncertainly, based on your current state, if you open the door to hell again, and based on the things you have done, that stinky dog will definitely let you know that you are alive. Tell that old man that in your current state you are no match for him, you are looking for death. Of course I have considered this issue, but without this method, it is still too difficult for me to break through the barriers between the two worlds. And I am not very sure that we can win this world with just the two of us. Naruto thought for a moment and added, I remember that in this world, there are things like the Soul King. Sailaporo also frowned slightly when he heard this, and murmured, is there a guy of this level? Who are you going to call over next? I'm not sure. Others can't rely on the notification of conception to regain their bodies like you. You may need to see if there is a suitable body to summon. Is that so? Sailaporo had already begun to think about what Naruto said. As for the name of the organization, it's still the old name, Espada. What a missed name. Naruto sensed someone approaching quickly, probably because the battle just now was too loud and alerted people in Konoha. After all, this was a sensitive period. He pulled out a money bag and tossed it to Sailaporo. Although I don't feel like you will pay the money honestly, just in case, you can use these first, don't kill them too hard in one go. The country has some uses, Naruto explained to Sailaporo Road. Sailaporo played with the money bag. He hadn't used this kind of thing for a long time. My current identity is Genin Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. I also have my address in my memory. If necessary, contact me in a concealed manner, or use Ryotsu to hide the information, Naruto specifically confessed when leaving. Actually, it's just one person, just kill him, Sailaporo suggested as if he didn't care. The people of Konoha should not move for the time being. They will easily target me. Currently, relying on Konoha is relatively beneficial to my actions. Not long after Naruto and Sailaporo left, Hayate came to the scene and frowned as he looked at the two corpses in front of him. Of the two corpses of the Sound Ninja, one was simply decapitated, while the other was even more bizarre. The lower jaw was forcibly stretched, and the whole person seemed to have been sucked dry and turned into a mummy. But that's not the most important thing. What surprised him was the deep ravine on the ground. If he remembered correctly, the last time he saw a similar situation was the scene where Naruto and Orochimaru fought in the Death Forest. But in fact, Naruto did not mention in the report how he carried out this attack. This destructive power, the movement just now should be caused by this blow. We must report it to Master Hokage immediately. Gale didn't dare to delay for a moment and quickly ran towards the village. Naruto rolled his newly recovered eyes and looked at Hayate's leading figure thoughtfully. Sailaporo usually doesn't have too many problems here. As the original Hueco Mundo scientist, having his help will be of great help to the world. This is also the reason why the first teammate chose him. Another reason is that the pregnancy informed that Naruto's current research has only solved the problem of souls being brought into this world. certain research and experiments are still needed on how to place them in a new body. So he chose a trick and asked Sailaporo to use conception notification to solve the problem on his own. There will be 3 days of gap in strength starting from tomorrow. Naruto is not particularly worried. After all, the one who teaches him ninjutsu is Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. With a bodyguard of such strength by his side, Orochimaru must have considered his actions in advance. Sailaporo did not use the ring to move quickly, but chose to walk on the water. Compared to the hell filled with scorching miasma, he had not breathed fresh air for a long time. His figure was also seen by a worker on the bridge. The worker stopped what he was doing and said to his companion, "Why is there a person on the water?" The companion didn't pay much attention to it and continued the work at hand. He replied calmly, "Can you walk on water? He must be a ninja somewhere. It has nothing to do with us." At this moment, Sailaporo appeared next to them and asked, "In other words, this is already within the scope of the Kingdom of Waves, right?" Yes, this is already within the Kingdom of Waves." The man was a little surprised. Sailaporo was still a long way away from the bridge when he saw it, but he actually appeared in front of them in an instant. But when he blinked again, his companion's chest had been penetrated by Sailaporo, and he fell straight down. Sure enough, I shouldn't have any special expectations for the inferior people in this world, their fragile flesh and blood. Sailaporo looked at the fallen man and said with some contempt, "What did you do?" Another man roared at Sailaporo, anger diluting fear, grabbing the wood in his hand and about to attack. But how could the world care about the emotions of a little person? His result was that his chest was pierced and he fell to the ground. Sailaporo crossed his hands on his chest, quietly waiting for something. After about a few minutes, a large amount of white substance spurted out from the chests of the two bodies. Those substances quickly covered the whole body, and finally formed a special white mask on the two people's faces. The two people were originally about 1.7 meters tall, but now they have completely transformed into huge monsters of more than 2 meters, with explosive muscle curves. The transformation of the hollow can be carried out normally, but it is obviously different from the other world. It is not just based on the spirit body, but changes together with the physical body. In this way, even ordinary people without Ryutsu qualifications can still observe the hollow's transformation. Existence is really interesting, Sailaporo said with a golden light of curiosity in his eyes. The two hollows just stood there in fear, not daring to make the slightest move, for fear of disturbing Sailaporo and losing his life, which was in sharp contrast to their huge size. Sailaporo pushed the frame and said, "Let's go and lead the way. How many people should be killed in order to keep the country functioning?" The sound ninja disguised as Orochimaru also came to the scene under the guidance of Konohachinin. "This is it, please confirm," the Konohachinin said to Orochimaru, then turned and left. Orochimaru looked at the death of the two sound ninjas and fell into deep thought. Kabuto, who was hiding aside, appeared and performed autopsies on the two corpses. Kabuto first confirmed the sound ninja who was beheaded and said, "The wound on the neck is very flat. It should have been severed by a sharp blow. There is no obvious limit to resistance. It seems that there is a huge difference in strength." He turned to the other corpse and reported his findings to Orochimaru. Basically all the substances in his body have been lost, leaving only a layer of dehydrated skin, and the deformation of the mouth extends to the abdomen, like something entered through his navel, gestated inside him, and then left his mouth. It was almost like. Before Kabuto finished speaking, Orochimaru continued, "Like my stand-in technique?" "Yes, but it is only the last physical representation left. The difference is obvious in nature. It can use the target's body to this extent. Compared with the stand-in technique, it is more like some kind of life-extending technology." Kabuto gave very high rating. Orochimaru did not speak immediately, but looked at the huge ravine beside him and thought deeply. According to the information given to him by Konoha, the place erupted with the explosion of iron collision, and he rushed here. Orochimaru touched his chin and murmured, "I have seen Naruto use this move, but the traces here show that the power is obviously far greater than when he fought with me. It is impossible for these two ninjas to force him to this point. So who is he fighting?" Kabuto didn't have a better view on this, so he could only watch Orochimaru silently and think. What Naruto showed was more and more beyond Orochimaru's expectations. There was a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart, but now it was too late to change the plan. Early the next morning, Naruto arrived at the agreed place early. After waiting for about an hour, Jiraiya arrived late with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Last night, Jiraiya read through all the books he could find so far, including a large number of ancient books, and could not find any description of an existence similar to Ulquiorra. He even thought about the possibility that he had fallen under an illusion without knowing it, and that everything was false. Why is it common for teachers to be late? Naruto teased. Okay, let's not talk about this. We have already wasted a lot of time. Let's start our training. Jiraiya went straight to the topic without talking nonsense. Since he didn't find any valid information, he planned to take a risk today. Although Naruto didn't understand the subsequent plot of Hokage, when he saw the bottomless cliff, he thought that the root of the original summoning technique was the amount of chakra used by the caster, and then thought of the 9 tails originally sealed in this body. Suddenly, a sense of reality came over me. If I changed the character, and another way of saying it, it would be like Urahara Kisuk helping Ichigo find his own Shinigami power. Then he thought that Jiraiya should be very concerned about Ulquiorra, and probably wanted to use this method to force either 9 tails or Ulquiorra out of his body by threatening his life. Naruto thought for a moment how he should respond, and simply asked directly, "Ms. Jiraiya, what is the content of today's class? Is it summoning technique?" "Yes, it's still summoning technique. You don't think you can defeat anyone with the tadpoles you summoned, do you?" Jiraiya said, dissatisfied. "But rational analysis, with my own chakra, no matter how skilled I am, there is no way to solve my lack of chakra." Naruto paused and continued, "And I happen to have a demon fox sealed in my body, so this guy should have a lot of chakra. You want to make that guy compromise and give me chakra by creating danger? After all, whatever is in the body, as long as the host is the carrier is at risk of death, he will still obediently hand over his power in order to survive," Naruto said, thinking that the best way to explain this relationship is Zanjutsu and Subai in Ichigo's body. Jiraiya felt as if he had seen a ghost when he heard this. He did not expect Naruto to be able to analyze to this extent with the existing information. He didn't waste any time and kicked Naruto hard, and Naruto instantly blocked with his sword. But without Ryatsu's blessing, the huge force from Jiraiya instantly kicked him dozens of meters away and fell into the cliff. Jiraiya looked at the falling Naruto and shouted, "Since you are so smart, you should stay away from the edge of the cliff in advance, and when your brain is moving, your body should keep up." Naruto could only roll his eyes at him, and at the same time reach out his hand to make an international friendly gesture. Little did he know that this old guy would do this just when he lost Ryatsu. Naruto could have stopped his fall through other methods. But since Jiraiya also chose this method, he simply took advantage of the fact that Ryatsu could not use it freely to study the chakra of this body 9 tails. By the way, let's test whether the summoning technique he modified can be summoned successfully if it is fully activated with a huge amount of chakra. If this method is feasible, he does not need to take extra risks by opening the gate of hell to use it. Entering the inner world, Ulquiorra knew the situation outside, and still looked calm and asked, "How are you going to deal with it?" Naruto walked through the iron cage and walked to 9 tails and replied, "That guy just wants to force out the power in my body. Neither you nor the fox can let the host body die anyway. Call the fox's chakra to use summoning. I think it should be being able to summon a giant toad to stop its fall is what the contract was signed after all. Based on what I know about you, you won't do what he wants." Ulquiorra expressed his point of view without hesitation. Naruto smiled with satisfaction when he heard this, and patted 9 tails' head with his hand. He was not afraid of 9 tails breaking free and attacking him, because in this world, Naruto didn't feel that his mental power would be lost to anyone, even if the other party wasn't. People. Anyway, I already understand the principle. The contract has already been signed. All that's left is to inject enough chakra. You can try this kind of thing anytime. Naruto looked into 9 tails' huge eyes. The opportunity is rare, of course. You want to try something new, you don't want to die here, do you? 9 tails witnessed Naruto's arrival into this world, a series of battles, and a natural understanding of his power. "If you could just fall to your death like that, you wouldn't be here chatting with me. It's not stupid, so hand over your power now and we can save some steps. What's your answer?" The reason in its mind told 9 tails that it should obey Naruto, but it had also lived for more than 1,000 years and had lived such a humble life. Even Namikaze Minato's seal has a certain degree of room for movement, and now only a mouth and eyes are left. Due to an inexplicable sense of pride, 9 tails did not agree directly, but said, "What if I don't want to?" Naruto clicked his tongue and said indifferently, "It seems that I am still too gentle with you. This is not the answer I want, and you are not qualified to negotiate terms with me." Naruto snapped his fingers, and Ulquiorra heard the sound and drew her knife, cutting deep cross wounds on 9 tails' face, and blood splattered. 9 tails' painful wails resounded throughout the space, while Naruto was bathed in the rain of blood, feeling the huge amount of chakra leaking from 9 tails' body. Naruto wiped the blood from his face and said to 9 tails, "It's best not to make me lose my patience. I hope next time, you will understand what to say." When his consciousness returned to the outside world, Naruto could feel the chakra from 9 tails filling his body, and a layer of dark red chakra could be faintly seen on the surface of his body. Naruto took out the summoning scroll he had written before, bit his finger and used blood to change part of the content. That's it, summoning technique. As Naruto poured out chakra and released the summoning technique, he could feel the same resistance as last time, but this time it was completely made of a huge amount of chakra, and the resistance was obviously much smaller. It was unclear whether it was because of the successful connection once, but the release was obviously much smoother this time. Naruto could clearly feel that a powerful and familiar Ryatsu was approaching. The next second, a huge object fell to the bottom of the abyss like a cannonball. The huge weight caused the earth to tremble violently and made a deafening roar. The strong earthquake was felt even in Konoha village, and all forces were disturbed by this sudden earthquake. With the airflow slowing down when it landed, Naruto split into several clones to slow down the impact, and landed safely without any danger. Yami twisted his huge head and looked around. A second ago, he was still in hell, fighting to the death with the dead Shinigami, but he was suddenly teleported by an inexplicable force, and now he was in a dark abyss of an unknown place. What the hell is this place? It's outside hell, and you, little fly, get off my head quickly. Yami's roar resounded throughout the deep valley, and the vibrations caused by the sound shook the rocks on the two walls. The thorns were shattered in large numbers. Jiraiya above was startled by the roar. Even if his perception was dull, such a terrifying ryotsu still made him instinctively feel dangerous. What does this feel like? Jiraiya stared into the abyss, unable to see clearly what was happening at the bottom. He could sense that Naruto had just erupted a huge amount of chakra filled with the breath of 9 tails, but after releasing the summoning technique, the summoned thing could not feel the chakra. Naruto jumped from the top of Yami's head to the rock wall aside. The position was slightly higher than the complete form of Yami's Blade Fury Beast, and he was able to see Yami's full view. It still looked like what Naruto remembered, full of explosive muscles, a huge hollow in the chest, the iconic zero symbol on the left shoulder, and the 8 pairs of thick feet on the lower body. "You little fly dare to stand on my head," Yami said and reached out to hold Naruto. "Don't worry, it's me Yami," Naruto said, using the transformation technique to recreate his appearance in Shinigami. Yami's hand suddenly stopped in mid-air, his pupils showed a shocked expression, and he murmured, "Aren't you dead?" "Dead but not completely dead. I summoned you from hell to this world." "What does this world mean?" Yami was not the type with a quick mind. After returning to the blade, anger became his source of strength. In this case, it was even harder to understand Naruto's meaning immediately. As Yami's old acquaintance and one of the few people he could call friends, Naruto naturally knew this very well and immediately focused on the key points. "To make a long story short, I need your help, and in return I can free you from hell, so you don't have to go through the endless and meaningless fighting in hell. Hell in Shinigami is a special existence where there is no real death, and no matter how many times you die, you will be resurrected in hell. Those who fall into hell are trapped by the chains of hell and cannot escape from hell. There is no point in choosing to fight, but giving up the fight and being killed by others again and again is also a kind of torture." "Escape from hell?" Yami asked in disbelief. "Sailaporo has escaped from hell and helped me in this world, and now I need you." Although Yami didn't think carefully about Naruto's words, she was overjoyed when she heard that she could escape from hell and no longer had to fight those guys who worked tirelessly and repeated meaningless killings. He just knew 2 things: Naruto had never deceived him, so he could really escape from hell. "Okay." Yami simply agreed. "Take me up first," Naruto said and stood on Yami's shoulders. Yami's huge body instantly exerted force, and all 16 legs exerted force at the same time. The huge vibration and the terrifying feeling made Jiraiya feel like he was facing a powerful enemy. When Yami landed smoothly with Naruto, a new wave of strong earthquakes was caused, and the earth cracked. Seeing the oppressive Yami in front of him, Jiraiya didn't waste any time and directly summoned Gamabunta using the summoning technique. Gamabunta held his pipe in his mouth, squinted his eyes and looked at the Yami in front of him and said, "So it's Jiraiya. It's really rare to summon me. Is it to deal with this centipede in front of you?" "Don't." Jiraiya was about to say something when Yami heard that she was called a centipede and became furious. Yami quickly turned her body and whipped Gamabunta with her tail. Gamabunta pulled out the short sword behind him and prepared to cut off Yami's tail as a means of defense, but found that his blade could not cut into Yami's skin, and he slashed with almost all his strength, leaving only a shallow mark. "What?" Toadbunta was shocked. Naturally, it didn't know that this was Arrancar's passive skill Steel Skin, which had a terrible effect under the reinforcement of Return Blade. "It's so infuriating, go to hell." Yami let out a deafening roar. Although he failed to hurt Yami, he successfully blocked it. Even if half of his strength was removed, he was still blasted into the air, and Gamabunta suffered considerable damage. "What the hell is this? If I were a human, my ribs would have been broken by that blow just now." "What are you doing, Jiraiya?" Gamabunta stared at Yami with a solemn expression. "I'm just teaching a brat the summoning technique, but what he summons, be careful." When Jiraiya answered Gamabunta, he found that Yami opened his mouth wide and a terrifying energy gathered in his mouth. Dark red siro poured out of Yami's mouth instantly, aiming at Gamabunta, who was hit in midair and unable to dodge flexibly. Siro's speed was so fast that when he reacted, he was already quite close. Gamabunta had no chance to dodge in the air and had no choice but to fight head-on. I saw Gamabunta puffing up his big mouth and releasing ninjutsu to resist. Water-style iron cannonball. The 3 iron cannonballs fired in succession only slightly stopped Siro. They evaporated into water vapor within a second of contact. In desperation, Gamabunta Naman blocked it with a horizontal sword, but it was only able to block a small part of Siro, and most of the right arm was exposed to Siro's attack. Even Gamabunta, who fought against Yami without preparation, suffered a big loss just from a single encounter. The pain coming from his severely injured right arm made Gamabunta frown. That Zero was too terrifying. Jiraiya, who was above Gamabunta's head, looked at Gamabunta's bloody right arm and even smelled a faint scent of meat. "Are you okay?" Jiraiya asked with concern. "It's not dead yet, but it's hard to tell if it continues. That monster is very strong." Gamabunta changed the short sword from his severely burned right hand to his left hand. "I need to confirm with you that the other party is going to kill you no matter what." "Kill the enemy? If so, your life will be at stake in the next battle." Jiraiya thought for a moment and saw Yami in the distance with Zero condensing in his mouth again, so he decisively released the summoning technique. He knew that with Gamabunta's injured body, it would be difficult to withstand the next attack. Upon seeing this, Naruto felt that it was almost done. Yami had already defeated the Toad with these two simple tests. Knowing this was enough. He also expected Jiraiya to teach him more ninjutsu, but killing his Toad now would offend him to death, so there was no need. He immediately said to Yami, "Stop. My power is no longer enough to maintain you. The next time I summon you, I will prepare a body suitable for you, and then completely separate you from hell." Hearing this, Yami stopped gathering Zero. Naruto thought for a moment and then added, "You don't have to wait too long, I'll make you have a good time." After Naruto's summoning technique was lifted, Jiraiya appeared next to Naruto and asked with a serious expression, "What was that just now?" "It's the summoning technique you taught me, but I borrowed the chakra of the demon fox in my body and rewritten the object and location of the contract. I succeeded, Mr. Jiraiya." Naruto shared the joy of successful research with Jiraiya. "Modify the contract object? Modify the location?" Jiraiya frowned and muttered to himself. Naruto had learned about the principles of the summoning technique from him before, but he didn't expect that Naruto could actually do it. Naruto is a genius to such an extent that he can modify the summoning technique on his own and summon such terrifying monsters with just one use. It is truly an amazing and terrifying talent. Sure enough, Naruto, is he the person in the prophecy? But Jiraiya suddenly thought of the key information and asked, "The summoning technique requires detailed information about the contract object. Where did you summon that monster from?" "Hell." Naruto just said two words lightly. "Hell? That's a place that appears repeatedly in my dreams. Countless creatures are carrying out meaningless killings in that world. Death is just a short pause, and they will soon be resurrected to continue fighting. There is no end, and the cycle starts over and over again. And I summoned it's one of them," Naruto said naturally. Jiraiya's brows furrowed even more tightly. He had never heard of such a place, so he chose to write this down for now and continue to ask, "How were you able to mobilize Nine Tails chakra? Are you talking about how I use Nine Tails chakra?" Naruto repeated the confirmation to Jiraiya. "Yes, is it because it lent you its power to protect you?" Naruto scratched his head and said in confusion, "Isn't it in my body? If needed, can't I just use it directly? Why do I need it to be lent to me?" Jiraiya didn't understand what Naruto meant for the moment. Nine Tails was sealed in Naruto's body, but Naruto said it as if Nine Tails was a pet in his body. But Jiraiya was about to continue saying something, but was shocked by the dark red chakra appearing on Naruto's body. "Isn't it very simple? You. Jiraiya was shocked and speechless. He had been paying close attention from the beginning, but Naruto was right in front of him, without any warning, easily summoning Nine Tails chakra. Seeing Jiraiya's shocked look, Naruto put away Nine Tails chakra. Jiraiya immediately stepped forward to inspect the seal. To his surprise, there was no problem with the seal. He couldn't feel anything like before. The scent of Nine Tails. Jiraiya took a few steps back and took a few deep breaths to calm down. Jiraiya couldn't imagine how high Naruto would reach in the future if he continued to grow at this rate. Jiraiya looked at the earth destroyed by Yami Zero, and suddenly began to struggle in his heart, whether to continue teaching Naruto, or whether it was because of his own teachings that Naruto had the power to initiate bloody changes. Naruto seemed to see Jiraiya's confusion and said seriously, "But it's thanks to Jiraiya-sensei that I took that step." "What?" Jiraiya asked in confusion, unable to follow Naruto's thoughts. Naruto slowly walked towards the edge of the cliff, picked a dandelion flower and said, "The reason why we think the flowers on the cliff are beautiful is because we stop on the cliff, instead of taking a step towards the sky like those fearless flowers," Naruto said as the dandelions blew into the sky. Naruto turned to look at Jiraiya and continued, "Jiraiya-sensei is like this wind, and I am like this dandelion. It was you who made me take this step." Jiraiya's brows gradually relaxed and he asked, "But Dandelion doesn't know where he will be taken, whether it will have a good or bad ending. No one has ever been able to stand in the sky, you and I are the same, and God should be like this, but the vacancy in the throne of the sky is about to disappear. From now on, I will stand in the sky." The momentum of Naruto's speech deeply shocked Jiraiya. In his opinion, what a hacky speech it was. In comparison, the so-called Hokage seemed extremely small compared to it, like a sparrow compared to a swan. It was as if he could really see Naruto standing on the throne of heaven like a god. Naruto waved his hand and said with a smile, "You're just kidding, Mr. Jiraiya, please don't take it seriously. What kind of ninjutsu are you going to teach me today? Or do you want me to use the summoning technique and summon a toad for you to be qualified?" These words are actually a kind of test by Naruto to test the possibility of Jiraiya joining his camp. The path he wants to take is not acceptable to ordinary people. But what he didn't expect was that Jiraiya didn't take Naruto's words as a joke, but asked seriously, "Why do you want to do this?" Naruto looked at Jiraiya with interest, looked at it for a while before answering. "There are two answers, one is a nicer answer, I hope to change the world, then power is a must, a purer answer yes, I need to become stronger. Is that just that? Have you never considered what will happen to you if you fail?" Jiraiya did not expect that it was just such a simple reason. If Naruto was the child of the prophecy, it would be difficult for him to accept that such a simple reason would lead to bloody changes. Naruto did not answer Jiraiya's question, but extended his hand and invited Jiraiya. "No matter what happens, as long as you follow me, we will have no rivals in front of us." Without waiting for Jiraiya to answer, a large number of Konoha shinobi appeared around them. The previous changes combined with the events outside the village yesterday forced Konoha to pay attention to the recent changes. The ninjas of Konoha recognized Jiraiya at a glance, and they also recognized Naruto who stole the show in the Chunin exam. Late at night, perhaps because the weather can no longer bear the scorching heat for days, the long-awaited rain falls on the earth, bringing a bit of coolness to this summer night. In the iconic Hokage building in Konoha village, the dim lights are still on. In this special period, Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't dare to relax at all, especially when two emergencies occurred in such a tight period of time in just 2 days. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the office, concentrating on the crystal ball in front of him, and quickly checking the situation in various parts of the village. He felt that there was another person in the room, and he did not stop what he was doing, but just spoke. "You're here. I thought you would come to me yesterday." Jiraiya was silent for a moment before answering. "I went to investigate some things yesterday and wasted a little time. As far as I know, you should have gone to meet Naruto first before going to investigate." Sarutobi Hiruzen still stared at the crystal ball and took a long drag on his pipe. "That's right, so is it about Naruto?" As Sarutobi Hiruzen asked this question, the room fell into brief silence again. Jiraiya was not surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen would have such a question. It was not something difficult to reason out, but he was hesitant to tell the whole story about Naruto. After another while, Jiraiya made up his mind and spoke. "Have you checked Naruto's seal?" "I haven't checked it carefully, but based on my observation, there is nothing wrong with the seal," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, blowing out a smoke ring from his mouth. "Is it possible that something is in Naruto's body that suppresses 9 tails, but we just focus on 9 tails and ignore other possibilities?" Jiraiya still chose to say. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen really stopped what he was doing, took a deep breath from the pipe, and slowly exhaled it after a long time. The thick smoke covered his face, and Jiraiya looked down on the change in his expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew his students very well. He couldn't ask this question for no reason. Since he asked it, the problem was already huge. Jiraiya did not continue to wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak, but continued to ask, on the edge of the cliff, "How much did you see about the summoning technique I taught him?" "I saw the process of your fight." "Really?" Jiraiya nodded and said nothing more. Jiraiya was familiar with his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, and seeing that battle with his own eyes was worth 1,000 words. Being able to easily suppress a summoningman of Gamabuntas level can already treat Yami as a tailed beast level monster. But in fact, what Jiraiya really wanted to ask was whether Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about his subsequent conversation with Naruto, but he was not stupid, and there was no point in asking. Some things were said too clearly, and it was not good for everyone. Naruto got up early in the morning, and after a simple breakfast, he went to the place where he practiced summoning technique yesterday as if nothing happened. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see Jiraiya. "I just saw some Konoha personnel who were responsible for the land cleanup work. Mainly because yesterday, Siro's destructive power was so great that it almost destroyed the surrounding trees, which affected the ecology here to a certain extent." Naruto also went up to inquire about it, and the staff members all said they had not seen Jiraiya. Naruto could only give up. He thought about the past, probably because the impact Yami brought to Jiraiya was too great, and his aggressive speech made Jiraiya have some understanding of the possible consequences of continuing to teach him. Conjecture. He wasn't worried about Jiraiya telling the truth. The worst-case scenario would be for Konoha to know about it. On the one hand, he has not taken any formal action, and on the other hand, he has recovered a good strength. As long as he does not encounter too many enemies at once, there will not be any big problems. This is also the reason why Naruto has always chosen to act as low-key as possible. He is also preparing to defeat several major countries one by one and try to avoid them from joining forces and bringing unnecessary risks to himself. Naruto had a feeling that Jiraiya would still come to him. For Naruto, learning ninjutsu is not that urgent. It doesn't matter if he does it sooner or later. After all, there is an undercurrent surging in Konoha now, but the target is not on him. But since Jiraiya is not here, he will go back to the village. This is definitely not as safe as the village outside the village, so be careful to sail the 10,000 years boat. On the way home, I passed by the village cinema and found Ino, Shikamaru and Koji queuing up to buy tickets. Naruto asked curiously, "What are you guys doing here? Why don't you practice hard in a month?" Shikamaru scratched his head angrily and said, "Please, even if you practice training, with a monster like you here, you can't win anyway. It's better to take advantage of the fact that you don't have to go on a mission and relax." Koji was minding his own business eating the popcorn he had prepared for the movie, while Ino was working with the ticket seller to choose a seat to watch the movie. "I didn't expect you to be interested in movies." Ino said that watching a movie is fun when there are many people. Koji said that if there are more people, he can prepare an extra popcorn. "I have no choice but to come. Anyway, I have nothing to do." Shikamaru looked at Naruto and said, "Come on, we're all here, how about we come together? What movie are you watching?" Even when he was idle, Naruto was quite curious as to what kind of movies would become popular in this world with such a crooked technology tree. Of course, it's The Adventures of the Princess. The person who answered was Ino, who handed a movie ticket with a picture of the movie printed on it to Naruto's hand. "For me?" Naruto asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes, just to thank you for holding me up during the exam and not letting me fall, otherwise my face would be bruised," Ino explained. "Hey, is this happening?" Naruto crossed his arms and began to think carefully, as if he didn't remember such a thing. Then he changed his mind and recalled how many times Ryotsu had replied during the exam, and then he remembered it. Ino was very dissatisfied with Naruto's performance of forgetting that matter, and reached out to take the ticket back. "Since you don't remember, just pretend it didn't happen." "I remembered." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, looked at the approaching Hayate and said, "You came." "Yes, Master Hokage, what are your orders?" Hayate said respectfully. "I need you to perform a mission to track a person. The key to this mission is that you cannot be discovered by the person you are tracking," Sarutobi Hiruzen explained to Hayate. Generally speaking, the most basic requirement for tracking tasks is not to be discovered. Hayate doesn't quite understand the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately emphasized it. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to add, "Your mission target is quite special, and his perception ability may be far beyond that of ordinary people, so to be on the safe side, I chose you, who has clairvoyance." Hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen also mentioned his own penetration, which is required for a tracking mission to such an extent, Hayate's expression became solemn and he asked, "So Hokage-sama, who is the target of the mission?" "You have seen this man too, Uzumaki Naruto," Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he shook off the ashes from his pipe. "Uzumaki Naruto." Hayate showed a shocked expression, he did not expect that the target would be him. Sarutobi Hiruzen caught Hayate's expression in his eyes, lit his pipe again and said calmly, "I will arrange for him to go to the country of snow alone and be responsible for the escort mission for the snow painting shooting of Mount Fuji." "Fujiyama Yuki, are you that popular actress? It looks like this is just an ordinary mission." Hayate recalled, the strength Naruto showed in the second exam against Tenten, it is certain that one person can complete such an escort mission. "There is no problem." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and said calmly, "Yes, it seems so on the surface, but in fact she also has another identity. She is the daughter of the former king of Snow Country, Kazehana Hayayuki. According to the information I got, this mission the real difficulty is not low. In this case, Master Hokage, do you still arrange for him to go alone?" Hayate's brows frowned. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer Hayate's question, but continued to explain, "You have to remember that no matter what happens, you cannot take action. I need you to record the entire mission completely and then report to me." "Yes." That is, at the same time that Hayate left, Danzo's figure appeared in the office. "Hiruzen, don't you think your decision is stupid? Do you know what you are doing by letting Jinchuriki go out alone at this time?" "Of course I know what I'm doing. The third Chunin exam is coming soon. Orochimaru's problem has not been solved. I can't possibly delay Naruto's problem any longer. What do you think you can see in this way? If you ask me, control him immediately, brainwash and study all the secrets in him, and then use this power to arm Konoha. You're playing with fire, Danzo. There's no way I'm going to allow you to mess around as long as I'm here. It's ridiculous. Jinchuriki is the property of the village, which naturally includes all the power in him. As long as you give him to me, I guarantee that within half a year, I will make him the strongest weapon in Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a cold tone, "That's enough, I am the Hokage." Upon hearing this, Danzo's face became very ugly, and he just said angrily, "You will definitely regret it." After watching the whole movie, Naruto couldn't help but sigh. No matter where he is, everyone still prefers fantasy things. The abilities in the movie are much more exaggerated than the ninjutsu we usually see, especially the ability used by the villain to summon a tornado. It also reminded Naruto that his friend in Hueco Mundo, number 103 Arrancar Doradoni, had a very similar ability with his return of the Blade Storm Baron. Apart from this, only the heroine, Fujikazu, who played the role of Princess Fenjion in the movie, left a deep impression on Naruto with her delicate face with heroic spirit and her smart eyes that seemed to be able to speak. It's a pity that in the movie, Fujikazu was wrapped too tightly, with long clothes, long sleeves and long trousers completely hiding her figure. Naruto could only lament that the director didn't understand people's hearts. At the end of the screening, Koji was talking about the food in the movie, Ino was talking about the actor Michi who played the role of the villain, and Shikamaru was talking about how the villain's ability is really convenient. If it could be used in reality, there would be no need for so many people to be ninjas. Naruto, on the other hand, was thinking about the feasibility of visiting various countries under the guise of filming to secretly carry out operations and capture the world, without other countries discovering it. Not long after leaving the theater, Naruto saw the familiar Ryotsu owner that he had noticed while watching the movie. "I didn't expect that you came to watch this movie yourself, which saved a lot of effort," Kakashi said, touching his chin. Naruto's expression showed a hint of confusion, but he hid it well and was not noticed by Kakashi. His perception never slackened. He should be sure that no one was following him. So how did Kakashi find his location directly? Naruto had a vague guess in his mind. Maybe Konoha has other surveillance methods besides personnel surveillance, maybe ninjutsu? Naruto thought like this and asked casually, "What's wrong with this movie? Teacher Kakashi shouldn't be training Sasuke, so why do you have time to come to me? The task you asked me to apply for has come to fruition," Kakashi replied. "Oh? In other words, it's not just approval, but a task is actually issued, and this task is related to this movie?" Naruto thought briefly and expressed his inference. Kakashi smiled and said, "You have a very smart mind, which saves me the effort of explaining. What is the specific mission content? You can't really ask me to escort some princess, right?" Naruto teased. "It's a bit similar, but the escort is not the real princess, but the crew is escorted to the Land of Snow to complete the follow-up filming," Kakashi explained. Snow Country, doesn't it sound like a big country? Naruto searched the memory in this body and found that Naruto had no relevant knowledge about Snow Country. Kakashi touched his chin and replied, "If we really want to compare, it is probably on the scale of Wave Country." Then he added, "But unlike the country of waves, there are also some ninjas there. I fought against them many years ago when I was on a mission." Naruto asked calmly and tentatively, "You are so powerful, you have your own ninja, and you can even fight against Kakashi-sensei. The whole crew only relies on me to protect you. Can Mr. Hokage actually agree?" Mainly at first, Naruto just felt that at most he could be allowed to carry out some tasks alone, similar to the task of clearing out bandits or bandits. Not to mention the power he showed, just by thinking about the 9 tails sealed in his belly, he could understand its importance to the village. He was actually able to let himself go on a long mission alone. With your strength, such a mission should be no problem. I heard that you have mastered the summoning technique, which is just a simple escort. Kakashi patted Naruto on the shoulder to express encouragement. Naruto's expression remained unchanged, but he already had some suspicions in his mind. This mission must not be as simple as it seems. But Naruto would not refuse. This was also a good thing for him. It was only a matter of time before Sail Apporo took over and won the Kingdom of Waves. He had no reason to give up on the Kingdom of Snow that came to his door. It's just that if you want to see your own performance, then you should perform the way Sarutobi Hiruzen wants. After all, it is still profitable to stay in Konoha, so there is no need to start a stalemate immediately. "Kakashi-sensei, why don't you come with me? If anything goes wrong, you can handle it," Naruto asked tentatively. "I have other tasks. I don't have anyone traveling with you this time. You should act accordingly and remember to write a task report after completion," Kakashi said and waved his hand. Naruto would not believe a word of this official statement. If he really let himself go out alone, it would only mean that all Konoha has lost its mind. Naruto thought that it would take him almost a day and a half to recover Ryotsu, and then continue to ask, when will the mission start and who is in charge of the docking? It was at this time that Fuji Kazui, wearing the costume of Princess Fenjion, rode a group of white horses and quickly passed by Naruto and Kakashi. And not only that, behind her, a group of people dressed as villains in the movie followed closely behind on black horses. Naruto scratched his head and asked, "What are you doing, filming?" Kakashi pointed to the group of people who had just rode by on horseback and said to Naruto, "It shouldn't be filming." The person in charge over there said that Fuji Phase Yuki, who plays the heroine, suddenly resisted when she heard that she was going to the Land of Snow. To escape. "Young lady is in a mood," Naruto said with a knowing expression. "As for the mission, when the work on Fuji Fengsu painting is completed, the crew will leave for it." "Understood. By the way, What about the reward for this mission? Naruto asked while stretching his muscles. The client is Fuji Kazuki's agent, and the remuneration is quite considerable. Since you are solely responsible for it, as far as a single person standard is concerned, it is basically twice as high as the task standard. Kakashi touched, he said while holding his chin. Understood, I accepted this mission. Naruto immediately ran towards the direction of the group of people. While chasing, Naruto was thinking about who would be better to take care of the snow country. In his assessment, the unification of the ninja world would not be a too quick process. Although the high-end combat power is currently limited, when he truly begins to unify, various hidden strong men will appear, and it will definitely not go smoothly. The Kingdom of Waves was handed over to Sailaporo as an experimental site. Although the development may not be very good, it is enough as long as it can meet his experimental needs. Among other acquaintances, there is no need to worry about Shinigami. After being betrayed by him, he will basically fight to the death. Oh, no matter what, he will not stop. There is no need to think about the Knights of the Star Cross. It is basically the same. Even if someone from the Harbin faction dies in his own hands, there will definitely be no friendship. In the best case scenario, Naruto still felt that he needed to cooperate with the local people. It would be better to support a relatively weak force, and the people he found would be responsible for providing force. This would be more suitable in the long run. For the specific situation, you still have to go to that country and analyze the situation in detail. Snow country, how much should you kill? In fact, Naruto didn't actively search for it. If he wanted to, it wouldn't be that difficult to find Fuji phase. The main reason is that the time for borrowing his strength has not passed yet, and it is relatively safe to stay in Konoha for now. Naruto simply went to the ninja supply store and purchased some necessary things first, especially the scrolls used to perform the summoning technique. Because the summoning technique modified by Naruto essentially communicates with a single object and signs a contract alone, rather than signing a contract with a regional group like Jiraiya. Therefore, Naruto's summoning technique is still a lot of trouble, and convincing those Arankars with words alone is still a test of Naruto's understanding of them. If used in battle, without being able to comfort the opponent and summoning nothing, it is still very dangerous. At least there were some guys that Naruto wouldn't consider contacting at the moment, such as Baragan. It is difficult to communicate, he is too ambitious, and Naruto's power is not at its fullest. It is difficult to deal with the corrupt abilities of the rule system, especially since he has already suffered a loss in the space system, and he has learned to be cautious and his strength needs to be improved to a higher level. After finishing these things, Naruto even had dinner at Ichiraku Ramen while wandering around, and then slowly began to look for Fuji Phase. Because Fuji Kazu passed by Naruto briefly, she still had an impression of her Ryotsu. However, Ryotsu like this is still too common, with mediocre qualifications and obviously not a combatant. If he had been better, it would have saved Naruto a lot of effort. In the end, Naruto followed the spirit of Fuji Kazu and came to a bar in Konoha. On the bar, the bartender was busy wiping his glass, while Fuji Feng Yuetai was drinking alone, lying on the table and playing with the bottle. A man walked by and was about to extend his sinful hand to Fuji, but Naruto pinched his right wrist. What are you doing? The man was about to scold Naruto when the sharp pain from his wrist made him fall to his knees. Naruto grabbed the man's hair, raised his head, and said coldly, "This is not okay. You can't touch my belongings with your dirty hands. Be careful not to bite your tongue." Ah! After the man let out a painful cry, he fainted because his wrist was broken by Naruto. "What are you doing?" the bartender asked warily. Naruto threw out 2 bills and said with a smile, "I don't think this has much to do with you, right?" In this line of work, the bartender has obviously seen a lot of ups and downs, but he just asked respectfully, "Excuse me, what would you like to drink? If you are a young man, I would recommend." Naruto waved his hand, interrupted the bartender's recommendation and said, "Just take the same one as this lady. By the way, this lady's consumption will also be counted as mine." Naruto said and tossed out 2 more bills while the bartender silently began to prepare. At this time, Fuji Phase once again drank the wine in the glass before glancing at Naruto sitting beside him. "Why, are you a fan of mine? If you ask for an autograph, I won't sign it. Anyway, sooner or later, it will be left to gather dust in a corner." Naruto did not reply immediately, but took the wine from the bartender, filled a glass for himself and said calmly, "No, Miss Yuki misunderstood, I am not your movie fan, what's the point of drinking alone, cheers." As he spoke, Naruto raised his glass and gestured to Fuji. Fuji was stunned at first, but then did not refuse. He filled up the glass again and drank it all with Naruto. After all, they were just drinking alone. After a glass of wine, the blush on Fuji Fengxiu's face became a little thicker, and her heroic face revealed a different kind of charm. If you're not a movie fan, who are you to learn how to strike up a conversation at a bar at such a young age? Naruto corrected, "You can't judge by appearance." I am actually entrusted by your agent to protect you when you go to the land of snow for filming. Before Naruto could finish his words, Fujikazu said with a sneer, fool, who wants to go to the land of snow? Follow other people's scripts and act out a false life. I've had enough. Naruto didn't forcefully say, you must go to the land of snow, otherwise I won't be able to complete the commission. Instead, he picked up the wine bottle, silently helped Fuji Fengxiu fill the glass, and said lightly, I understand this feeling, this life of living under the control of others. Fujikazu looked at Naruto who was speaking, and for a moment she had the illusion that the person in front of her was not a boy, but a mature man. Fuji Fengxiu looked at it, shook his face in the wine glass, and murmured, how could you possibly understand that feeling? Naruto just shook his head slightly, thinking that not only did he understand, but he was even killed after taking advantage of it. After a heavy drink, he continued, it's useless to avoid many things. Just escaping won't change anything. The best way is to completely solve the root cause of the problem. Fujikazu seemed to have heard Naruto say something extremely ridiculous, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, how can such a thing be possible? We're not making a movie. Naruto patted his chest and said confidently, that's not necessarily the case. I'm very good at dealing with this kind of problem. How do you do that? Fuji Fengxiu looked at Naruto with amusement. Naruto's clone, who was hiding behind Fujikazu, knocked her out with one strike of his sword. First of all, I need you to be obedient and you can come in. Naruto shouted towards the door, and the manager waiting outside couldn't wait to enter. It's done, I didn't do anything heavy, I should be able to sleep until midnight. Naruto gestured and explained to the agent. Thank you, you have been a great help. You are indeed a ninja specially recommended by Mr. Hokage. I was a little worried at first, but now it seems that I was overly worried. The manager excitedly held Naruto in his hands and knelt down to kowtow to him. When will we leave for the land of snow? Naruto asked. Just tonight, I'm worried that if Fuji Phase wakes up tomorrow, she will still want to escape. If she goes to sea, she will have no choice, the agent said, and asked the two accompanying female makeup artists to carry the Fuji Feng snow painting. When leaving the bar, Naruto turned around reluctantly, showing great regret for not being able to kill the man and take his soul. He began to miss the second test of Chunin, when he could kill people wantonly, but when he thought about Orochimaru ruining his good deeds, he became very angry. The crew was nervously carrying the filming equipment onto the ship. Naruto stood on the deck at the stern of the ship, looking at the workers on the other ship who were also busy on the dock late at night. Naruto pointed to the boat with some confusion and asked the agent, is that our ship too? No, that's not the boat. We have a filming boat, the agent replied, adjusting his glasses. We set off so late because of Miss Yuki. They also set out to sea at this time. Is it a coincidence? Naruto asked playfully. The agent explained they are also a merchant ship that happens to be heading to the land of snow. They are one of our sponsors and have agreed with us to go together. Naruto didn't say anything more after hearing this. As far as the caravan was concerned, the guards were the normal configuration, and there were obviously a few good Ryotsu reactions among them. There is also a Ryotsu that Naruto is obviously familiar with, but he can't remember who the owner of Ryotsu is, so he probably won't have too many interactions with him. If we consider it as a real caravan, it is not too much to equip this level of guards. After all, it is a cross-border business. Thinking about Kato who used to do shipping, he could easily summon 100 warriors and rebel ninjas of Zabuza's level. Naruto was not in a hurry to test whether they were a real caravan or a fake caravan. Anyway, they were handled in the same way. If there was a problem, just get rid of it. In this vast sea, the processing of traces still has natural advantages. As soon as he woke up, Naruto walked out of the room and saw everyone who had already started filming. Compared with how she looked after drinking last night, she was still very dedicated when she was acting. Her precise performance was brilliant, and she was more dedicated than she imagined. Watching the director and his assistant having a heated discussion, a huge glacier unexpectedly appeared on the planned route and blocked the driving route. Sorry, I only discovered this problem when I got up in the morning. If we need to change the route now, the original shooting plan will also be affected, the assistant nervously explained to the director. Great, that's it. Revise the script immediately, and the part on the boat has been filmed. Come with me to the top for filming. The director's eyes glowed with golden light as he looked at the cliff. Ha! The assistant obviously didn't keep up with the director's pace. What are you idiots doing? This is a treasure given to me by the god of movies. How can I miss it? Get ready to land. The director gave the order directly. But as soon as he landed, Naruto could already feel it. There were 3 powerful Ryotsu hiding in the distance. He told the director next to him, don't go too far. The snow peaks ahead are not safe. If an avalanche occurs, it will be difficult to evacuate your equipment. The director thought about it. After all, Naruto was responsible for the safety of the shooting, so he accepted Naruto's suggestion and did not go too far into the shooting. Naruto, on the other hand, kept paying attention to the three Ryotsu and found that they had not made any move. Naruto guessed that there was a high probability that they were also observing. Maybe they weren't sure how many ninjas there were in Konoha to participate in this mission, and they were unsure of the action plan. What Naruto didn't know was that the main reason for the other person's shrinking was precisely because of him. The person they sent to investigate the intelligence earlier was the man whose wrist was crushed by Naruto. Because of Naruto, he was not able to pass the collected information back on time. Probably just as the crew was filming the scene, the three snow ninjas couldn't wait any longer, and Langya Beng Shui, Dongxiang Bingyu and Hiichui Shui took the initiative to show up. The leader, Lanja Bengxiu, was the first to speak. Welcome to the land of snow. On the side, Tsuruichi Fukyuki, the only woman in the trio, said, I am here to welcome you, Princess Koyuki. Have you brought the hexagonal crystal? Naruto glanced at the shocked manager next to him, stretched his muscles, and stood in front of Fuji Kazu. Binjayo, a winter bear with a robotic arm, also appeared from the other side. After a rough perception, the Ryotsu level is roughly the same as that of Jonin, except for the leader, Lanja Bengxiu, who is stronger. But what Naruto was more concerned about was the strange device they installed on his body. Although that device did not affect Ryotsu, the chakra revealed in it was obviously different from the normal one. How about fighting three of them at the same time without Ryotsu recovering? But from what they said, they were only here for something belonging to Fujikazu, so that he could concentrate more without thinking about other people. After all, Naruto was not good at doing such holy things. The wolf fang snow slowly fell from the distant peak, and at the same time he said to Naruto, Konoha ninjas, the last time we fought was Kakashi, and he finally ran away with his tail between his legs. Naruto slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto and said with a smile, I've never heard Kakashi-sensei say that. Oh, so he's Kakashi's student? As he spoke, Lanja Bengxiu had already arrived in front of Naruto. Kakashi-sensei isn't here, so let me try to figure out what kind of opponent can make Kakashi-sensei escape, Naruto said, and he shot two kunao experimentally. But Lanja Bengxiu did not dodge. When the kunao was about to touch his body, it was stopped by an invisible force. To be honest, this reaction was like using Bakuto S8 repulses, but Naruto could clearly sense that it was an ability related to chakra. Student of Kakashi, it seems that you don't know about the chakra armor. This armor can increase the chakra in the body, strengthen various ninjutsu, form a chakra defense wall around the body, and can offset your chakra attack or even reverse your chakra. No matter what kind of ninjutsu or genjutsu it is, it will not work on it. Lanja Bengxiu introduced to Naruto confidently, as if he already had a chance to win, and he did it deliberately to make Naruto die in peace. Naruto couldn't help but complain in his mind, is this something unique to villains? Can you please introduce it more? If I were like Lanja Bengxiu and generously introduced Ryotsu-related knowledge to the whole world, I probably wouldn't live long. Thank you for the introduction, but in this world, there are more than just ninjutsu, genjutsu and chakra, such as this, Naruto said, and the murderous aura filled with all his malice was instantly released. The monstrous murderous aura turned into a real blade, slitting their throats and penetrating their hearts. Lanja Bengxiu's expression froze, and he immediately took up his stance, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Dongxiang Binjaya froze as he stepped on the mechanical skateboard, and fell onto the snow. Tsuruichi Fubuki's action of releasing ninjutsu was directly interrupted. Naruto said to Fuji Kazui behind him, stop looking and leave quickly. Lanja Bengxiu was the first to break away from that state, put away his contempt for Naruto, and quickly formed seals to release ninjutsu, Ice Escape, Broken Dragon and Tiger. The surrounding ice and snow, pulled by the wolf fang snow, quickly condensed into a huge ice tiger and rushed towards Naruto. Naturally, Naruto did not choose to resist forcefully, and avoided the attack by hugging the dazed Fuji. Hei Chiwixu and Dongxiang Binjio also took this opportunity to recover. Fuji Fengxiu's agent, Santafu, saw this and wanted to step forward to help, shouting, Your Highness the Princess. But Naruto shouted loudly, Idiot, don't come over here. Who will I ask for reward if you die? The director in the distance, watching Naruto's battle, asked the assistant beside him, Did you film it? Ha, but we have to evacuate now. After the assistant finished speaking, the director punched the assistant hard on the head and scolded, Idiot, record it all for me quickly. What a perfect and real material, hurry up. But just after landing, Naruto put down Fuji phase, and a new round of attacks arrived. Ice Release Yanchuixu. The Tsubasa Fubuki released by Tsubasa Fubuki, countless darts condensed into the shape of flying swallows, attacked Naruto densely and quickly. Naruto's right-hand Zanpakuto flipped flexibly and shot down all of them relatively easily. On the other side, the winter bear Binjio rushed over. He first shot out a rope from the mechanical arm, and was about to restrain Fuji Fangyuki, but Naruto used Zanpakuto to cut it off. Taking advantage of this slash, Naruto turned around and was about to chop off the head of winter bear Binjio, but Zanpakuto was blocked by the chakra defensive wall, and a repulsive force bounced it away. Dongseong Binjaya took advantage of this opportunity and spewed out a large amount of steam from the back end of his left mechanical arm to accelerate and punch Naruto. Naruto didn't panic, he clenched his left fist and used all his strength, using the technique taught to him by Yamamoto Genryusai. The two fists smashed together hard, making a huge explosion, and both of them were knocked several meters away by the other's attack. On the merchant ship in the distance, Hayate observed Naruto's battle with a telescope and couldn't help but secretly marveled. He had heard about the chakra armor specially made by the Kingdom of Snow for ninjas. With the blessing of that kind of thing, he could increase his strength by at least 50%. The snow ninja who are currently fighting Naruto are definitely on Shinin's level and above, and they have the blessing of armor. When Naruto is 1 to 3, his disadvantage is not very obvious. How much combat experience does this have? Sure enough, once it came to a close fight, Naruto still felt the disadvantage of this body and said to Ulquiorra in his body, "Give me that guy's chakra." Ulquiorra did not reply, but silently, using the same rough method as last time, plundered the chakra belonging to Nine Tails. Naruto successfully received the chakra, quickly formed the seal without any hesitation, and released the summoning technique, but nothing happened. Yes, nothing happened. Strictly speaking, after successfully consuming the chakra, nothing was summoned. This was the first time Naruto failed to release the summoning technique. He summoned Yami. He originally planned to let Yami directly deal with these guys in one go, but something went wrong. Naruto quickly went through every detail of releasing the summoning technique in his mind, and he was basically sure that the problem was not with him. With the second release, there is no need to use the scroll to sign the contract. The amount of chakra used by Naruto will not be a problem, and there will naturally be no problem with the seal. Then it can only be that there is something wrong with Yami, and it seems that there is no way to respond to the summoning technique. It may be that the battle is intense and unable to escape, or it may be that he died in the battle and is now in the process of rebirth. It was true that he was negligent and forgot to ask Jiraiya if summoning would fail. Lanja Bengsu felt Naruto's terrifying chakra and his calm reaction against 3. Since activating the summoning technique failed, Lanja Bengsu immediately seized the opportunity and quickly performed the seal Waiken Shin Yusuo on his hand. Ice release, white whale. In front of Lanja Bengsu, the seawater, the water vapor in the air, and the existing ice and snow, under the traction of the huge chakra, quickly gathered and condensed into an entity, and the ground also trembled violently. The white whale made entirely of ice and snow jumped into the air and charged at Naruto. If it had been anyone else, and under the siege of such a disadvantaged trio, facing such a huge and powerful narwhal, he would probably have been thrown into disarray. But Naruto breathed a long sigh of relief and confirmed through perception that the white whale was indeed just a polymer made of ice and snow. It was not like the special armor on those guys and had relatively strong resistance to physical attacks. With one hand, he picked up Fuji Fengxiu, who was slumped on the ground and unable to move, and felt the soft and warm touch of his fingertips, stimulating the rapid movement of the knots in sleep. Naruto knew that there was no point in escaping. In this situation, even if he escaped, with this level of ninjutsu, it would be very easy for the 3 snow ninjas to destroy the ship. Holding Zanpakuto tightly in his right hand, he stared at the charging white whale and said to Fujikazu, who was not in a good mental state, "Didn't you ask me last night what I should do to help you solve the problem?" Fujikazu was in Naruto's arms, looking at Naruto's face in confusion. Naruto raised the Zanpakuto high and quickly called the newly generated Ryutsu into the Zanpakuto. A giant hand holding a huge katana appeared above Naruto's head. "Hold me tight and watch carefully. This is my answer to you." Hearing this, Fujikazu subconsciously hugged Naruto tightly, feeling the softness close to him. Naruto waved Zanpakuto towards the white whale. As Zanpakuto fell, the huge katana directly cut the white whale in two, and the aftermath of the attack shattered the ice beneath the feet of several people. Lanja Bengsu, Heiai Chuixu and Dongseong Binjaya were really surprised. They had never seen such ninjutsu before. Naruto also took advantage of the huge impact of the divine punishment slash, and Shunpo accelerated in the air with the perfection technique, moving at high speed with the least amount of Ryutsu. While the 3 of them were still in shock, Naruto had already rushed towards Winter Bear Binjayo and stabbed towards Winter Bear Binjaya's chest, but was blocked by Winter Bear Binjayo's mechanical arm. "Are you planning to use Princess Zyuxu as a human shield? Do you think that we will take action out of fear?" Dongseong Binjaya said disdainfully. Unfortunately, things were not as Dongseong Binjaya thought. The giant hand appeared again, waving the huge katana, imitating Naruto's action just now, splitting the Winter Bear Binjayo in two with one knife, and dragging a long blood trail on the snow. Naruto whispered in Fuji Fengxiu's ear, watch how I tear the people who covet you into pieces one by one. It seems that the armor you are so proud of cannot protect against my attack, Naruto said contemptuously. Bing you. Chui Shui let out an angry roar and quickly formed seals in his hands. Ice escape ice prison technique. From the direction of Tsurugai Fubuki, countless icicles sprouted from the ground and spread rapidly toward Naruto. Naruto still dodged flexibly by stepping on Shunpo. It wasn't that Naruto wanted to be irritated, as he was holding Fujiphase as if he was carrying a small power bank. At this level of contact, the effect of recovery and loan repayment is deducted, and Ryotsu is only left at a very low level. Naruto stopped briefly next to the body of Winter Bear Binjayo and collected its soul. Naruto actually had concerns. After all, this was just a glacier. If the other party had follow-up reinforcements, they might simply defeat the enemy and sink the ship, completely crushing the glacier that was their foothold. That is still quite a troublesome thing. Although it is said that walking on water can be easily achieved by using chakra or consuming Ryotsu, it is still too exaggerated to walk from here to the nearest land. It was obvious that Wolf Fang Bengsu was also obviously wary of Naruto's power, because he couldn't understand why Naruto's attack could penetrate the chakra defense wall, even though he was obviously affected when he first swung the sword. Naruto swung the Zanpakuto and stabbed it into the snow at his feet, and the huge katana of God's punishment also repeated Naruto's actions. It shattered the glacier underfoot, causing huge cracks to spread into the distance in an instant, and caused an avalanche to roar down from the peak. Naruto stared at Lanja Bengsu and said arrogantly, "I'll spare you today and come back next time when we gather good people." Lanja Bengsu had a solemn expression and said nothing. Naruto took advantage of the impact of the attack just now, and Shunpo moved towards the ship, and finally did not forget to taunt. "I was quite looking forward to your strength at first, but the Kakashi teacher I know is far more than this strength." As the glacier collapsed and sank, Chui Shui spread the wings on his back and flew away directly with Lanya Beng Shui. Naruto landed on the deck and watched as the cameras rolled towards him. The director jumped up excitedly, pointed at Naruto and shouted to the assistant beside him, "That's great, have you filmed it all? This is the quality a movie should have." The assistant said with some embarrassment, "We took all of them. We really captured a very spectacular scene, but these cannot be linked to the material we shot." Then revise the script. Fujikazu left Naruto's arms with a somewhat complicated expression on her face. After all, too many things had happened in a short period of time and she needed some time to digest. Fuji Fengsu looked at the concerned agent Asama Sadafu who was approaching, and asked coldly, "Sadafu, should you explain?" The third husband called the director, assistant, Naruto and Fujikazu into the room alone, and told everything about Fujikazu being the successor of Snow Country, as well as what happened in Snow Country 10 years ago, and what happened to him. He also explained his identity to everyone. Fuji Fengsu just looked at San Teifu's emotional story with an indifferent expression, unable to empathize at all. Naruto on the side had a satisfied expression on his face after understanding all the information. As the orthodox heir who was being hunted, wasn't this his best choice? The third husband knelt down in front of Fuji Fengsu and said excitedly that he would protect the princess even if he lost his life, hoping that she could save the people of Snow Country. Before Fujikazu opened his mouth, Naruto tapped his finger on the table, attracted everyone's attention and said, "Uncle, I think you shouldn't panic. If you can do it to the point where you can hit the wind and waves, you'll be fine. There is no need to hide like this. You want to put Miss Shui in danger, it is really cruel." Naruto's words seemed to hit the third husband's sore spot. He really didn't have the ability to defeat the wind and waves. There were only a few dozen people who were willing to resist with him, and some of them were just full of passion and that's all. The third wife still wanted to open her mouth to argue. But the people of Snow Country. Naruto interrupted his words again with a snap of his fingers, and counted with his fingers, "My mission is only to protect the crew, including Miss Yuki, so they can film safely in the land of snow, because you concealed the risks of the mission. Now I am forced to be involved in your plan, and even took pictures of my battle materials without my permission." The director explained excitedly, "This is all because the battle you just fought was so exciting. God must have allowed me to take this scene and let me be born into this world." The third husband looked at Naruto in fear, waiting for him to continue his story. "Whether it is to avenge Miss Yuki or to help you restore our country, in fact, these things are not difficult for me. The battle just now is not my full strength. Of course, none of this is the point." Naruto speaking calmly. "Then what's the point?" Third Teifu asked anxiously. "The point is that the current reward is too little. If I want to kill Feng Hua Raging Tao, I have to pay more." "How much more?" The third husband seemed to be grasping at a life-saving straw, eager to know Naruto's increase, but he was interrupted again just as he started to speak. "That's enough, I don't want to be the princess of the Snow Kingdom. Are you idiots? How can you defeat the furious waves?" Although Fuji Fengsu had seen Naruto's strength, the memory of the furious waves engraved in her mind was too great, too profound. "Okay." Naruto looked at Fuji and said, "Not only the wind and waves, but as long as you wish, I can also capture the entire Snow Country for you." Fuji Fengsu was stunned for a moment, then turned away and finally said, "If you can do it, give it a try." Then Naruto said to the third husband, "The price will be discussed after I win the Snow Country. I will talk to the new ruler of the Snow Country. It is not just about money. You have to be mentally prepared." The third husband nodded solemnly. Naruto was the last hope he could rely on. The director excitedly stood up with his hands on the table. I believe you are capable. Can you let me record your battle? This will definitely be recorded in film history. Naruto thought for a moment and agreed to his request. Naruto planned to finally show something on the bright side. In this case, simply show something you want people to see and put a fixed understanding in their minds. It is also convenient that when Naruto uses other abilities in the future, he will not be immediately thought of as the initiator. As learned in ninja school, obtaining information is a very important part of the ninja. Since he is in the public eye, there are naturally things that can be done under such circumstances, and he has always been prepared in this way, and he is also looking forward to the day when these preparations will be put to use. Late at night, Naruto was holding the scroll and thinking whether it was his continuous summoning of Espada that attracted the attention of the Shinigami in hell. If that was the case, he had to consider modifying his original plan and appropriately reduce the number of calls to strong men. If we only attack a small country like the country of waves, in fact, Espada like Sailaporo will be completely overflowing in terms of strength. Naruto planned to choose someone other than Espada to summon if he didn't have to. In this way, it would not be easy for those guys in hell to detect it. After all, if Arankar is numbered after number 10, his interactions with the captains of the Godai 13th Division will be very limited. The other reason is because Naruto doesn't know what kind of situation Aizen has created in the world other than hell, and he is worried that Aizen will find out that he is still alive. Although they will still meet again sooner or later, at least not now, before Naruto fully recovers his abilities and takes a step further, he must not be discovered. Thinking of this, Naruto also had an answer for the candidate to assist in managing the snow country. Writing quickly, in order to avoid the situation in the earlier battle, Naruto informed Ulquiorra to plunder the chakra of 9 tails, and released the summoning technique with a quick seal in his hand. This time Naruto did not fail, he looked at the summoned man quietly. The man looked around doubtfully, and finally looked at Naruto and asked, "Where is this place?" I clearly felt the call of that adult. Naruto wiped his right hand on his face and used the transformation technique, restoring his appearance in Shinigami like a Sichuan opera face change. Long time no see? There was no sadness or joy on the man's face, but his voice was a little excited as he said, "It's really the 4th Espada. I was doubting the authenticity of that message just now." Naruto laughed and said with some nostalgia, "4th Espada, it's such a nostalgic term. It's obvious that after more than half of the casualties in that battle, this term has never been used again." "Yes." The man's voice also dropped. "Obviously Master Aizen has given you such excellent abilities, but you have not been able to be included in Espada. You must feel very regretful and longing, right?" Naruto did not use the tone of a superior commanding subordinates, but talked like an old friend who had known each other for many years. The man did not deny Naruto's statement. He indeed longed for Espada's identity. He longed to be appreciated by Master Aizen one day and worked hard for it silently. The man sighed and said, "But it has no meaning to me who has fallen into hell. There are many powerful people in hell, including the Shinigami who died thousands of years ago and the Espada who first fell into hell. They will still try to fight their way out and escape from the control of hell." But after dying again and again, he gradually recognized the reality and gave up this unrealistic idea. As for him, from the very beginning, he was not even qualified to try. Compared with those guys, even Arankar was far behind. Naruto patted the man's shoulder and said, "No, this makes sense, because you will be the one to bear this name from now on." The man thought he heard wrongly and confirmed with Naruto, "What does it mean for me to bear this title?" Naruto opened his hands and said to the man, "This is not hell, this is not this world, it is not Hueco Mundo, it is not Soul Society, and it is not called Valley." Naruto paused and continued, "This is a whole new world." "A whole new world?" "Yes, I am here, re-establishing Espada, preparing to take over this world, and I am ready to invite you to bear this name." Naruto spoke in an inflammatory tone. "Seize this world and invite me to bear this name?" The man obviously didn't expect Naruto's words and just repeated them silently. Naruto stretched out his hand to the man and said, "It was Master Aizen who gave you power, but he didn't take you to high places. He just asked me to take you to enjoy the scenery from high places." The man's eyes followed the palms in front of him and looked at Naruto's extremely confident face. At this moment, falling into hell, the originally numb heart seemed to start beating again. Naruto looked at the man and asked word for word, "Are you willing to help me?" The man excitedly held Naruto's hand and said with a trembling voice, "I do." Before removing the summoning technique, Naruto gave his final confession, "Tomorrow I will officially summon you and cut off your connection with hell. Until then, wait quietly." "Yes." Naruto sat down on the bed and said to the door, "You stayed up late at night and eavesdropped at my door for so long. If you have anything to ask, just come in and ask." After Naruto finished speaking, after a long time, the door was pushed open, and it was Fuji Fengxiu who was wearing pajamas and crossing her chest with her hands. Through the hazy moonlight outside the door, her busted breasts and slender waist were outlined. Fuji Kazu looked around Naruto's room, and then asked, "Who were you talking to just now?" Chat with an old friend of mine. Naruto thought for a while, and sure enough, the word old friend was more appropriate. Are you and your friends so good at talking to each other? There are a bunch of words that you have never heard before, and they are carrying a reputation, and they are trying to win the world. Fuji Fengxiu couldn't help complaining. Naruto just spread his hands helplessly and replied calmly, is there a possibility that I am not a middle school student, but am serious? In your eyes, does it have to be impossible to conquer and unify this world? At least so far, no one has succeeded. Naruto searched his memory, and it seemed that was indeed the case. But you will see it soon, starting from the land of snow. Naruto noticed that Fuji Kazu's expression changed significantly after hearing what she just said. Perhaps she felt in her heart that even if she captured the country of snow, for her, it would just be a change of ruler from Feng Hua Furious Waves. Naruto then added, don't worry, I am not interested in being the monarch of the snow country. I will deliver the snow country to your hands. Seeing how Naruto was always so confident when talking about this topic, Fuji Phase gradually became a little shaken and began to ask in his heart, can Naruto really do it? But Fuji Phase didn't ask. Instead, he asked, isn't it better to be a ninja than to be the monarch of a country? Naruto shook his head and replied, I want to be the king, but not the king of this mere country, I want to be the king of this world. The next morning the ship docked at the coast of Snow Country. Before Naruto got off the ship, he simply sensed that there were a lot of Ryutsu reactions hidden in the snow not far away. Speaking of Ryutsu's strength, although it does not reach the average level of ninjas, it is basically above the level of ordinary people. If we want to find a similar reference, it is the level of the samurai who were killed by Naruto in the Land of Waves. Not only that, a fast-moving train can be seen approaching in the distance, and there are also a large number of Ryutsu reactions on it. It seems that the other party obviously accepted my suggestion and came with sufficient preparation in advance. Naruto stopped the crew members who were about to move the equipment and said to the director, maybe you need to change the script again. The director asked with some confusion, what's wrong? The scene will be bigger than expected. The perspective on the boat is actually better. Do not get off the boat, do you understand? Naruto warned. The director looked at Naruto's serious expression and immediately understood what Naruto meant, and called for everyone to set up equipment on the deck. The third wife looked at the deserted snow and asked, what's wrong? Naruto looked at Fuji and said, it's about to begin, you just need to wait and see how I conquer the land of snow. On the speeding train, a roaring voice came, Uzumaki Naruto, right? I investigated your information and I was very surprised that you are so strong. Naruto jumped off the deck and answered loudly, so I am already so famous? Feng Huan Nu Tao continued, this matter has nothing to do with you. As long as you give up this task, I can pay you double the task reward. Naruto just said calmly, I'm really looked down upon. You want to bribe me at this price? If you are willing to talk, everything is negotiable. It's not necessary. The price you can give, I can also get it myself after killing you. Naruto said and took out the Zanpakuto. Stupid guy, attack. At Feng Hua Furimao's command, all the train carriages were opened, and each carriage was filled with countless holes. Countless kunai were instantly shot out, attacking Naruto from all directions. Just when Naruto jumped to avoid it, the three of them launched ninjutsu to attack at the same time. Wolf Fang Avalanche once again used his strongest ninjutsu, Ice Release White Whale, strengthened by the chakra armor. Naruto stepped on the White Whale's movement, and Tsurubi Fubuki's Ice Release Ice Prison technique spread instantly along the White Whale's body, freezing Naruto's right foot. The strongest attack of Feng Hua Furuo, Ice Release Double Dragon Blizzard, was also launched at this time. Chakra gathered the surrounding frost and snow into two black dragons, circling and attacking Naruto, who was restricted from moving. Naruto didn't panic in the slightest, and used Kong-chan to escape from the control, appearing behind Wolf Fang Avalanche. Naruto instantly pinched Lanja Swabeng's head and just spoke indifferently. Hado S31 Red Fire Cannon. Red light burst out in Naruto's hands, and the life of the ninja named Wolf Fang Avalanche came to an end at this moment. But Naruto did not stop. Dark red chakra appeared on his body surface. This was only what others saw, but in fact it was not just the dark red chakra emerging on his body surface. There was also a dark Ryutsu on his body surface. The two quickly sank into Naruto's right hand, and the two energies were mixed and compressed together. Summoning technique. After Naruto released the summoning technique, countless dense symbols spread to all parts of the Wolf Fang Avalanche corpse. Then a white substance gushes out from Naruto's hand and wraps around the corpse's body like clay. In just a few breaths, a figure wearing a cowbone mask and white clothes appears. Naruto just said calmly, destroy them and collect the souls. Ludburn took out the Zanpakuto from his waist, looked around at the Snow Country warriors, and spoke coldly. As commanded, grow out, skeleton tree. Ludburn directly used the return blade, stretching out countless branches from the ground and wrapping around his body. The branches spreading out from his shoulders were like branches. On those branches, a large number of skeleton fruits quickly grew, and the fruits quickly grew into human-shaped skeleton soldiers. After the skeleton soldiers landed, they waved the blades in their hands and rushed towards the originally hidden warriors of the Kingdom of Snow. What is this? Feng Hua Nu Tao watched in disbelief as his hidden manpower fell apart under the continuous attack of the skeleton army. And Naruto Shunpo came to the side of Feng Hua Furidao, raised his sword and swung it with sword pressure. This technique of compressing Ryatsu to the sword edge and swinging it easily passed through the chakra defensive wall and chopped off Feng Hua Furidao's left arm. Go! Hot blood sprayed on the snow, and the wind and snow roared with painful howls. Tell me, why are you looking for the hexagonal crystal? By the way, I am also very interested in your chakra armor technology, Naruto said, slowly approaching Feng Hua raging Tao step by step. Damn it! The huge sense of oppression radiated from Naruto's body caused Feng Hua Furimao to retreat continuously. He lost his left arm and had problems controlling his body balance, and his retreating movements also staggered. Naruto used his limited genjutsu, mixed with his terrifying killing intent. The carefully arranged troops were easily neutralized by Naruto, and Feng Hua Furantao's spirit was already in a state of extreme collapse. At this moment, Naruto in his eyes was no longer a genin from Konoha, but a demon who had returned from hell. He was slowly walking towards him from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Surrounded by the souls of those who died under Naruto's hands were crying and wailing. Naruto thrust the Zanpakuto into Feng Hana Furano's thigh, and then slowly turned it. The heart-wrenching pain made Feng Hua Raging Deo cry out uncontrollably, "Ah! Don't worry, I won't let you die until I get the answer you want," Naruto said and used Kaido on Feng Hua Furimao to ensure that he would not die from excessive blood loss. Feng Hua Rei-Jao looked at the hallucination. Naruto's green-faced Fang face was grinning ferociously, and listening to Naruto's terrifying declaration, his spirit had reached the critical point of collapse. No, ah. In this state, Feng Hua Angtao didn't last long before he revealed all the secrets of the hexagonal crystal and the location of the information on the chakra armor. Generally speaking, enemies would be left to the parties involved to deal with them personally, but Naruto was very interested in the soul of Feng Hua Furitao. After all, it was a good thing of Jonin level and could not be wasted carelessly. As for the body of Feng Hua Furuo, as a material for summoning technique, it is also above average. But Naruto is still not in a hurry to summon the next companion. After all, this is his first attempt to rewrite, using chakra and Ryatsu as adhesives through magic techniques to fuse the spirit of another world with the flesh of this world. It is better to observe the actual situation for a period of time. Just like that, Naruto returned to the deck carrying Feng Hua Furimao's body. Ludburn also completed the battle and returned to Naruto's side. Compared to Ludburn, everyone's eyes were still focused on the dead Feng Hua Furongtao. The third husband and Yuki cried at the same time. Although their current feelings were different, they were also emotional outbursts that had been suppressed for 10 years. Even Naruto did not interrupt and just watched silently. Naruto waved to Ludburn, and when Ludburn came to him, Naruto whispered, "Keep an eye on the boat next to you, don't let any news get out, and get rid of the mouse quietly." The strong wind on the ship nearby looked at the situation in the distance through the window of the room in surprise. Until Ludburn disappeared from his sight, his sixth sense as a ninja made him activate his escape immediately. But Zanpakuto still penetrated his chest, and a mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. He immediately chose to jump out of the window and walked quickly on the water, intending to get rid of Ludburn. But Gale was surprised to find that Ludburn appeared on the water in front of him. It wasn't just Ludburn who appeared, countless skeleton legions appeared around Hayate, holding Zanpakuto and surrounding him. Although Gale couldn't understand how Luther could discover himself using transmutation to hide his aura. Ludburn raised the Zanpakuto, looked at the blood on the knife calmly, and said indifferently, "It's ridiculous human beings, even Ryatsu doesn't know how to hide it." Hayate was stunned, not knowing how to hide Ryatsu. He couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence at all. Since the opponent can detect him, continuing to maintain the penetration is just a waste of chakra, so Hayate simply dispelled the penetration. He could feel that his physical strength was rapidly draining away. If nothing unexpected happened, the punctured lung was bleeding heavily. "What is Ryatsu you are talking about? You are Uzumaki Naruto's summoned beast, why are you attacking me?" Hayate endured the pain and planned to try to communicate one last time. Ludburn didn't react at first. Who did Hayate refer to as Uzumaki Naruto? He silently repeated, "Uzumaki Naruto?" When he realized that the name Uzumaki Naruto was that adult's name in this world, he couldn't bear the fact that the adult who gave him a new life was called by his first name by such a little person. Ludburn's voice suddenly cooled down and he said 3 simple words: "Kill him." Without any reservation, the skeleton army that originally surrounded Gale instantly rushed out with more than a dozen skeletons, working in tacit cooperation to block Gale's escape route from all directions. Even though he successfully used his substitute technique, Hayate was still stabbed several times. Hayate dragged his seriously injured body, coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and used his unique skill Konoha-style swordsmanship, Dance of the Three Suns and Moon, intending to fight hard. Ludburn looked at the 3 blasts that were attacking him at the same time. Just through Ryotsu's discrimination, he easily found the location of his true form and turned behind him. What? Before Hayate could finish his shocked words, his head was displaced from his body. Ludburn put away Gale's soul, picked up Gale's head, blasted a Siro at his headless body, and murmured in his mouth, "It's just a monkey that even Ryotsu can't control." Naruto was on the deck and saw Ludburn coming back and asked, "How is the situation going?" Ludburn snapped his fingers, and a skeleton team member handed Hayate's head, wrapped in white cloth, to Naruto. Naruto just lifted a corner and remembered that this was the referee during the Chunin exam duel. Sure enough, just as he thought, Konoha couldn't simply let him out. As his strength recovers, he, Naruto, can accept it and reveal some information to the outside world, but this must be revealed on his own initiative. Dispose of it. Have you disposed of the body as well? It's been taken care of. Naruto walked up to Ludburn, put his hand on his shoulder and said, "You have just arrived in this world, and you still have a lot to learn about this world. Feel the energy I pass on to you with your heart. It is this world. Chakra, the foundation of spiritual practice." Ludburn silently felt the chakra transmitted by Naruto. Chakra? I see. No wonder people in this world don't know how to control Ryotsu. It shouldn't be difficult for you just to move the chakra in your body, right? Do you need me to demonstrate it again? Luther waved his hands in fear and said, "No, I can understand. There is no need to trouble you to demonstrate it again." "That's good. I'm going to teach you the transformation technique next. Because your appearance is too abrupt in this world, we need to hibernate for a while for our plan," Naruto explained patiently. "My subordinate understands." Naruto easily taught Ludburn how to use the transformation technique. Although Ludburn can only retract the horns on his head, it is only a matter of time before he can master it. Then Naruto gathered Ryotsu at his fingertips and wrote the number 10 on the back of Ludburn's hand. "From today on, you are my 10th Espada." Ludburn looked at the numbers on the back of his hand, and when he looked at Naruto, there was only endless fanaticism in his eyes. This may be the so-called fanaticism of converts. After dealing with Ludburn's matter, Naruto found Fujikazu, or Fengwa Koyuki. At this time, Fengwa Zyaksu had already calmed down and was quietly waiting for Naruto's arrival in the room. Naruto looked around the room and asked, "Where is the third wife?" He went to deal with the affairs related to the Kingdom of Snow after the death of Fengwa Furidao. Fengwa Zyaksu explained. Naruto nodded, and it was true that as the current ruler of the Snow Country, the current ruler of the country died. Whether it was ongoing matters or the change of regime, there were still many things to deal with. "Do you still have the hexagonal crystal they have been looking for?" Fengwa Zyaksu pulled down her collar, revealing the hexagonal crystal sandwiched in the ravine. Naruto took a brief look at the crystal that glowed slightly with blue light, and directly picked up Fengwa Zyaksu from the bed. Feeling the warmth of Naruto's palm, Fengwa Zyaksu couldn't help but blush. This was different from the previous situation. Now her mental state was very normal. Fengwa Zyaksu hugged Naruto's neck and said coquettishly, "What are you doing?" "Before Fengwa Furidao died, he told me the specific location of the treasure that could be opened by the hexagonal crystal. I will take you to that place now," Naruto said, taking Zyaksu directly to the sealed place. Insert the hexagonal crystal into the hole, and the sealed geothermal energy begins to revive. Under the influence of the 6 huge ice mirrors, the scene of Zyaksu talking to her father when she was young is reflected. The father asked, "What does Zyaksu want to do after spring comes?" Young Zyaksu replied, "Zyaksu is going to become a princess." It wasn't until he looked at his father at that time that he stood behind young Zyaksu and spoke. "There is a beautiful princess standing here." In an instant, the ice and snow in the land of snow melted, instantly glowing with the vitality of spring and full of greenery. Naruto looked at Zyaksu, who was in tears in his arms, lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "I have said from the beginning that blindly escaping will not change anything. Are you satisfied now, my beautiful princess?" Zyaksu raised her head, and her plump red lips covered his mouth. In his sleep, a pair of soft arms embraced him. Then a lazy hum sounded in his ears, charming and sweet. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Zyaksu's beautiful sleeping face, with a pair of white and tender legs just clamped around him. It seemed that he fell asleep last night while reading the information about chakra armor. Naruto was very interested in this invention. The point was not how much it could improve the user's ability, but its excellent defense against ninjutsu and illusion. After all, this is the world of ninjas. Not to mention that the ninjas' attack methods are not just ninjutsu and illusion, but it is undeniable that being able to effectively defend against these 2 points has already covered a considerable area. But it is a pity that the relevant information has clear restrictions on the upper limit of what chakra armor can bear. According to the conclusion of the experimental report, it is the quality of the materials used to make chakra armor that affects the upper limit of bearing performance, which is also a problem that needs to be solved later. Naruto gently woke up Fengwa Zyaksu and whispered, "Wake up, my princess. Today is the day for the ceremony. You don't want the people of the snow country to wait for you, do you? After a little more effort, the two of them put on their clothes. Several days have passed since Fengguan Nudao was defeated. The snow country is gradually getting back on track, and today is the day when Xiaoxu officially becomes the queen of the snow country, and it is also the day when Naruto is preparing to return. Naruto looked at the nervous Xiaoxu and comforted her, "Don't be so nervous. I will leave Rudborn to you to command. If there is a big problem, I will cover it for you. My princess, no, you should call me queen after today." Before leaving, Naruto summoned Rudborn in an empty corner and said, "I'm leaving soon. You stay here and continue to follow up on the research of chakra armor and cooperate with them to manage the snow country. During this period, continue to collect and learn knowledge of this world." Rudborn bowed his head respectfully and replied, "As you command. If necessary, use Ryotsu to write the message, and use simple content as a disguise." Naruto thought for a while and added, "for safety." Rudborn naturally understood what Naruto meant. People in this world cannot detect Ryotsu, so naturally, the text communicated through Ryotsu is like a book without words to them. Then Rudborn handed over a complete chakra armor and a complete chakra armor data backup to Naruto as Naruto requested. This is what Naruto is going to bring to Sailaporo. As a scientist from Hueco Mundo, he should still be interested in this kind of thing. It is a second-hand preparation made by Naruto. After all, compared with the researchers in this world, he is more willing to trust old friends who have known each other for hundreds of years. When the ship returning to Konoha sailed to the range of Wave Country, Naruto split his body and went to Wave Country secretly with things. After handing over the chakra armor-related things to Sailaporo, he naturally talked about his recent activities. "Don't worry, I released the experimental body inland, and Konoha can't find any connection with this place." Sailaporo pushed the frame and said confidently. Naruto nodded slightly, he was not worried about this aspect. Sailaporo continued, "In addition, I also studied some other things, including opening up black cavities in this world." "Did you make it?" "It failed, but it was not a complete failure. Although the black voice was used, the direction of the black voice was Hueco Mundo, but after all, the space of Hueco Mundo does not exist in this world, and it cannot break through the limitations of the world and connect to other worlds. A world, so the opened Kurosake cannot be used." Sailaporo waved his hands, and then changed the subject, "But this also inspired me." He snapped his fingers, and with one of his hands, he grabbed an adult male to the side of the two of them, and then broke the man's neck. They could see that the soul belonging to that man was slowly disappearing from the body. Sailaporo commanded Su to dispose of the man's body, and then said to Naruto, "You should have observed this phenomenon, about the life and death of this world." Naruto nodded and replied, "Yes, I came to this world and observed it when I killed the first person." "So the Zanpakuto you made in this world, does it have the functions that Zanpakuto should have? Have you used it to perform the duties of a shinigami in this world?" Sailaporo pointed at Naruto and said. Naruto instantly understood what Sailaporo meant. He was sure that the Zanpakuto he forged could perform its functions normally. It was enough to use it to open the door to hell before. But what Sailaporo is talking about here is not its ability to open the gates of hell, but another ability to use more. Naruto blurted out, "You mean the ability to direct souls to Soul Society?" "Correct answer, but judging from your reaction, you probably haven't tried it yet. It's a pity that you are just a clone here." Naruto asked curiously, "What do you want to test? Since the Zanpakuto you forged in this world also has its original function, can you use it to create Soul Society?" Naruto was slightly startled, he obviously did not immediately understand what Sailaporo meant. Souls are going to Soul Society under the guidance of Zanpakuto. So, can the place where thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, or tens of millions of souls go, be recognized as Soul Society? We don't need to let they go to Soul Society, but the place they go to is defined as Soul Society. Sailaporo said with a look of madness on his face. "Ha ha 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 ha, what a crazy idea. If it can be realized, it can even break the original logic of life and death in this world. The whole world will be under our control. And with the power of a world, Naruto can better revenge." Naruto suppressed his smile and said, "Don't try this easily for the time being. It requires too many souls, which is equivalent to being an enemy of the whole world. We need to think about it in the long term. I will need your power in half a month. I will contact you then." After seeing Sailaporo nodding, Naruto's clone was released on its own, and the memory naturally returned to the original body. On the other side of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage office put down the report on the hollow attack and killed several genin, and looked up at Naruto who came to report. "Ha ha 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 ha." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes, waved his hand and apologized, "I'm very sorry, Hokage-sama, I thought of something happy." Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe silently and listened to Naruto describing a series of events in the land of snow. Of course Naruto's description does not include Heiei's death and his special summoning technique. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know the news of Heiei's death yet, so he asked that summoning beast alone can fight against so many enemies. It was the one you summoned before and made a lot of noise outside the village. Only? No, this time it's another one. Speaking of which, the director filmed my fighting scene and he is going to cut it into a movie for release. If Mr. Hokage is interested, you can go to the cinema to watch my handsome fighting. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned and then smiled bitterly, filming the Battle of Jinchuriki into a movie and broadcasting it. Other villages should not be able to understand this kind of operation. Okay, I understand. You can go back and rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say much. Mainly he wanted to wait for news from Heiei and combine the two contents before making a judgment on Naruto. Back home, Naruto once again entered his inner world. It was still the same scene. There was an unexpected cage in the horizontal skyscraper. The 9 tails in it were sealed by the swastika, and on its huge head was Ulquiorra, standing expressionless. Naruto silently walked into the cage, snapped his fingers, and rarely released the restraints on 9 tails' head. The damage caused by Ulquiorra's violent seizure of chakra has long been restored to its original state, leaving no trace of scars. A trace of suspicion flashed in 9 tails' eyes. Even if Naruto was standing in front of its mouth now and could swallow it in one gulp just by moving its head, it did not choose to do so. Because of the previous lessons, 9 tails had already understood that in the spiritual world, there was no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation with Naruto. Naruto's hand touched 9 tails' mouth and said, "You've been watching, right?" 9 tails no longer had the previous arrogance and just replied, "Yeah, then you should have a rough idea of what I want to do now." 9 tails was silent. It was in Naruto's body and naturally watched Naruto's actions completely. Although there were many things Naruto did and said that even it, which had a long life, could not understand. But it can feel that Naruto is definitely not joking, he is really advancing to become the king of this world. Even without knowing why, 9 tails felt that he could really do it. Seeing that 9 tails didn't reply, Naruto continued, "Actually, even if you don't want to, I can still get your power. You have experienced this personally, so you should be very clear." When 9 tails heard this, his eyes unconsciously glanced at Ulquiorra on his head, and he couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the painful feeling. "You should have seen all the battles. Even if I don't have your chakra, I can still fight, but your chakra can also give me some help." Naruto paused and continued, "I can't give it to you now. The reason for freedom is that your power is already extremely strong in this world. If it is obtained by others, it may cause obstacles to me. Give me freedom?" 9 tails couldn't believe his ears and repeated it in disbelief. "You are not necessary to me, and there is nothing wrong with giving you freedom, but only after I have dealt with everything in this world," Naruto said with a smile. 9 tails' eyes widened in disbelief. It didn't dare to imagine that a guy like this would actually promise to give him freedom. "As long as you cooperate with me, I can now destroy the seal outside for you first." Naruto pointed at the huge cage. In fact, this seal is not important to Naruto. As long as 9 tails is still trapped in his body, Naruto's mental power can completely suppress it. Naruto glanced at Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra understood, jumped off 9 tails' head, and walked slowly outside the cage. At the same time, his body began to change. His clothes gradually disappeared, leaving black tears from his eyes. His abdomen, legs, arms and back were covered with black feathers. The black wings behind him spread out. This was Ulquiorra's second half. Duangian is the black-winged demon. Ulquiorra opened his hands, and a thunder spear glowing with dazzling green light appeared. The next second, the thunder gun accurately shot on the cage, making a deafening and terrifying roar, and the entire space trembled. Naruto just watched quietly. 9 tails was completely shocked and speechless. With such a display of power, it was hard for him to imagine just how powerful Ulquiorra was. The center of the explosion is the core of the seal. The thinner iron pillars on both sides have been blasted with cracks. They can be completely destroyed as long as they continue to attack. Ulquiorra took a look at the situation of the seal, and probably assessed the power required. Without pausing, another thunder spear condensed in his hand. This time, the explosion produced by the thunder spear was much more powerful than the previous attack. It broke 5 iron pillars with just one blow, and most of the seal on the door was burned away. If this situation continues, there is no need to destroy the core of the seal, and the seal will lose its meaning. "Stop! Who are you? What are you doing?" A man's voice suddenly sounded in this space. Naruto, Ulquiorra, and 9 tails were all stunned. Naruto didn't expect that there were other people hiding in this spiritual world. The man looked around with some confusion. He couldn't understand what the tall building under his feet was, let alone why he was in such an environment. Naruto squinted his eyes as he looked at the man, who had yellow hair, a standard Jonin vest, and a white Hokage robe. After a rough feeling, that guy is not strong, it feels more like a residual will. "Catch him," Naruto said coldly. Ulquiorra raised his fingers, and black Ryotsu gathered at his fingertips. The powerful power of Black Zero distorted the space wherever it passed. The man was so surprised that he struggled to dodge. Now, he did not have full strength. This level of fighting was too strenuous for him. The next moment, something like a rope strangled his neck. It turned out that Ulquira turned behind him, controlled him with her tail, then turned around and threw the man out, hitting the iron pillar of the cage heavily, making a heavy muffled sound. Naruto walked up to the man, looked down condescendingly, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Nine Tails looked at the man outside the cage and could no longer suppress his emotions. He roared with extreme anger, "Fourth Hokage, I'm going to kill you." Listening to Nine Tails' roar, Naruto had already guessed more or less, but he wanted to hear the man say it himself. "I set it up when I sealed it. Once the seal is released to the 8 tails, I will appear in your spiritual world, but what exactly happened and why is something destroying the seal?" Namikaze Minato shouted loudly. Naruto still looked at the man indifferently and said calmly, "I didn't ask you this. The question I asked is, who are you? I am your father Namikaze Minato. It seems that third generation has not told you anything. If others know that you are my son, all kinds of dangers will follow," Namikaze Minato said. Naruto couldn't help laughing, looking at Namikaze Minato coldly and said, "Ha ha ha, you have sealed such a thing into your child's body and suffered a lot for it for more than 10 years. You are really a good father." Sorry Naruto. Although Namikaze Minato said this, it was obvious that he did not regret his original decision. Naruto stopped paying attention to Namikaze Minato and said to Ulquira in the distance, "Continue." The thunder spear once again bombarded the seal, directly burning the seal's talisman. The huge explosion power knocked Namikaze Minato, who fell to the ground, flying dozens of meters away. "Stop! What are you doing? I sealed the power of 9 tails in your body because I believe you can make good use of this power. Do you know the consequences of lifting the seal?" Namikaze Minato roared. Naruto heard this and raised his hand to signal Ulquira to stop. He slowly walked out from 9 tails and walked straight towards Namikaze Minato. Naruto looked down at Namikaze Minato and said, "Use this power well. Do you think this is a gift to me? Have you ever considered that I don't need this power at all?" "What?" Namikaze Minato obviously didn't expect to get this answer. Naruto didn't look back, he stretched his right hand behind him and chanted in a low voice. "The end of Senju, the hands of the Lord that cannot touch the darkness, the archer of the sky that cannot be reflected, the path of radiance, fanning the wind of fire, no need to be confused when we gather together, just follow my instructions, the light bullet, the 8 bodies, Kyujo, Heavenly Sutra, Haibeo, Delun, and Grey Turret, draw their bows into the distance and dissipate brightly, Hato S91 Senju Bright Sky Shooting Cannon." What the hell? Namikaze Minato couldn't understand what was happening in front of her. In Namikaze Minato's surprised eyes, the fully chanted Handbright Tentai cannon shot out instantly, and dense explosions kept ringing, echoing in this space. Under Naruto's precise control, the entire seal was completely destroyed, and the cage representing the seal was completely erased from the spiritual world. And he also released the part that bound 9 tails to the ground. Naruto said calmly to 9 tails, "As long as you obey my command and do not affect my situation, I will not stop you from doing anything, even if it is revenge." 9 tails rushed out instantly and opened its only large mouth that could attack Namikaze Minato, trying to swallow it into its mouth. Namikaze Minato dragged his injured body, trying to dodge with his remaining strength, and thought about how to control the current situation, but found that his body was very stiff and he couldn't move properly. 9 tails swallowed Namikaze Minato directly. Even if only a little chakra was left, it could make it feel relieved. But 9 tails looked down and found that Naruto was looking at him with a smile, and he was a little confused for a while. Logically speaking, the seal that the 4th generation had given it had been completely removed by Naruto, but the seal that Naruto had added was still there, only the head was free to move. Should I try to fight them? But the moment this idea appeared in 9 tails' mind, it was rejected by it. 9 tails slowly lowered his head and lay down, trying to make himself look less like he was succumbing to force. Naruto touched 9 tails' head with satisfaction and said, "I will observe your performance before releasing the remaining Bakudo. You should understand what kind of power I have here." 9 tails just remained silent and did not answer. Just now, Senju Jiao Tiantai Cannon was the closest sensor. Ulquira also released the return blade and stood on 9 tails' head again, as if nothing had happened. The only difference was that there was one less cage. "If I remember correctly, the 4th Hokage is dead. It's a pity that I can't give you a chance for revenge," Naruto said with some regret. Listening to Naruto's words, 9 tails gradually had some strange emotions in his heart. What are you going to do next? The amount of Ryatsu that this body can carry is too limited, Ulquira asked. Naruto naturally knew this problem, because of the limitation in carrying limit, whether it is durability or destructive power, or wanting to release a huge amount of Ryatsu at a time, there are extremely high limits. And Naruto's current solution is to overdraw through power borrowing, and the side effects are too great. If he wants to act in secret, he can't use the summoning technique all the time to get through the weak period of Ryutsu. There is really no particularly good way to solve the Ryutsu limit except to use it more for training. Naruto paused. The souls collected in the snow country, plus the unique materials there, Zanpakuto should be able to go further, and it should be possible to choose the second imprint object. Ulquiorra is still clear about Naruto's Zanpakuto, and he can take away all the abilities of Zanpakuto by killing other Shinigami. At the beginning, his sudden betrayal almost wiped out the Godai 13, and even killed Yamamoto Genryusai in the end, so those Shinigami in hell were so excited when they heard about Naruto. Whose sword should I choose for the second sword? Should I directly choose the captain's Zanpakuto? Ulquiorra asked. Naruto waved his hands and explained Ryujinjaka is indeed very strong, but this body cannot bear that kind of burden now. Ulquiorra recalled the battle at that time, and the 15 million degree flame of the Zankatachi Nishizanhyui was still fresh in his memory. If it were Naruto now, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even one of his moves, let alone him in his prime in hell. Before exiting the spiritual world, Naruto said, as long as everything goes according to my plan, it will only be a matter of time to take over this world. Now all we have to do is improve our strength. Naruto brought a special crystal ore collected from the land of snow, which was the hexagonal crystal left to him by Kazuka Koyuki's father, a crystal ore of the same origin. In fact, it is also one of the core raw materials of chakra armor. This is one of the main reasons why chakra armor is only popular in the snow country and has not been promoted in the ninja world. There is another important thing, that is, the hundreds of souls collected by Ludben from annihilating the remnants of Fenghua Raging Wave came to the familiar blacksmith shop to strengthen Zanpakuto. When the old blacksmith saw Naruto arriving, it was quite a welcome. After learning from the last experience, the old blacksmith took out the notebook and pen he had prepared in advance, intending to silently record his learning while Naruto was forging. The old blacksmith could tell at a glance that the crystal in Naruto's hand was not extraordinary, and he immediately asked, "This is not an ordinary rough stone, right? If my guess is correct, is it a natural material that can react with chakra?" Naruto was slightly surprised by the old blacksmith's eyes and replied, "Your eyes are indeed poisonous, you have discovered this." Actually, I also surmised. Judging from the performance of this rough stone, it is no longer an ordinary material. You came to me most likely to forge a knife. The old blacksmith paused and continued, "But such a precious thing, wouldn't it be a pity to use it as supplementary material?" Naruto nodded and agreed with his statement. Just because this ore can be used to make chakra armor, it is destined that it will not be circulated in the market. It was also because of Naruto's special relationship with Snow Country that he made an exception and allowed him to take away such a large crystal stone. According to the manufacturing details of chakra armor, the piece Naruto had in his hand was enough to make 2 sets of chakra armor used by Fenghua Furatang, which was enough to show how valuable it was. Naruto took out the Zanpakuto from his waist, looked at the blade filled with cold light, and said lightly, "You won't understand. In terms of value alone, my sword is the most precious. You don't know how much has been invested in its life." Hearing this, the old blacksmith seemed to have an epiphany. He quickly recorded it in his notebook, then bowed deeply to Naruto and apologized, saying, "I'm very sorry, I actually judged it with worldly eyes. The process still uses clones to assist the forging, but because this time the materials come from the extremely cold mineral veins of the snow country, it takes a little more effort to heat them. In addition, the number of souls this time was many times greater than the previous ones. But as soon as the container was opened, the reluctance and regret in it spewed out, as if it could transform into nothingness immediately. Even the old blacksmith beside the furnace couldn't help but shudder. But how can it be difficult to live with Naruto? He has killed even the captain of the Soul Society and the Soul King who opened up the 3 realms. So what can a little soul do? The old blacksmith looked at Naruto's forging action and muttered to himself for no reason. Speaking of which, it is rare that people in Konoha are still used to using ninja swords. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Hayate for a long time. His sword has always been come to me for maintenance regularly. Naruto was still concentrating on his work and said casually, "Who knows, maybe he was sent to destroy a big demon king." The whole process was quite smooth, and the special crystal blessing this time greatly strengthened Zanpakuto's tolerance to hot and cold, as well as the conductivity of chakra, laying the foundation for carrying Ryujinjaka in the near future. Before leaving, Naruto asked the old blacksmith a question: "If you have the opportunity to forge a brand new sword that surpasses the concept of ninja tools in this world, what price are you willing to pay?" A brand new sword that surpasses the concept of ninja tools in this world? The old blacksmith obviously asked Naruto a question without forming a clear concept in his mind. The weapons forged by you will largely influence the direction of the entire ninja world. Those who hold the weapons you forge will bring about a subversive change in the entire ninja world. The old blacksmith shook his head and said, "I am not interested in these changes. I am very interested in being able to forge a brand new sword that surpasses the concept of ninja tools. Forging is my life and everything." Naruto nodded, took out a stack of bills and gave them to the old blacksmith as the fee for using the venue. Under the other party's strong refusal, Naruto still forced him to accept it. Naruto planned to build a good relationship with the old blacksmith, because the Soul Society creation plan required a large number of souls to be guided to the Soul Society at the same time, and this work could only be completed by Zanpakuto. But using Zanpakuto to kill tens of thousands of souls and using Zanpakuto to guide tens of thousands of souls are two completely different concepts. The former can be easily done as long as you have strong enough ability, which can be regarded as a vassal of becoming stronger. But the latter requires a large number of people to do this at the same time. Even if Naruto has multiple shadow clone techniques, he still needs enough Zanpakuto to complete this task. Although he has no way to solve the alternative method that Zanpakuto forging requires a large number of souls, the choice of forging is also an important point. Although Naruto has also considered using the method of exposing Zanpakuto to attract ninjas to fight each other to forge Zanpakuto, and then kill them himself and reap the benefits, but Naruto waited again and gave up this idea. It is still too dangerous to expose the information of Zanpakuto. There is definitely no shortage of smart people in this world. They can completely deduce more information on this basis. In this way, Naruto's information advantage for so long will be greatly reduced invisibly. So he chose to maintain a good relationship with the old blacksmith first, so that he could use it for future plan implementation, and on the other hand, he could release wrong guidance through the old blacksmith when others investigated his information. In the remaining half a month, Naruto acted as low-key as possible, just quietly accepting tasks, no matter what kind of tasks he accepted. And most of them were D-level tasks such as finding cats and finding objects. Naruto was familiar with every corner of Konoha village through these D-level tasks spread across every corner of Konoha. Because it was guessed that Orochimaru's actions would involve a large number of people, the battlefield would definitely not be small. Assuming that Orochimaru's target was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the center of the outbreak was the venue of the third Chunin exam, and the battlefield would most likely fall in Konoha village. Black and White Luo, 22 bridges, 66 crowns, footprints, distant thunder, peaks, back to earth, night hiding, sea of clouds, azure parade, fill the great garden and soar to the sky, Bakuto 77, Tensukuro. Considering the distance, Naruto chose to chant all and release Tensukuro. After arranging the affairs of Wave Country, you can leave for Konoha. The stage is ready and the performance will start soon. On the day when the third Chunin exam officially started, Naruto couldn't help but grin as he looked at the large number of people escorting the Kaze cage. From a certain distance, Sailaporo, disguised as an ordinary passerby, asked, "What's wrong? That guy's Ryotsu is not the Kaze cage at all, but the Orochimaru I told you before. It seems that I guessed it right. This guy is here for the higher UPS. Naruto explained to Sailaporo easily. I thought you would call Lugburn. Sailaporo glanced at the Konoha Umbu ninja hiding everywhere. Naruto shook his head slightly and said, his sword will restrict movement and is not suitable for such a battle. What we have to do is to obtain as much material and benefits as we need in this chaos, not today. Attack Konoha. Naruto was quite clear about the goal of this operation. He had never thought that with his current appearance in Sailaporo, he could take down Konoha. He had no intention of despising Konoha. So what do you need from me to help you? Sailaporo continued to ask. If Orochimaru's target is the third Hokage, I will take advantage of their fighting to find a suitable opportunity to harvest their lives. Ideally, the kill should be able to kill two people at the same time. If this is not possible, first of all the target is third Hokage. With such excellent qualifications, he is also the oldest among the current strong men. His soul is good enough, which is the main goal this time. Naruto paused and continued, you also know my current state. I need you to prepare as much interference-free conditions for me as possible when I take action. Sailaporo listened to Naruto's analysis. As Naruto's old friend, he certainly knew Naruto's ability and his current situation. He could burst out with combat power in a short period of time, but there was no way to last. Understood. Sailaporo nodded slightly to indicate no problem. Naruto continued, secondly, I am going to help Yami find a suitable body. After Ludburn's feedback, I used the body as the receptor for the summoning technique. It was verified to be feasible, but considering the special nature of Yami's return to the sword, the physical requirements are relatively strict. Are you concerned about the malleability of the body and the carrying capacity of Ryotsu? Sailaporo pushed the frame and said, yes. Naruto answered immediately. The malleability is relatively easy to solve. With the fusion of spirit and flesh, the physique can be improved to a certain extent, but for the endurance of Ryotsu, the flesh in this world is generally poor. Sailaporo paused, my idea is, let that body is in the process of transforming into a void, and if you use the summoning technique, if the two transformations are carried out at the same time, the theoretical effect will be more significant. With the foundation of the transformation into the void, the compatibility will be relatively high. Naruto thought about it briefly and felt that Sailaporo's method was feasible. As expected, it was faster to communicate with smart people to solve the problem. Naruto warned again, try to solve this operation as quickly as possible. I am not familiar with this world yet, and I am more worried about unexpected situations. So before we officially target the country, we will observe this time first. Observe the development of events and what changes will be brought about by the death of a country. Although he said this, Naruto actually had another suspicion in his mind. After all, it is a comic serialized at the same time as Shinigami and One Piece. It can be called the three major migrant comics. With such a length, even if Naruto can't remember the content at all, he can be sure that the world is definitely not that simple. Naruto waited until the Kaze cage entered the venue, released Tentikura, and said to Orochimaru, "I look forward to your fulfilling our agreement, Orokai Obu Kazekage-sama." Hearing this, Orochimaru's brows furrowed involuntarily. He turned slightly and looked around, and found Naruto's figure. It's this technique again. He didn't like this feeling. No matter how meticulously he disguised himself, he would still be easily seen through by the other party, just like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head at all times. The Tsunaga-core ninja next to him asked, "What's wrong, Kazekage-sama?" "It's okay. That's it for now. I'm going to play with those people first." Naruto felt that time was almost up. As a participant in the third round of the Chunin exam, it was time for him to enter. When he passed by Sailaporo, there were two more items in his pocket, a brown pill and a ring inlaid with Tai Chi crystal. "I made that ring based on your request. The portable version of the chakra armor. Although the performance has not been improved, it is more convenient for you to use and it is hidden and difficult to be discovered," Sailaporo explained. "Where's the other one?" Naruto asked. "Superman medicine, it is almost 5 times the sensory enhancement. It is used to adapt to your current body. I think it is just right," Sailaporo said and disappeared into the crowd. Naruto naturally knows this. Kurotsuka Mayuri defeated Sailaporo through superhuman medicine, but that version was greatly improved. Now, this superhuman medicine with a 5-fold improvement can just make Naruto's body feel more in line with Hollow's superimposed speed. In the venue for the Chunin exam, Naruto and 7 other people who advanced in the preliminary round stood in a row in the center of the venue. Originally there were supposed to be 8 people, but because Kankuro abstained, only 7 were left. Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru sitting side by side and felt a little ironic. They were clearly within reach but did not take action. Orochimaru obviously noticed Naruto's gaze, and Naruto's lips curved into a smile as their eyes met. In the auditorium, Kakashi had been waiting there with little Sakura and Suzuki. Suzuki's eyes were fixed on Naruto. The pressure Naruto put on him was like a mountain. Even though he had learned Chidori under Kakashi's guidance and mastered Sharingan more skillfully, he still knew the gap between himself and Naruto. Half a month ago, when he knew that Naruto could clear up the war in the land of snow with just one person, he began to practice hard day and night. Compared with Naruto, this is not enough. It has gradually become Suzuki's mantra, and it is also the words Kakashi heard most when he was training him. Although it's good to have pressure, it's another thing if the person giving the pressure is Naruto. Kakashi is also not sure whether Suzuki's state is really a good thing.